Twitch became Justin TV became Twitch in 2011. That's incredible, actually, Cyberdud. All right. Johnny Five's alive. Is he? Thanks for the Prime. Appreciate it. Must have been 2011 then. Yeah, no, Justin TV was 2007 to 2011. They started letting other people stream on the platform in 2009. Or maybe late 08. 09 is what I remember. The partner program launched in 2011. So the first Twitch partners were back in 2011. I have some friends who still stream who were in the first, like, 100 Twitch partners. Shoutouts to Tom. Fucking still at it, the madman. Disney, thanks for the 7th month with Prime. Welcome back. There's also things like, I think it's Chatterino that lets you pop out Twitch chat and do all kinds of funky customizations to it. I don't know. Honestly, you haven't thought about that since day 9. Shoutouts to day 9. Still a fucking threat. Shoutouts to day 9. Jack, can I get a round of beers for Disney and Johnny 5? Please and thanks. It's wild to think about how far it's come. What's wild is that day 9 is still out there doing his thing and still cool. I like, you know, day 9, Jesse Cox, Total Biscuit, RIP. Dodger. I would say Husky Starcraft, but he's the cameraman on a cooking channel with 22 million YouTube subs now. Like those early days. What about the 6th for the fact that Johnny 5 is alive? You know? Day 9 raided me once, and my brain melted a little bit. It was like right when Dwarf Fortress launched. Dan's Gaming. Yep, Dan's still around. Dan's still around and still cool. Your peak viewership was 450. Doing what? That's a lot. Like, that's really good. Because YouTube changed their whole labeling of names. The only difference between here and Twitch is the early 2000s face picture. Wait, what? Well, I mean, your name is Blackwinds37 on Twitch then? Is that what you're saying? It was the end of days on Justin. Huh. Yeah, I don't know. I didn't watch much Justin TV. Like, I didn't make an account until it was called Twitch. I should be launching the game and should be loading the save file, but what I'll say is the first ever stream that I remember watching that got me into this world, and I always say these 3 names because I'm convinced that these are the 3 people that it was, but I might have one of the names wrong. It was the day that Borderlands released. Might have been... Oh, actually, I always need to double check this. Was it Borderlands or Borderlands 2? No, it was Borderlands. So it was October 20th, 2009. I watched Sea Nanners, Gassy Mexican, and somebody else, and somebody else. I can never remember who the other 2 were. But I remember that it was Sea Nanners and Gassy, and then 2 other people. One of them, I think, is still around. Out of the other 2, the other one, I think, vanished off into the ether. Streaming Borderlands on Ustream. And I remember watching it at about 144p and being real annoyed that my parents didn't want to, like, upgrade the internet, even though I was offering to pay for it at the time, because I had a summer job that year. I was like, I will pay for the internet if we upgrade it. I remember having this discussion with my mom and her going, no. No, what? No. Man versus game. He went and got a job at a bowling alley for a bit. I hope he's doing all right. YouTube apparently didn't. I mean, you could probably change your YouTube channel name to your real name if you prefer that, Blackwinds. You know, me JP wouldn't actually surprise me. How are we like forgetting it fucking it me JP when it comes to OGs? I don't know. At this point, I feel like I'm OG, but that's just because I've hit the 100-month subs level. Have there been any big Dwarf Fortress updates since since the Steam release? The game runs about 150% better than it did at release, because there's been several major like performance and engine overhauls. Modding can now be done with Lua, which is a huge deal, as well as they're slowly converting all the RAWs to Lua. Adventure mode is in the game now, which also added some magical items, mostly for adventure mode, as well as magical healing potions. There's been a lot of like smaller updates. I mean, a shit tons of art has been added. A overhaul was recently done to all of the vanilla creatures. Things like weapons are properly represented in different hands. All of the behaviors and AI for the Mark's Dwarves was completely redone. Default uniforms for Mark's Dwarves were redone. Ammunition usage and management has been completely redone. The siege weapons have been completely redone. Enemy siege AI is much more varied. The most recent siege update is the one that covered that mostly. I should dig through that finally. What else? A lot of baby animal varieties have been added, so baby animals can, what's it called? Baby animals can be, a lot of animals that couldn't previously can now be trained as, and fully tamed. I'm probably forgetting about something. Updates come out much more frequently. I should make another, like, yearly roundup of updates. I was going to do that, but then I sprained my foot and didn't want to get out of bed. So I should do that this weekend after Future of the Fortress. Ever find that peacock? They started being visible again. It was only the one invisible peacock. I did have an invisible baby peacock, though. Although I don't... Hold up. Let me actually check that. I don't have any baby peacocks right now, but I've had baby peacocks since that were visible, so it was just the one that wasn't visible, which was odd. Yeah, there's shit tons of sprite variety. I mean, things like, you know, barrels are no longer just like they have a lid on them, like they actually represent what's in them. Same with bins, which is like quietly super useful, because like you can just like see approximately what's in a bin at a glance. Unless they're mixed, then they have the little lids on them. What else? I think like the AI overhauls for enemy behaviors during sieges is maybe one of the biggest ones. But outside of like behavior overhauls, I mean, I don't know, I'm struggling. There's been a lot, I guess, is the actual answer to that. Pseudonym Spike. This is a great looking fort. All right, so let's just do a real quick fort tour first. So this is the surface. And let me also check something real quick here. Cool. I want to try and catch this. That is something that I would like to do today. I want to catch one of these. This guy. We've had several agitated fish on the map, and I would like to catch them. So what I'm doing to try and catch them is I've built this. Now this isn't done yet. But what this is going to be is a... Did I... Okay, they just literally haven't done it yet. But... I may have like done that right at the very end of the stream. But essentially what this is it's a way to drain the ocean. And I'm hoping that if I mostly fill this up with glass cages and mechanisms, I will be able to catch fish that swim through here while I'm draining the ocean, which they tend to fall in there. I did accidentally kill an agitated manta ray, which was also on the map at the time. And currently I've actually got a bunch of, not stuck dwarves, but I've got this thing that I need to rework a little bit. My current goal is I'm invading the goblins. In fact, we just got back from the most recent invasion. We do actually have 2 humans in the fort right now, which were prisoners with the goblins. And the reason I've allowed them to stay is I'm like, well, I've actually got a bunch of human-sized armor that are artifacts that I could give them. So I'm kind of thinking I'll just let them live here until they can use the human-sized armor. This is going to be where I'm going to try and fight the new sieges. I'm thinking I'm going to put some ballista into here. What are you linked to? Nothing? Okay, well, I'm just going to deconstruct that. Then down here, this is like the first main layer of the fort. These are the main bedroom layers, which, you know, they need some beauty work. They're not the nicest looking, but they're something. And then as I go further down, there's areas down here that are kind of muddy because they've had various floods over the years. This fortress is almost 20 years old. It goes down the first cavern layer, through the second cavern layer, and then down into the third cavern layer, and then last but not least, into where the tavern is now, which is through this fun tube and down in hell. So I built a tavern in hell, and I've completely separated it from the demonic wastes. So it is sealed off. The demons can't get in. They are, in fact, locked outside and are very angrily trying to get in. There ain't shit they can do, so they can get fucked. And I can drain the ocean into hell if I want, which is why there's a bunch of mud here. I'm curious to see if trees will grow. So I did that to see if trees will grow. That's the fort. What's the importance of the agitated animal modifier? It means they're trying to kill me because they're angry at me because I damaged their natural space. Can they be captured for defense? No, I want to capture them for bragging rights. There is the only use of catching agitated animals is you can butcher them. That is the only use for it. Personally, I have no interest in butchering them. I do have a lot of interest in catching them so that I can turn them into a zoo or an aquarium. But it's something that I'm doing entirely for bragging rights. Because it's fun to have a hobby next to your goals. And my goals right now are to invade the goblins. Oh, also, the Hamburglar, unfortunately, is no longer with us and has passed away. So I just would like to say rest in peace to the giant raccoon who died last stream. Now I'm going to go over here and I'm going to click this, I'm going to click this, I'm going to click this. And we are going to work on this. You haven't watched in a few updates? So agitated animals only arrive in untamed wilds or joyous wilds or terrifying maps. And agitated animals, their entire purpose in life is they're agitated that you are destroying their natural land and they want you dead. They come in waves if you are chopping down trees or constructing or digging on the surface of the area that they live. And it means that they want you to die horribly. That is what it means. Could dump the fish into hell? Not really, because then they would die. I would have to, like, make a space for them to live in. But because they're agitated, they would attack and scare my dwarves. So, no. If I'm able to catch fish, I will put them into aquariums, and I will leave them in said aquariums. I'm not going to do more than that. Because then it would be, like, kind of a waste of them. Smoking top hat. I wonder. I don't actually have any scholars in the fort at the moment, it looks like. Yeah, they're all dead. I could give you, like, a spear dwarf who could moonlight as a librarian, or I could give you this Boyer as a competent mechanic. How's this work for you? Smoking top hat. Have we gone through the named dwarves yet? Not yet, no. I'm just waiting for smoking top hat to say yes or no. We'll name this dwarf, and then I'll go through the named ones, and then we'll read this dwarf's description. All dead? I mean, this fort is 20 years old, and so yesterday, to give you an idea, yesterday we locked down hell. I built that wall around the structure in the middle, and people kept going, where are all the demons? Why aren't dwarves dying constantly? I did a little bit of math. I skimmed through the VOD yesterday. I lost 110 dwarves yesterday. Just from that process. Soldiers, non-soldiers, miners. Okay, so that's Smoking Top Hat. I will read your description after I do this. The named dwarves in the fort are Flicker, Salicon, Cucumber, Mac, Gigmoth, Aegis, Gunmetal Unicorn, and Timmy. Nortrum, Smurf Operator, Smoof Operator, I think is actually what it is. Insulina, Sama, Alf, the Duke of Wavepool, Elray the Second, Cheese Enjoyer, Riddle, Krampus, Schrubbert, Blue Ice, and Frosty Noodle, Amarth, Pseudolek, Elfie Bean, Judge, the Mayor, Smoking Top Hat, of course, Stormwolf, Moreb the Second, Amon, and then we have 3 shells. Got some dwarves I gotta remove from the military, it looks like. Brahms, the Axe Dwarf, Goat, Puddle, and Onion, as well as Letteran, Dwarf Poles, and Sisquel. All right, so it turns out hell's dangerous. Surprise. Smoking Top Hat is swayed by emotional appeals and is intellectually stubborn, rarely changing her mind during a debate regardless of the merits. She rarely develops negative feelings towards things and dislikes obligations, and she will try to avoid being bound by them. She is conflicted by this for more than one reason. She rarely is happy or enthusiastic and is... she's very rarely happy... where was I? Rarely happy or enthusiastic, and she's conflicted by this. She values parties and merrymaking in the abstract. She has a noticeable lack of perseverance, and she takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful. She's quite polite and assertive and can handle stress and needs alcohol to get through the working day. I'm going to stop reading in a second because an ad is about to pop. She personally has abandoned any attempt of self-control and finds the whole concept deeply offensive. Values a harmonious existence and is somewhat put off by trade and commerce and dreams of creating a masterwork someday. I haven't done a community fort in 2.5 years, and I have no intention to return to them. Personally has abandoned any attempt at self-control and finds the whole concept deeply offensive, and values a harmonious existence and is put off by trade and commerce. Likes borax and sterling silver and rock crystal and gazelle leather, as well as jute fabric and bucklers and bins and cats for their aloofness and leopard men for their spotted coats. The words of the Saturn luxuries of impossible prefers to consume, leeks and quinoa beer, and absolutely hates lizards. Eating giant butterfly eggs would be a culture vibe? Sounds like you during your master's degree. Liking cats for your aloofness means that I'm kind of surprised you haven't been adopted by any cats, actually. I mean, how long have you been here? You've been here several years. See if you can get eggs from the butterflies on your to-do list. Yeah, I've never seen an insect lay eggs in Dwarf Fort, now that I think about it. But Crush now, I know the Community Fort series was something that I did back when the type of work I did on the YouTube channel was very, very different. When I just recorded things in one take and uploaded them. It was a time and place thing. It wasn't a type of content I liked making back then. It was a type of content that I made because people asked me to. I don't think I ever did a very good job of it. I don't like making that type of content. I still don't like making that type of content. I don't feel that it is a type of content that is worth people's time. I feel like it takes advantage of the wrong things from people's creativity. I didn't enjoy making them, and people stopped submitting them frequently around April 2023, and the last ones that I uploaded were at the end of 2023, and I have vowed never to go back. Because I didn't like making them then, and by the end of it, it was the worst performing thing on the channel by like a factor of 10. Some of them did well when I first uploaded them, but that was because Dwarf Fortress was really hot, and there was like 20,000 people watching Dwarf Fortress every day, and that's no longer the case. But this dwarf sounds like you during your masters. What did you study for your masters, if I can ask? Actually, I was gonna ask to chat around the world. When's New Year's for you? You don't have to dox your location if you don't want to, but I'm just kind of curious. How long until you start getting people shouting Happy New Year? And who is in the new year already? 10 hours? It's like 13 here. Well, I mean, you're not an outlier. A lot of people liked them, Crush Now, but I didn't. And so when you make something and one thing on YouTube is pulling your whole channel down because a significantly smaller portion of people are watching it, it becomes very easy to be like, you know what, this just isn't worth it. And that was the determination that I came to pretty quickly. Olin here would be a good captain. But your wife. You brave at all? She can handle stress. Sure. What's her name? Zephon. Four hours, 12 hours, 12 hours, 4 hours, 11 hours. Currently in your master's, it's for computer science. Oh, best of luck. I have no idea what bioinformatics is, but I'm sure it's interesting if you're doing a master's in it. Who do you belong to? Zephon. Oh, Zephon has a pet guinea hen. Or guinea cock, rather. Named Nil. Fucking donkeys, man. Doesn't handle stress well. Or Mark's dwarf. Dreams of raising a family. Greedy, not vain, brashful, intemperate. Just trying to build another squad that I can get training. Dreams of mastering a skill. Frail, though. Dwarf would actually enjoy the process of learning. Might not like being in the military, but yeah, I'm expecting the population to skyrocket back up. Fucking. Because now that hell is sealed off, we are getting further down. Although there is something that I'm going to do real soon that may cause us to lose some dwarves again. I'm trying to dig into a second adamantine spire and I want to seal it off. But there's no way to do that 100% safely. Outside of being extremely time consuming, so. You've got a big ass family. All right. Algisto, thank you very much for the 5 pennies times 3. 4. Now the real question is, will they make it into the fort safely? Seems like it. And we are in midsummer. I'm going to send out the squads one more time to go attack something. So I've started attacking various Dark Goblin fortresses. The last one that we attacked was Pass the Bowl. I think. Oh, no, that was the last thing that we explored. The last thing that we attacked was Menace Mischief, this place, in which we got into a bunch of fights, actually. I think we're going to go hit Bad Sprays, and we're going to pillage with the salty water. And this squad is out to go do the fighting. So they are fully, for the most part, equipped in adamantine. I'm actually going to do 2 leather things real quick. We're going to do leather backpack and leather water skin. I'm just going to do 50 of each of those. Oops, I should probably enable my numpad. That would help. And do I not have a manager? Okay, I need a new manager, because my manager is far too slow and out of it. I'm thinking Stormwolf. And this is my mayor's office. This is my manager's office. Stormwolf is also a religious figure in the fort, so we're going to be doing that. And this, I'm going to say, dog. Every single female dog go here. I actually need to very much organize my livestock, so I'm going to try and do a little bit of that as well right now. I'll put all the male dogs right here. Maybe not actually right here, but I will take this out. Actually, just don't like the look of this. We'll put the male dogs right there. Are you the only one that's already in the new year? Probably not the only one, but the only person who said it. You're not happy with the large shadow that appeared at 1 a.m. It seems to be growing. Is this like the building that grows a floor every hour kind of shadow, or like are we talking like War of the Worlds kind of shadow? Like what apocalypse are we in for? In my experience, small worlds increase loading times and save times, but your mileage may vary. I do not know exactly what every computer is going to perform like on every system in Dwarf. In my experience, it seems as though smaller worlds very much load quicker and save quicker, but that's the biggest difference I've noticed between world size in like recent memory. In much older versions of the game, things were different in some cases, but I was also on a different computer back then. However, map size will change the speed of the game based on how much livestock there is in the area. Also, I'm going to get the dwarves to prioritize this side over this side, because this is a bit too jam-packed. Is that going to be big enough to stop fights from starting? I'm going to be butchering them regularly. So fights starting amongst the dogs isn't really an issue. I mostly just want them out of the area that they're currently in. Also, I'm separating the females and the males. So, I mean, this whole project right now is literally just to do a better job sorting my livestock. That's all I'm trying to do at the moment. So chat, to anybody who's got like 10 hours for New Year's, do you have any plans for New Year's? Are you doing anything special? I know it's like a weird day too. It's like a weekday this year. I want to say next year's a weekend. And I've like been in talks with some of my family to maybe go camping whenever New Year's lands on a weekend, but it being a weekday kind of takes the wind out of the sails for a lot of the New Year's-ish celebrations, but New Year's is a holiday that I actually really like. My squad has returned from pillaging the goblin fortress of Bad Sprays. The magical saber attacked the Eternal Terrors. Oh, whoa. That's a good name. Hold up, hold up, hold up, hold up. They attacked the Eternal Terrors. Amon led the attack, and the the dwarf Anam Misling, the Golden Fords of Veiling led the attack, and the defenders were led by the elf Stasost Sin Trade. In the midsummer, the elf outmatched my dwarf with a cunning plan, and the defenders had a strong positional advantage. Oh, that's not good. The Salty Water led by the dwarf English Amon, the Fords of Veiling, clashed with 500 Mineras. They clashed with 841 Jabberers. Oh my gosh. Okay, so we've lost Attis, Aerith, Yustuth, and Votok. So those were all pretty good dwarves, although, let's see, it was struck down, and then imprisoned for the rest of them. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take, actually this squad, I'm going to read something real quick and be like, what actually is your leadership skill at the moment? He's a very rusty biter. Should have gotten different fillings. Biting with additional infection. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to try kidnapping them back, because like that's the only opportunity I'm ever going to have for this. So I'm just going to send them out on a raid. This time they're going to try and sneak in. I'm going to try once. If it doesn't work, that's it. It's done. This squad down here, I'm going to get you guys equipping gear. I want to see what they equip. I'm going to get them training. Good luck to that squad. Slime and I are going to go to a late night dinner with a buddy. Sounds fun. TTBT, Black Knight Vid, Junk Food. I don't know what Black Knight Vid is, but junk food and insomnia. That's your New Year's plans. I hope to get a better night's sleep than last night, but I do live up the street from a brewery that's going to be open until 1:30 in the morning tonight, so I will probably wander over there, I don't know, around 9, and people watch for a bit, probably hang out till about midnight, and then head home, because it's just a few blocks away, so that makes things quite easy. There's a restaurant that I really like that's opening at 1 in the morning and is open until noon tomorrow, which is kind of batshit, but I respect it. So every non-named dog is gonna go here. Not you, because you're... Oh, I see. I'm doing this backwards. Let's just get rid of all these, because I'm gonna have to reassign those. All right, so... Male dog. Boop. You. this. Okay, so now that I've done that, I'm gonna go over to here and just put all of the puppies into here. And I can now go up to here and get rid of you. New Year's Day brunches for a while. Your friends could usually find pubs hosting pajama parties. Pajama parties at pubs. Can't say I've ever been to a pajama party at a pub, but that does sound like fun, actually. I mean, my New Year's Day in my work schedule literally says stream, so I assume I will be streaming New Year's Day, unless something happens and I'm too hungover, which would be weird, considering I currently have, like, no plans to really do much. A pub jamma party? You've been enjoying the Timberborn and experimental update and maybe some DF later? That's one way to go with it. One way to do it. Yeah, I don't know. I do actually like New Year's, because New Year's feels like a legitimate reason to celebrate a little bit, or at the very least, like, be retrospective. Give the year a bit of a retrospective. That being said, I think, like, thinking back on the year has been ruined a little bit by every single company on Earth being like, how do I put this? It's your year in review. Nonsense. Like, that stuff's pretty old. Pretty old, in my opinion. Is on your cards and just chilling? Gotcha. I'm also fixing my well. There's something else that I'm doing here that we need to get done. I think one of the things that I miss about the house, something that I miss about the house that I grew up in, was we were close enough to the US that we could see fireworks from the other side of the border. And they used to have these pretty dramatically varied fireworks displays. This dwarf here is in a strange mood, and they've claimed a crafts dwarf shop. But they used to always have these extremely varied and interesting New Year's parties, which and like fireworks displays and things, and I kind of miss those. Like, those were super cool at a time. But aside from that, like, I don't know. I know for a fact there will be fireworks here in this city. I need more tombs, it turns out, because this isn't enough. And this is all from yesterday. So it's time to make another bunch of crypts. Something that I like about older school RPGs is they're the only games that really made cool, convincing crypts. And, like, I guess also Indiana Jones and a little bit of Tomb Raider as well. That's like a fantasy game trope that I like a lot. What's up, Electra? How's things? Yeah, I don't know. I think for me, the only time I don't mind seeing wrapped stuffs for the year is when I is when I get it from Steam. And it's like, these are the games that you played. I also don't mind it for Twitch. But I always feel a little bit disturbed when I get it from, like I got one from Airbnb. It's like I used Airbnb once, and somebody canceled my Airbnb, so I didn't use Airbnb. That was my experience with Airbnb this year. And they sent me a rap saying, you traveled to Montreal. It's like, well, not with you. So place your bets, chat. What do you think? Do you think we were able to rescue any of these dwarves? I'm doubtful, but we can hope. We raided them again, trying to rescue my kidnapped dwarves. They snuck in undetected, so that's a good sign. And they found nothing. Let's try a second time. But this time, I'm going to allow them to free prisoners in my civilization and steal livestock. Because they have jabberers. If I could get some jabberers, that would be pretty dope. Do they all have everything equipped? Yes, they do. Because it would be wise to have a squad over here. I get this squad training here. Set them to train. Monitor speakers? Ew. You know, I forget that my monitors have speakers. And then every now and again, they start playing sound and I go, ah, Jesus. You're not supposed to do that. The hell? And then here, okay, so I don't have many quartzite mechanisms, but they're working on them slowly. Speaking of slowly, the other thing that I need to check, actually, is sand. Let's make a collect sand job. And actually, no, I shouldn't put it here, because I got a better place to put sand. I can go up to the second cavern layer and do it there. Right here. So let's say collect sand. 50. Let's see if they can do that. They should be able to. I don't know why not. I'm going to put all the reject animals that I don't care about down here. Or at the very least, the things I can't be asked to manage. My new deck takes like 5 minutes to populate on Linux. What deck did you get? Unless it's redacted. But no, seriously, which one's taking like so long to populate on Linux? That seems ridiculous. You know, I was really annoyed with the slow digging when I first encountered it, when that update was first added. I think it's grown on me. Like, I'm really starting to enjoy the slower pace of digging and valuing high-skill miners. I still think it takes too long to dig through adamantine, but let's just go back down to here. I just would like these skeletons to get dealt with. It feels like they should be. Doran and Asob. And Meng. It is entirely possible that they do have graves assigned, but they're just in areas that they can't get to. I had some dwarves end up in my well after a fight with were creatures in the tavern. And now I'm trying to fix that. Now I'm trying to fix that. I think the digging is the worst at the start of the fort. I mean, I think it just gives you, like, legitimate reason now to have a couple of dwarves with some mining skill at the start of a new fort. Like, I think that's the actual biggest takeaway for me. You got a shit manji. I have to say that shit as a brand is genuinely one of the funniest names for a brand of all time. Like, I'm not saying they need to rebrand because they shouldn't. It's great. But truthfully, that is, honest to Beezus, one of the funniest fucking names for a thing in existence to me. Especially, like, an audio thing. Which people, you know, always make fun of because it's an audio thing. Because audio people are impossible to please. It's called shitter. Okay, so they own it then. The next thing I have to say to that is, like, not only do they have to own it, but also I could just dig a straight line. Not quite a straight line. So I'd have to stop here. Not only do they have to own it, but, like, they're, like, right up there with Noctua. Humble opinion. Where it's just like, they know. Half of Noctua's branding is just like, yes, it's brown and you will like it. Or you could pay a lot extra for black. That is a lot of coffins. Like I said, we killed about 110 dwarves yesterday. Oh, no. Well. I wasn't trying to lose this squad. But we did. So chat. My main squad is now no longer and has to retrain. I did try to save my dwarves. The dwarf Ammon, Match Sling, the Golden Fords of Veiling led the attack, and the defenders were led by that elf once again, Sin Trade. This was an attempted ambush, but they were caught. They were trying to steal livestock. The last time they were successful, they actually got into a fight with a crowman? Well, that's kind of cool. Oko. The crowman was struck down by Ammon. Chat, can I get some Fs for my best squad? Okay, so I'm not going to invade any major sites until they attack me. That is my ruling. Although we were able to strike down Sin Trade. We lost another dwarf to a Jabberer, and Ammon was struck down by a Jabberer. So we were able to take out their leader, which means that whoever's leading their squad now is going to be worse. You know how I'm just like, I will not send in another squad right now to lose more dwarves. But, like, what if I did? Not the Croman that eats all the plastic. Is that a reference to something that I'm not familiar with? What do you need here, Dwarf? Oh, geez. Literally everything. Stone rock, bricks, blocks, rough color. A shell. Uh-huh. A shell, they say. Well... Something I've done almost none of is I could dig out a little bit here and let them... Oh, is this a book talk thing? Smoking top hat? That's a world that I more or less ignore, but... Personally, I think own it. Plus, they look sick with the new retro Silverstone cases. I mean, like, the thing with Noctua is they'll exist long enough to eventually become cool again. Hold up. Chat, I want to know your guys' opinion on this. Person in YouTube chat says, is your drink or food crazy high? Is your drink low or your food crazy high? Drink is not low, food is crazy high. But food is crazy high because everything is considered food. So it's all of the numbers combined. And a lot of it we don't actually have access to. And Loafa Bread wants to say Happy New Year. Everybody say Happy New Year to Loaf of Bread. I don't know. I think the game builds the community. I just hang out next to it. Also, Brahms is in prison. Not totally sure why, but he is. Got 6 wafers, 62 iron, 60 steel. I think I'm going to grab these 3 squads and do this. Which one of you has a custom uniform? You do. There you go. All I know is that it is, I mean, Book Talk is like married to Tumblr practically. Book Talk is just amateur authors like promoting books on TikTok. That's all that Book Talk is. It sounds a lot harder to comprehend than it actually is. Actually got a bunch of unclaimed beds up here. It's a little weird. Probably because of the soldiers that I lost recently. Book Rock for Dwarf Fortress win. That sounds like Schoolhouse Rock. I'm just gonna name all these gate. Whoops. So that I know where they are. So I kind of want to remove this stairs. Change its routing. Like maybe this. To that. To this a bit. And then these, I just kind of want to block them off here. Yeah, I think I'll just get rid of those. Instead, just give them a straight line into this. Why did you ask me that the other day, Anubis? Or am I going crazy? Either you asked me that the other day and it's becoming an inside joke with you, or somebody with the exact same username as you asked me that the other day. Nope, somebody with a very similar username. So you must just be like, have been in here in the chat when somebody else asked me that and you're doing it as an in-joke. Okay, cool enough. One of my elite Marksdwarfs has been missing for a week. That's awkward. I mean, I made this fort in this game. Although I will say Bombwreck was extremely upset, so it's not impossible that this dwarf just died of insanity somewhere. Oh, there you are. Probably just kept beating up whoever tried to give them food. Actually wouldn't surprise me at all. They'll find him in a sec. I was like, he's probably in prison. And I was right. Speaking of dying of dehydration, I should actually refill that well. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go over here. Caravan from the mountain homes have arrived. We're going to have to deal with that. But first, let's deal with this. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to go along here, dig this out, which actually I've kind of screwed up. Because all these dwarves are digging definitely not where I need them to be digging. But that's fine. This will be done in a sec. Okay, so they'll dig out of here, go dig through this. And then they'll go down to where I need them to be. And then this needs to get cleared off, basically. And I'll make a different entryway, probably over here. How do I deal with burnout? I mean, that's like, let me ask you this. Do you have a job? And if the answer is yes, do you ever feel tired of your job? Because, yeah, I mean, how does anybody deal with burnout? I guess it's maybe not as abstract of a question as I think, as people think it is. I try to play the game in ways that entertains me. When I'm bored of the base mechanics of the game, then I try to entertain myself by building an interesting shaped or looking fort. So at the very least, it's like abstractly interesting to me. Like at worst, when I am burnt out, which admittedly doesn't happen all that often, I try to play something different for a week or two, which is honestly maybe the healthiest thing that you can do, is just like do something else for a bit. I don't know. I guess like I don't get, like, I'm always in like a varying state of burnt out for sure. Like it comes and goes. It ebbs and flows. I think I get burnt out on aspects of the job more often than the game itself, because when I'm streaming, like, when I'm burnt out, you'll hear me saying things like, all I want to do right now is stream. And usually what that means is not that I'm burnt out on Dwarf Fort, but usually that means that I'm just burnt out on, like, editing, or I'm burnt out on, like, the unseen paperwork side of this job that you don't know exists unless you do this for a living. It's like that part of it that I burn out on. Not so much the act of playing the video game. So I think what you need to remember is, yes, it's a game, and yes, it's a well-made game, and yes, it's also a job. However, it's a well-made game that's also a job, but I'm also streaming, right? Like, if I'm burnt out or bored or tired or not super interested in what I'm playing at the time, I have this very real, legitimate advantage of, oh, I could just go play something else for a week. So if I am truly burnt out, you'll see me play something else. I could stream less hours. So if my streams get shorter for like a couple weeks, maybe I'm a little burnt out or feeling a little bit burnt out. And I don't generally get burnt out on playing the game very often. And if I do get burnt out on playing the game, it's less of a, oh, I'm burnt out on playing the game, and more of a, oh, I'm burnt out on editing. Like, if you look at my videos right now, the last major video that wasn't like a news video that I released was the Boat Murdered read-through. I did that because I was pretty burnt out on editing after the return to the worst map in Dwarf Fortress. And because that video was a lot of work, and I put like a whole week and a half into that video. And then after the Boat Murdered video, I was like, I need to do something very different. So that was a creative exercise, which was interesting. And I was pretty burnt out on editing in general after that one. And I actually got a little bit of a repetitive strain injury from editing it. So I haven't uploaded anything in like a month and a half, 2 months that are bigger videos, because I've been burnt out on that. But I've been streaming more. And I've been having a lot of fun streaming more because a big patch came out. And I've tried to edit things, but like I've bounced off of it, so then I stream more. And if I'm burnt out on streaming, then I edit more. Like, I don't know, like there's a lot of different sides to this job. And I think it's like, every job people will burn out on periodically. That's just called having a job. And I think the ideal, if you do a job like this where it's self-driven and it's just your own business, is you focus on aspects of the job that you're not burnt out on currently. That's more or less all I do. That's all I try to do, is I just go, well, maybe I'm burnt out on editing right now, so I will stream more. Maybe I'm burnt out on this game. Okay, well, let's play this other game for a week. And by the time I come back, I'm fine. Maybe I'm burnt out on the game and I don't feel like playing other games, so I'll just stream less and edit more. Maybe I'm burnt out in general. All right, let's take some time off. Like, I have like the flexibility and the advantage to like get around a lot of that. And I think it's a much less abstract, shut and dry, like, burnt out, don't want to work. I don't know. I'm an adult. I've got bills to pay. I can work in a time when I don't want to work and just play the game differently enough that I'm fine. No, my job isn't born for the love of this video game. I'm going to adjust my lighting real quick, and then I'll finish this up. Now, I realize that the perspective of the majority of the people who watch this stream is, I am a guy who makes videos about Dwarf Fortress. You think of me that way, but I don't think of me that way. I am a content creator who makes content on the internet. Why did I start doing this? Do you want to know the actual reason I started streaming? First off, I've been uploading videos to YouTube since 2007 over various accounts. That's the first thing about me that you need to know. I enjoy doing that. I think the biggest YouTube account I had about 70 subscribers before the one I currently have. But I had some videos that got some views. Like, there's a couple videos that I made in like 2009 that have like 20,000 views, but like no real subscriber base. I did that for a really long time. And I started streaming because I was playing a lot of League of Legends. And I was playing League of Legends every day. And it, like, combined that with some Counter-Strike as well. And it was not starting, it was actively having an openly negative effect on my relationship with my family and my friends and my girlfriend at the time. And something that I consistently noticed through that period of my life was that I would consistently talk to myself while streaming. Or not while streaming, just while playing games. I would just sit there and babble at myself. I would think out loud. And a friend of mine mentioned that once while we were talking on Ventrilo, or maybe Skype at the time, I actually can't remember. While playing, he goes, "You talk a lot, you should try streaming." And this was like, I don't know, 2012. I'm like, I don't have the internet for it. And 2013 came around, and I'd moved out, and I had internet that wasn't shit. And I started streaming as a way to quit League of Legends and multiplayer games, which I was hate playing at the time, like not happily playing. No Songs of Six today? No, I decided at the end of yesterday that I just want to play this fort because I want to see if I can... Because this fort started getting really interesting towards the end of yesterday, so I'm like, oh god, I just want to do this. I will do Songs of Six this week, though. Probably not tomorrow, probably the Friday. Anyway, I just got into the fort towards the end of yesterday and was like, I need to do this. And when I want to play, I should play. Anyway, finishing the thought. Streaming for me was a social outlet because I worked full-time nights. Streaming for me was a way to get away from games that were negatively impacting my life. The reason I do this is because I like streaming. Like, the fact that I was able to properly learn Dwarf Fortress and get good at this game because of streaming is like a bonus. When in reality, quite literally, the entire reason I do this is because I like this. I could play a game for 8 hours a day, but frankly, I would have just as much fun doing this, just sitting in front of a camera and talking and shooting the shit. When I was younger, I wanted to go into radio, but that industry doesn't really exist in the way that it used to. Podcasting is something that's always fascinated me, specifically live podcasting. Internet radio has always fascinated me. Creating things on the internet and providing a space where people can get out of League of Legends has always fascinated me. I played Dwarf Fortress because it's the game that did well for me that I ended up liking. So it's kind of a coincidence that I ended up playing this game. But in reality, I could have ended up playing XCOM. I don't know, Civ. I could have ended up playing an MMO, probably not an MMO actually, because I really hate MMOs. I could have ended up playing a game that I don't like. And that happened. Like, this was already my full-time job when I was still streaming RimWorld. And I burnt out on RimWorld so hard that I basically made up my mind around 2021 that I never wanted to play that game again. I've never burnt out on Dwarf Fort. Oh, that Fisher Dwarf went berserk. Well, I'm not even remotely surprised. They've been struck down because they didn't have shells. Well, I wasn't going to give you shells, so it's very shellfish of you. And Brahms was found dead? What? Did I not fix the well? God fucking damn it. That was entirely my fault. I was talking for too long. I have to refill the well so that dwarves stop dying. But yeah, that's basically it. Like, the fact that I ended up streaming Dwarf Fortress is a coincidence. I really like this game, and so that certainly helps. But that isn't the sole reason I stream. I didn't start streaming because I really liked Dwarf Fortress and I wanted to play Dwarf Fortress for a living. I started streaming because I liked the idea of streaming. I liked the social aspects of streaming. And I liked the freedom that it gave me in my life to do things that are not play the games that my friends are playing. I've seen that same commercial and I'm not even sure what it's for. And also, I just want to state this pretty bluntly. If you think that I decide to play Dwarf Fortress on a day because I need money, that isn't true. In fact, I'll say this. If I'm ever in a situation where I need money, that's when I'm reading HelloFresh ads or Raid Shadow Legends bids. That's when I start taking sponsorships again. When I need money, that's when I'm doing that. Or if I need money, it's because I'm doing a subathon. If I decide to play a game on a day, it's because I just want to play that game. I have to be cautious when I say things like this because I do want people to continue giving me money because that's how I pay my bills. But I don't need money per se. I'm doing quite well. Period. No, I'm commenting on what Ghosty said. That's all. Like, I obviously it's nice that people throw bits at me, and like I encourage that because that is how I make my money, the vast majority of it. But the rate that I do that, one day of streaming more Dwarf Fort isn't going to be the difference between me paying bills or not paying bills that month. Like, when I needed money, I was streaming 7 days a week. You know, when like there was a long period of time when I was streaming and getting into this and trying to do this and make this work, where quite literally I was streaming 10 hours a day, 7 days a week, uploading VODs to YouTube, running a Patreon, and making about $2.50 an hour? If that, on a good day. But for full transparency, like, after taxes these days, I make like $26 an hour or something. I think that's about what I did last year. I need to actually look at the numbers this year to figure it out, but granted, that is like, you know, doing 60-hour weeks most weeks, but I do okay, is what I'm trying to say. I don't think so. Disney. Like, what got me into streaming is I like talking to people, and I didn't like working night shift at McDonald's, and I needed a social outlet. I still don't like working night shift at McDonald's. I don't work night shift at McDonald's anymore because my social outlet became my job. So I got away from that thing that I didn't like. So by the very definition, yeah, I would say that I got away from the thing that I don't like and now do a thing that I like. But at the end of the day, I get to stream like this and talk this way and act this way on stream because I'm funded, right? It's like Tarn gets to be super happy and work on whatever the fuck he wants because he's funded, because his audience has funded him. And that's a very privileged position to be in. But no, at the end of the day, I do this because it was a social outlet for me that I was persistent and stupid enough to make into a job. I know it's my job. And I don't do this out of any sort of like malicious desire to make a ton of money. If I wanted to make a ton of money, I would be trying my best to jump onto some AI grift right now. You know, like I don't. I've kind of achieved all of my real ambitions, to be completely honest. Like, all of my financial ambitions were more or less just own an apartment. And I've done that. So at this point, it's just about sustaining. Today also is going to be a weird stream, I think, because, interesting. finally happened. Today's gonna be an interesting stream though, because like, I think a lot of people are, you know, gonna be celebrating New Year's, but it's gonna be a lot of me rambling and real talky stuff. But we've got our first siege, believe it or not. An army is invading. An army is commanded by the elf Ked. Catch start, a competent commander. Okay, hold on. Are you for realsies? Holy bonanza. There has to be more. Maybe next time they'll attack me with army of 2. Huh? That's weird. There's got to be more than 2. That dwarf died a while ago. That gate's shut. If I start seeing those opening and closing. Aha! You see that? Hey, chat, can I get a big vial Force of Darkness? It's an ambush. Let's just do this. Where do we go? I suppose. Let's just close this until my military can get up here. They're going all the way from the underworld to up here, with the exception of this squad, which is all very undertrained. Here comes that squad. They're fighting their way through. This is the least trained squad that we have. They do appear to have wooden gear, so this is like straight up just an elven invasion then. We've got one dwarf who surprisingly isn't in a martial trance just yet. Oopsies. Got silver bolts loading in, taking out the elven siege as they, you know, wander through. The soldiers have battled their way up through the stairs, which is a good sign. More of the bolt throwers are firing out bolts, which we need to get loaded up. And the soldiers run through into the cleanup. I've also managed to seal off the doors. We've lost 1, 2, 3 dwarves, including Elray the second, who is one of my glass operators, because some of the soldiers were able to get into the fortress itself. None of this was prepared or ready. Thankfully, it does seem that the dwarves are now able to mute up the rest of the siege. Once these have loaded up, 3 dwarves have been found dead. Made it to hospital, just barely, but not quite. Once all of the squads are up in that upper area there, I will see if I can open this gate back up. Another dwarf was found dead. We've got some seriously injured dwarves. Trying to get the bodies and stuff cleaned out of here. Getting all these bolts loaded because they're not ready to go. Not even fucking close. Mark's dwarves, I'm going to see if I can send them up to here. Well, actually, maybe a little further back. Elves and goblins? Well, I mean, it's a mixed faction. That's more common than not. But this is an elven faction because they're using wood weapons. Okay, let's just forbid everything up here. Let's finish the fight. As we get the last of these bolts loaded up. I need to make more bolts. There go the bolt throwers. Firing pretty effectively. I have a feeling that we will see... Oh, that's the last of it. Well, that's the first siege of the fort. There will be more where that came from. And I need to build more bolt throwers up here. I will say, while we did lose some dwarves, because that kind of caught me off guard, as is intended, I think. That was a pretty positive start. I mean, that it was a brand new... It was the first siege from that faction, so I wasn't really expecting a giant siege. Give them a few attempts. I say give them a few attempts. I mean, obviously that could have gone a lot better. We did lose 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Of which one dwarf is getting put away now. What's up, DV Angel? Started your first fort for the first time. Any suggestions on walling off the cavern to prevent invaders and beast attacks? Are you in an ad break, DV Angel? From the undertrained squad? Nope. Very little in the way of standout anything. I'd say the only standout was the bolt throwers. I need to use the washroom. That's a standout. Alright. Yeah, nothing particularly stand out. Certainly not as much as Hell, but this is gonna happen more. Whereas Hell was kind of a thing that we defeated, and then it was more or less done. But let's get this sorted out and ready to go. Sorted out and ready to go. So I'm actually, I think, going to throw a training depot right here. And you, this is the thing that I need to change. What I'm going to do is I'm going to put a drawbridge right here and get rid of this as an entryway. So essentially, what I will be able to do is this will become the front door. This will become the actual like entryway. I'll put a drawbridge here. I'll have a squad training up here. So when we get invaded, what I'll be able to do is lock this, basically. So they'll have to go this way and then up through here into here to fight. I could also seal this off. Yeah, that's probably not a terrible idea. Maybe just put doors in at the very least. Have a tomb. English. Oh, I see. Let's also check back in on that well. Yeah, most of my standout military dwarves are in different squads, oddly enough. Let's see if this works, or if it cancels. Trade caravans can exit through the caverns. Yes, they just can't enter through the caverns. I actually have them exiting through the caverns so that they avoid the untamed wilds. Like, specifically so that they avoid it. Averlus, how's it look over there in 2026? Happy month of the year where I forget what year it is every time I have to write down the date. Just the actual reality for New Year's for me, at the very least. I don't know about the rest of you, but that's what it's like for me. Chad, how long does it take you to remember what year it is every time you read it? Or every time you have to write it down? It's way too long for me. Did you miss a siege? Yeah, you missed the first siege stats. Seriously, you did. One year exactly? So what you're telling me is in the last 90 minutes you got used to typing in 2025? Somebody earlier today said the lovely thing that everyone loves to hear, which we are now closer to 2050 than we are to 2020, or to 2000. Which, like, that's just mean. Like, there's just, like, I know I'm gonna die soon. It's fine. You don't need to, like, rub it in. Well, got more migrants. This is what we need, actually. No, that's Udil, not I know. Some yak, some donkey. Poor empathy, vain. Doesn't seek out excitement, but you'll do okay. There's a bearded military dwarf. All right, do you want someone who's trained or someone who's an up-and-comer? I guess is all I'll say. But I'll chuck you into the bin once I get through these. Siege engineer. Up and corner, up and comer. Okay. Dreams of ruling the world. They do arrive. They are listed there. Most recent is at the bottom. Crafting a masterwork someday. High stamina and tough. Yeah, you can get in the military. All right. Well, that didn't fully solve these, but we've got a lot of storage that we need to get rid of. And I will, actually, go down to this real quick. And say, quit putting bins in here, you doofuses. But weapons, actually, everything, usable or unusable, that is made out of wood. Just fucking throw it away. Just dispose of it. You down here, load all weapons. And then the last thing I want to do is no bins. Just for love of dwarfs, just no bins. Okay. Now that I've done that, military, Necron tier. I'm gonna try and find someone who isn't like about to go fully homicidal. That also isn't blinking. How about Aban, like this dwarf? My gently loved items to Goodwill is Sally Ann. If Sally Ann or Goodwill also is the equivalent of the Hellfires of the Underworld, then yes. Kind of wish that you could smelt them to get... I mean, I'll say this. What's the difference between dwarf pickup item and throw item into hole, crush it, or whatever, and dwarf pickup item, walk to smelter, and smelt them? It's the exact same number of tasks, so it wouldn't actually speed things up at all. I just wish they could dump multiple items at once. He never fails to seek out the most stressful and even dangerous situations. He is shameless and absolutely unfazed by the thoughts of others. He is often inflamed by hatred and develops hatred towards things, and easily falls in love and develops positive feelings. He does not find most jokes humorous, and he does not find most jokes humorous, and he likes to present himself boldly, even if it would offend the average sense of modesty. He is comfortable. He finds a chaotic mess preferable to the boredom of harmonious living, and is conflicted by this as he values harmony as an intellectual concept. He isn't particularly ambitious, and he finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding. And he He tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects and tries to do things correctly each time, and tends to think before acting, and keeps his voice very quiet when he's nervous. And he needs alcohol to get through the working day. He dreams of seeing the great natural places of the world, and personally finds friendship burdensome and finds maintaining decorum a silly and fumbling waste of time. He likes Realgar and brass as well as aventurine and Akeda wood, as well as the colors spring green, helms, shoes, and orioles for their coloration. He likes the sight of the beloved lutes and when possible prefers to consume lamprey and fisherberry wine and soft wheat flour and absolutely hates toads. His nose is mangled beyond recognition. I'm sorry. He killed an elf and a goblin, both here. Probably in this last fight, actually. So well done, I say. Next up, let's get you loaded and you loaded. I'm going to go here and go build a new barracks. And I'm going to go 1, 2, 3. I'm going to go 1, 2, and 3. The other thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go up to here once more. And I'm going to make a stockpile here specifically for siege ammo. I realize I'm not really reading the chat, but I'll get caught up in a couple. There's kind of a bunch of things in my head that I need to kind of do as like a checklist. I'm just trying to get all these things done. The next thing I'm going to do is the next thing that we're going to go do is I'm going to now go down and check the well. Because if that door is hooked up, then we're going to start it. Whew. So this dwarf's going to go channel through that. Let's make 30 rock doors, and we'll make them out of whatever I have. 30 basalt. Sure, that works. That's also lava safe, so that's useful. Good timing to stop pumping, Dwarf. I kind of would have liked you to start and keep pumping that. There you go. How's the fort? Pretty good. We just got our first invasion. And I expect to get more. But not too many super loud complaints here. The other thing I'm going to do, which might be a little silly seeming, but I'm curious to see if it'll work, is I'm going to set this as a fishing zone, because I'm just going to close this when I tell them to stop pumping. So this is going to fill this up. I'm going to close this door. But I'm going to let this keep filling a little bit. Just tell somebody to come do this. Let you fill. I was like, yeah, this will overflow, but it'll be fine. And now I have a fishing zone here? For those 3 dwarves who are just like, I demand shells. Maybe we can find some. And now the well works again. So yay. All right, so now that I've done that, let's go down to here. What was the name of that dwarf whose teeth is everywhere? Olin. Olin what? Olin suck. I'm kind of curious about something. I'm wondering if they'll put his teeth in a tomb if he has a tomb assigned. I'm actually really curious. Like, genuinely, I don't know what the result of that's going to be. And the last thing I'm going to do here is I'm going to pause a bunch of tasks because we've got a lot of shit to put away. I've got a lot of construction to do. So I'm going to pause a bunch of shit that is not mission critical at the moment. So I'm going to keep that going. Pause all these. I'll keep one going. Same with one. Pause all those, except for maybe one of each. Pause all of those. Keep those going. Unpause those. Unpause all of these. Oh, another thing I really fucking should have done that I didn't do is this. Put 10 wheelbarrows on that. Does this mean that dwarves keep dental records? I think so. Like, no joke, I think so. The next thing I need to do is I need to make more of these. But I'm out of bins. I'm also going to forbid this just to lower down the number of stockpiling jobs. I don't think dwarves have dental problems unless they get punched really hard and lose their teeth, and then they just have no teeth. So I don't think, because they don't have dentists, I don't think it's possible for them to fear the dentist. Can't fear something if it doesn't exist. He says that, yet people in real life are afraid of ghosts. Sorry, but I'm also gonna pause you. This can be opened because it doesn't matter so much right now. There is no need to build in a way that improves performance if I could have PC and limit your dwarves to 100. I do not give you frame rate instructions. I've said this dozens of times, and I will say it again. If you feel that something is impacting your performance, then build differently. I cannot tell you what will and will not impact your performance or situations where you will need to build to improve performance.
New Year's Eve. It's still the season of giving.
If your game runs fine,
so I'd like to give thanks to Devildon for this gift sub. Crypt.
Well, cheers, Bobtron. Thanks for giving thanks to Devildon for gifting you a subscription, and Haito HC, thank you very much for the 5-pack. That's very kind of you. How goes the fort? Pretty good, Euthyrus. We're just currently in a situation where I'm getting attacked. So we kind of need to be smart about some things. And then let's just make a bunch of bolts. We'll do copper stuff after that. Mayor wants spear. Just make seasonally 3. Thanks for the $1, Elmir. It's very kind of you. That's almost a hype train. 2 to 3 minute lesson on minecarts. Watch my 15-minute video on minecarts. Because I, like, can't give you that lesson in 2 to 3 minutes, would be my advice. TLDR, minecarts are almost never used for the thing that you think they're used for. Minecarts are most often like used in ways that are like not where you would expect them to be used. I generally use them for infinite stockpiles or some niche situations like these guys. Am I going to give you a 2 to 3 minute lesson on it? I would just recommend that you watch my video. Because, like, that will walk you through the basics of setting up minecarts. But, like, if all you want is, like, suggestions on, like, use cases, all I can really say is, like, all that minecarts do is minimize jobs. So, like, they will lower down the number of dwarves that are doing a particular hauling job, because the only jobs that will be available to those dwarves are move items from this stockpile and into a minecart instead of move all of these items to this big stockpile. So it allows you to like micromanage the scale of each individual industrial task. They're not necessarily better in a lot of situations because of the way the game works. Wheelbarrows are usually more optimal if that's what you're looking for. Outside of that, my general advice is just use them if you think they would be interesting in a situation. This was the thing that I was forgetting, that I couldn't remember what I was forgetting. Is simply, if you think that they would be interesting to use in a certain place in your fort, go with it. And that's more or less it. They are used for carting, though. How am I managing all of the bedrooms I have to create? I have enough bedrooms for about 200 dwarves, and I've got less than 200 dwarves. You're constantly carving out bedrooms? Yeah, that's part of the early game. Like, that is part of the process. And that's now Hype Train. Appreciate it. If you happen to have a Prime sub, now's a good time to pop it. Or a resub. I can do this. No. Okay, so currently I can't do that. I have to build the floors there first. So currently I don't actually have a way in and out of the fort. Moose, thank you very much for the $10.
Moose cheered. X1000.
Suited Giraffe, thanks for the 10-pack. It's very kind of you. Appreciate it. Had any luck breeding dragons after the last update? I don't think that breeding dragons is worth your time. Steal cave dragons from the goblins and don't worry about breeding dragons. Unless you're specifically generating a world specifically to do that. And even then, they're more of a liability to your own dwarves than anything. As an example, if a dog bumps into a dwarf, they are in combat for a second. You can see this in your combat logs pretty frequently. If a dragon bumps into your dwarf and is in combat, it'll breathe fire, which suddenly a third of your population is gone. I don't think it's worth breeding dragons, period, ever. Outside of maybe just the novelty to do it once. But just understand, like, the difficulty of the thing that you're considering, I guess. You don't need to do anything in Dwarf Fortress. The only thing that you need if you want your fortress to not die is a source of food, a place for dwarves to sleep. That can be a dormitory or a bedroom, and a source of liquids to drink, ideally alcohol. That is the only thing that you need to do in Dwarf Fortress. Do you need to smooth all your walls? I mean, I don't know. This fort's 20 years old and none of these have ever been smooth. Could I? Yeah. Do I need to? No. The fort is your fortress and you can do what you like with it. Will it make the dwarves happier if their, like, walls are smooth? Sure. I mean, it'll, in theory, increase the value slightly. But that's about it. I would rather construct walls instead of smoothing them because I think they look nicer. They also provide a higher base value than smoothed walls, so I don't usually smooth many walls at all. To me, it's just a reminder that I need to build a wall there. That being said, I don't always get to it. So sometimes it ends up looking kind of silly. I don't know what I said about waterfalls, so I was talking about walls, not waterfalls. Don't go chasing waterfalls, I guess? Got an artifact that's starting down here by a talented armorsmith and surgeon who grabs steel bars. Good luck there, dwarf. I mean, why do you need waterfalls for happiness? Just give dwarves, just satisfy most of their needs and they will be happy enough. Will they be happier if you, like, I'll put it this way. There is no situation in any fort where you absolutely 100% need to make a mist generator. It is a very handy band-aid if things get out of hand, but it is not necessary. It is certainly like an easy mode cheat button. Well, maybe not a cheat button. It's a easier strat that I'm happy exists. That is a good thing for the game, but like is far from necessary. I mean, do you understand what I'm saying, or are you just memeing? If you're just memeing, then whatever. Do I have a favorite embark map? Nope. Because, like we were talking about earlier, I try to change it up and do things slightly differently in every fort, because this game is my job, and if I did the same thing every time or had a particular favorite thing that I favored towards, then I would do the same thing every time, and then it would get boring. You're memeing? Okay, well, make some indication that you're memeing. Or joking, you know? Because I whoosh way over my head. All I'll say in response to your jokes is don't go chasing waterfalls. Chat, thanks for the 16 subscriptions and $12 in bits. It's very kind of you. There's a picture of that, King? Oh, wait, sorry, this is 2025. Of course there's a picture of that somewhere. Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, I always go back to the one time I went to the Abbotsford Air Show with my dad. We spent the entire time underneath, like, a cloud mister because, like, it was too damn hot out there. It was far too friggin' hot. Like, that thing was life-saving, let me tell you. We're in an ad break, so I will pause. Also, Raging Moose, the one other thing I will say about dragons is check if your male dragon is gay. I don't know. That's actually something I've wanted to paranoia look at the code for, because I've had several breeding pairs of dragons over the last couple of years, and I feel like 2 out of 5 times the male dragon is gay. I don't know if that's just extraordinarily bad luck.
Happy New. Male dragon is gay?
Or if Dwarf Fortress is fucking with me. Not in this fort. I don't have any dragons in this fort, Jesse. Talon Arthur, thanks for the raid. What's up? How was your stream today? How was fort? Chat, can I get a round of beers for Jesse and the Raiders? Please don't drown them. Also, Jordan, keep in the YouTube chat since I'm in an ad here on Twitch. And I'm doing a bad job at the moment reading one chat, let alone 2. In regards to keeping seeds in a stockpile, I have a farming tutorial on the YouTube channel that covers that. But basically just at this point, because most of the bugs, from what I can tell, or weirdness with barrels have been fixed, I think you can kind of just use your food stockpile without too much issue. Like, I've had no issue, like, running a fort off of nothing but a generic food stockpile. But if you want a seed-specific stockpile, you do have to remove seeds from all your other food stockpiles. And you kind of got to do that first. I'm also going to swap that from andesite blocks to just generic rock blocks, because I've got plenty of andesite now. 500 when amount of rock blocks is below 500. Went from 150 dwarves down to 3. Managed to rebuild to 55. Damn, and I thought yesterday was rough for me when I went from, like, what did we start off at? Like 180, and over the span of the stream, I lost, like, 110 dwarves, but never really went below 140. That was pretty brutal. That's intense. Respectable, though. Okay, so you've gone all the way down to coal. To butcher something. Did I not make a tomb for Urist? Nope. Must have been a different Urist. Working on getting your horror novel out in Feb? Oh, that sounds fun. Just in time for the February... I don't know, what is there any, like, reading season that's associated with February? Cool, some dwarves are dumping items. That's what I want to see. Oop. Maybe don't dump all these. Let's actually just get rid of the dump on all these. Those get thrown out mostly, probably. I saw these albatrosses coming in and almost panicked. I was like, oh god! Everyone is feeling the love? Sure. I mean, I love the horror season. Did I not build a bridge here? I must have canceled it. Or I must have canceled. Oh, no, I did. It's just not. I see. Horror is year-round for you? Yeah. I mean, I don't know. Horror movies have been growing on me more and more as time goes by. Although I would say that Valentine's Day is pretty horrifying. Not much to do with, you know, February. It's just Valentine's Day. Just look at it. It's spooky. A were-llama child, great, has come. A very large llama twisted into humanoid form. It is crazed for blood and flesh, and its eyes glow llama, and it's bright green eyes. Yes, not llama. And its charcoal hair is patchy. You will know why you fear the night. Where is it? All the way the hell outside? Okay, well, let's just make sure everybody's assigned to this. And I'm actually just going to lock the gates and say, go away, llama, unless you can break them. Yabba dabba do. What you gonna do when they come for... Oh. What you gonna do when they drown for you? It's handlebarsing. It can swim right now because it's still a were creature. But there may be a drowning person in the ocean in a moment. Oh, there it goes. Okay, well, Kiddo was able to get out. You'll love to see it, chat. It says, not the llama. No. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, I'm in one of those worlds where all the were creatures are children. I actually kind of think that's funny. It's like, in my headcanon for this world, it's like half of the curse is like you just become a child again. A truly horrifying curse, let me tell you. If I go to armor full, that'll allow them to swap out their gear. And you, crossbow. I don't think I have a crossbow full equivalent, so let's crossbow full. Easy. Easy peasy. So that makes it so that they will carry, or they'll take their clothes off, so they'll just wear armor, which means their clothing won't take damage as quickly. They won't have to go collect new items as frequently. It's just good for everybody involved. And these squads here, let's update gear because I'm noticing that there's gear lying on the ground because dwarves are getting new gear. I need boots and I need gloves. Let's check my wafer count. 6, not many. Okay. I will say, for the moment, we're pretty sorted. I mean, obviously, not completely, by any stretch. But my ability to read chat is going to increase significantly in the next couple minutes. So I'll say that much. It's a very funny bug, yeah. I want to say it like came in around the, like, it came in with the Siege update, but took a couple patches to get fixed, and this world was generated in between those patches, and I honestly think it's really funny. It's a small one. It's not really a big deal. It doesn't make them any weaker, but... we got a steel left gauntlet made by one of my surgeons, which is cool, but it's just a steel left gauntlet. Chad, are you guys still finding this fort interesting? You know, as far in as we made it. Because we're about to start mining out some more adamantine, because turns out my supply is not unlimited. Oh, I see why that got forbidden. That makes sense. I'm mostly just trying to cautiously dig over to this adamantine so that I can seal it off. Let's just do that. Diorite. Diorite should be safe. That's sapphires. Yeah, that's risky. Okay. It's obsidian. It's diorite. It's more obsidian. Could smooth and fortify this. We're also training up some more miners while I'm at it. Let's see what that does. Okay. Can dig through you. Let's go through here. I'll be honest, not really. It's one of those things that, like, I started to figure out strategies on how to do towards the end. I don't think okay, there are two sort of safe ways to do it. I don't have a video on it. I might have a video on Hammer of Armok, but if I do specifically have one of those, then I've forgotten. How to cave stuff in. If you dig out an entire layer above the top of it and cave stuff in, it'll reveal dangerous things, but that's not safely, really. Calling that safely is a bit of a misdirection, I think. You could build a glass floor on top of it, and that'll show you open spaces where there are either treasures or monsters and lava, but, like, realistically, no, not really, because, like, you're kind of just stuck in situations like this where this kind of thing's going to happen, and there isn't much that you can really do about it. It just kind of sucks. It just kind of is what it is. Can I get a round of Fs for that dwarf? For they died too young. Yeah, I think the closest way to doing it safely would be to drop Hammers of Armok on it before you dig through the layer, because it'll expose the dangerous pockets. Or alternatively, just simply build glass on top of it. That's basically it. It's the only way to really do it safe. You wish your house had warm walls? I don't want my house to have lava in it. Maybe geothermal. Now, actually, you know what? My house, not so much. My floors, on the other hand, like, if I could just, like, snap my fingers and get whatever kind of flooring I want, dwarves are very flammable, it turns out, Daramo. If I could get, like, heated floors, that'd be pretty dope. I'd be up for that, honestly. I'd be pretty down for heated floors. So by the time they get through this, I mean, I'm going to lose more dwarves doing this as well. That's like the other thing. Urist has toppled another thingy. Let's see if I can get Urist memorialized. But if I can start digging out this, that'll be a massive positive boon to the fortress as a whole. As long as I'm digging out the diorite, we're safe. I know that much. But it's all the non-diorite things that aren't safe. So diorite, 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 diorite. I'm just trying to figure out the shape of this. That one might not be. Melville has been missing for a week. Let's just quickly... And then there's one other thing I would like to check, which is up in here. You. Did you get connected? Yes, you did. Excellent. Let's also just go here. Refresh gear. Got 47 steel bars. You'll love to see it. Okay, so since I got 47 steel bars, let's just do steel high boots. Let's do 10 of them. But yeah, I don't know. Hell is a weird thing. Digging too deeply and greedily is dangerous. I was thinking about this last night. Like, I've been complaining a lot about the current process of digging too deep and greedy. But I have a question to ask, chat. Do you think that because there is the odds that hell is just super weak, that it makes sense that the process of doing it itself is hard? I'm trying to, like, justify the game being pretty convoluted to dig into hell right now. And I think that's maybe the only, like, real justifying factor that I can think of off the top of my head. The more I think about it, is just like, well, it is super unforgiving currently. Let's just channel down into that and see what we end up in. But digging into... Okay, there was a little ball of fire there and a little bit of lava there, which is going to melt that sapphire probably, which is a shame, but oh well. Not much of value is lost. See, I think that, like, the thing that I miss about older versions, specifically, is that it was very easy to accidentally dig too deeply and greedily, which, honestly, I enjoyed. I think that, like, being able to, oops, I accidentally, forces of evil flooding my fortress, kind of a fun mechanic. Like, actually something that I liked about the older versions of the game. However, I've also heard several arguments as to why, like, that isn't a good mechanic that I also kind of agree with. So I'm just, like, pretty torn at this point, really, as to how I should feel about it. Whether or not it's gatekeeping to say that it should be easy to do it accidentally. I think that, like, there is a part of the Dwarf Fortress culture of, like, trying to hide the fact that you could do it accidentally so that people would do it accidentally, which had its moments of entertainment for sure. Although I'm not entirely positive it was, like, directly beneficial. Would be nice if it was an option in World Gen. You know, actually, that I wouldn't mind. That I kind of agree with, but... Although I think I could say that about a lot of things in Dwarf Fortress. It's like, man, that would be nice if it was an option in World Gen, so... Not everything needs to be an option. Although, the other thing that we could do... Oh, Jesus, fuck. This is the actual issue that I... sorry, I'm just going to cheat for a second here. If you're able to put the fire out there, Dwarf, you can survive. Otherwise, you're just dead. Maybe as a community, what we need to do is we need to agree to say that the fun things that can come out of the fun tube are in fact digging too deeply and greedily, and just pretend that there is no other hell. But I guess, like, in the advent of streaming, it's really hard to impossible to do that. There is a weird part of me that kind of misses the spoiler culture around Dwarf Fort. It was kind of fun, but mostly I don't miss it. Would it be worth it? Sure. Is that even remotely convenient to do in this fort? Kind of. But in this situation, probably not, because that's probably about it for deaths that we're going to have. He says as he, like, queues up, we're going to dig into hell now. Dig. Actually, although if there was just water on the ground, the dwarves just instantly turn into obsidian. That's also something that I should probably mention. Is it's not like that would save dwarven lives much. That would most likely just cause your dwarves to turn into Han Solo, rather than just burning to death. Which I guess is better, because then, you know, you don't have to transport bodies out, but ain't much better. because you almost never get there. It's honestly usually where you stop. You don't worry about going deeper. Hitting another web spitter in a pocket gets old. Yeah, see, like, I don't know. I think I kind of at this point, after having thought about it a lot in the last few days, I think I like the current digging too deeply and greedily, but I think I would like it more if it was like a % chance to happen, where like 40% or 50% of the time you'll get one with gems around the edges that's full of angels. So it's like exciting because it's like a different kind of thing, you know? But then again, the god items are required for mountain homes, so you could also say, like, just have them scattered around in hell itself to incentivize people to go down there. I think that would actually almost be cooler, you know? It's like, if you want to become a mountain home, you have to defeat hell kind of deal. But, I don't know, then that would, like, make the lore of the game ridiculous. Because then they'd have to be digging all the way down there constantly in World Gen, and no dwarven faction would have a mountain home, and everybody would be dead, basically. Dwarves would just go extinct trying to make mountain homes. That's what would happen. Yeah, because like the reason it makes sense to a point is actually I wonder if like the dwarves take into account the difficulty of digging into the underworld with the frequency that they dig into the underworld. That sentence kind of makes no sense. But like I wonder if the dwarven factions take that into account. Itun is the one that's been missing for a week. You're the one that burnt. Oh well, this will be worth it because we will in fact get a large majority more adamantine, which will be worth it. Damn it. Dwarves, the faction that is constantly waging. I mean, dwarves are like the anti-goblin in a way. Like, goblins are enslaved by demons to bring demons and the hordes of the underworld to the overworld, whereas dwarves would exist to, like, stop them in their tracks kind of deal. Like, I don't know, that's kind of a fun bit, in my humble opinion. There's some water. That's not true at all, actually. The elves have almost more divine items in a lot of cases. The elves are just peacekeeping landowners who have indigenous rights to the lands, and both the dwarves and the goblins are evil in this regard, as they're both colonialists that show up and populate the forests because only elves populate forests in World Gen. Humans, dwarves, and goblins all move into the forests as World Gen goes on. So in reality, actually, I think the elves are simply trying to keep what is rightfully theirs and what they were given by the gods of old, and stop those greedy warmongers from taking their lands and destroying their internet connections. Dwarves are just showing up and cutting down all the telephone poles and being like, tree! I too would be annoyed. Like, imagine you're just, like, quietly living in the suburbs, and then all these darned hippies from the city just show up and just, like, pop all your tires and cut down all the phone lines. That's probably an act of, like, local terrorism, but also... Why is Krampus Jr. naked? Probably because he's gone insane, but... Okay. I need to fire my manager and get a new manager. Stormwolf is too busy to be a manager. Zephon is now my manager. And we're going to roll with it. No, the humans are just out there breeding like bunnies. Yes, that's the word I was going for. The humans are just out there breeding like bunnies, 8-cup buck, and like starting random religions that nobody cares about and making a shit ton of temples. And giving people quests to get items for them and trying to figure out immortality, which somehow both the elves and the goblins have. I don't know. I like worlds like this when every faction is imperfect and completely fucked in different ways. That's like one of my favorite things about fantasy tropes is when like you can make nobody necessarily like the easily representative good guy per se. That is actually like my favorite fantasy trope, if you could call it that. Ah, that's why he was naked, is because he's dead. I just haven't found him dead yet. Speaking of, actually, is somebody putting him in a tomb? Yes, good, good, good. So we're about to get hit by an ad break. I will pause the game when the ads start. Not that, like, you're going to miss a ton because we're just mining at the speed of slug. But we will pause, and I will place those blocks on that. And also not a bad investment there, Key. Done. Sweet. So now I can just cry when we discover treasures of the gods and not demons. We got a jagged pockmarked right metal gauntlet and a left metal gauntlet. It'd be fun if I could make those humans into nobles, but not yet. Not yet. Let's just say rock rings. Make 3 seasonally. Where's my manager? The real demons are the treasures that we unearthed along the way. That I can't use? Yeah, no, that I'll agree with. I would say that the actual benefit to hell now is the enemies can't invade you if you're in hell. Quite literally, like, they can't dig into your fortress if you're in hell. YouTube chat. Like, the benefit to hell right now is adamantine, part 1, main benefit. Second main benefit is enemy siegers literally cannot get to you without going through everything, which could be multiple cavern layers amongst other things. And I do think that's a benefit. I feel like I need to move my offices into hell. Because I'm seeing my mayor and my manager running back and forth constantly, and it's making my legs tired watching it. So I'm going to give my manager le little office right here. I'll also throw 2 windows in. Windows. And floors. I mean, what's stopping the whole world? So that was a problem for a couple versions, Smoking Top Hat. Sometimes when you start a fort, and actually I think I still have some, if you like hover over the locations, see how we're allied? Alliances form when faction-ending events occur. So a faction-ending event is something like... A faction-ending event would be like digging too deeply and greedily in World Gen. That would be a potentially faction-ending event. In cases like that, and there's a few things that can happen that are faction-ending events. Discovering a vault is another one. In cases like that, the dwarves, the humans, anybody but the goblins will form an alliance with the nearest factions to them that they have the highest rep with. So that's why you'll often see dwarves that are allied with elves, or elves that are allied with humans, or humans that are allied with dwarves, etc. In that circle, because they are looking for somebody who is currently friendly with them and doesn't want to, turn them into Lunchables. Dear manager, why are you so slow? I want you to manage. How else am I going to make Karen stop yelling at me? Tell that to a dung beetle, Nickpaw. Also, I hope that minecart video was helpful. The good news is all of this stuff has been queued up now. Finally. So I'm going to do a little bit of automated mining and a little bit of not automated mining. These are probably safe from having lava in them. But I'm gonna still smooth before I dig through. Although, actually, if I do these corners, that'll be safer. Because the lava will flow slower. That's probably safe. That definitely has water behind it. That might be safe. But let's find out. I'm mostly just looking for demons more than anything. I'll give it a watch after work, thanks. Cheers. The other thing about minecarts that are worth noting is the most common use for minecarts, I think, are like localized routes for transporting stuff into an infinite stockpile, but they don't necessarily need to be boring infinite stockpiles. I don't need to explain exactly how this works because it's a bit irrelevant, but I'm just going to set this to get pushed right now, just to show you what I mean. This is how I've transported iron ore, which is almost entirely like at the surface, down to the magma sea where I'm forging stuff. They punch it and it falls all the way down here and then lands on this corner, so it gets a little bit of momentum going on a corner ramp, and then it slows down and dumps the contents right into here. And then another dwarf comes and picks it up and carries it back up, because that is significantly faster and less hauling tasks than just telling dwarves to push them down there in minecarts or whatever. So like that is an example of like a use for a minecart. Is it necessarily conventional? I don't know. But like, it gets the job done. And it is technically using minecarts for their intended purpose of transporting stuff. And the reason it does the little loop at the end is so that there's no real incentivizing for the there's no real incentive for the dwarves to go stand underneath where it would fall and you know, get turned into a smear on the bottom of that minecart falling section. It's just significantly safer to do it that way. So now that I'm doing that, I can just go here, 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 and this and that. Feels like a Wallace and Gromit contraption. I mean, a Wallace and Gromit contraption would be if you could, like, set up a bed on top of a drawbridge and then, like, eject a dwarf out of bed. Also, it's party time, apparently. This is going to be the mayor's new office. And also, chat, can I get your favorite party emotes? I mean, actually, just post Ramblers if you have it. Okay, so let's do that. I don't know why that table got canceled, but it did. Aegis the bookkeeper needs an office. You can have this. I'm gonna deconstruct this chair and put that in the manager's office. Meanwhile, the mayor's up here taking a nap. We got a siege maybe 90 minutes ago, 409. The elves invaded us. What a banger. What a banger. Okay, so you down there. And let's just go military. Give you an armor stand. You don't get a weapon rack, apparently. Can throw in some cabinets. Some additional ones, just for some added furniture. All right, let's go back over to here and see how this is doing. Slow is how this is doing. And what I can do is I can turn all of these into fortifications, and we will find out how many murder nightmares are behind these corners. Yep. It was actually kind of weird. The elves sent a commander of an army of 1 and then ambushed us shortly after with the rest of their army, which was a little odd. But I don't know. It wasn't so bad. Some ancient horror is encased here until now. What is it? Oh, it's a Haunt of Steam. Well, those are cool. Chat, we found a Gabe Newell. Now, is there lava here? Nope. Okay, so that should all be safe. That's all safe. That's all safe. Let's just get my Mark Dwarves down here. Let's see if I can't snipe this thing. Yeah, okay. So I gotta forbid this so that the dwarves don't go and run around that. Dwarf Minesweeper. Well, it's more like Demon Sweeper. Sounds much cooler than Minesweeper, if you ask me, but I feel like Minesweeper is like what we refer to dwarf kids who like go around sweeping up corpses after a siege. Let's see what comes out of there, if anything. If it's lava, hopefully... Whoa, okay. We're being judged by the gods, chat. These gods are so judgy. Well, let's see if they kill that. This is a Monster of the Willful, which is a Dimetrodon composed of flame. Ugh. It has a broad shell, and it is incredibly noisy. It's my old neighbors. It is incredibly noisy. It was created by the human goddess Fanset Thunder Wars, the Willful, and is part with thunderstorms, war, and chaos. That checks out. So I should be able to tell them to shoot it. Which means this dwarf here, Necron Tier, gets a bunch of training. Did you just kill it? Nice. Well done, Necron Tier. A nice almost New Year. I'm having a pretty great stream. I think chat is too. I kind of slept terribly last night, so I was a little cranky for the first 20 minutes of the stream, but it's improving. I hope chat's having similar. Pleasant almost New Year kind of deal. It's not, well, it wasn't named. Like, Monster of the Willful is the type of creature that it is. be. Actually, just going to melt down all of the non-adamantine picks. Keep some of the steel ones. Just set you to melt metal object. You over here, you are making adamantine wafers. How many wafers are we up to? To 13. Here it is 1:25 p.m. Depressal. We've had a few Happy New Years. How did I manage the first demon wave? The demons actually weren't that threatening. The angels were more threatening. We took out the demon wave by... well, first they were waiting underneath a different portal, which happens sometimes. So we had to attract them into the fortress. So I built down through the spire into hell, which attracted them. And I had about 2 ballista, 5 catapults, and maybe a dozen or so bolt throwers. And we were able to fight through behind them and take them out pretty convincingly without too much trouble. So that was the result, what we ended up doing. Can an undead dwarf from a past fortress theoretically migrate to a new one? If it's an intelligent undead, yeah. Not theoretically, I mean, it happens. As long as they're like a citizen, yes, they can migrate. This dwarf's getting sleepy. Been mining for too long. There is a very real chance lava could come out of this. Good luck, Squo. Nope, water instead. Well, that was surprising. Okay, they're not going to be able to dig through this. Kind of surprised I haven't been able to shoot it yet. No, I mean, with a medium skilled dwarf with an adamantine pick, it takes about 1 minute and 30 seconds to dig through 1 tile of adamantine. Which is also the reason that I have a bunch of adamantine picks on dwarves like this. But like I said, it does make you heavily value your miners. Which, as I've kind of gone back and forth on over the last day and a bit, I'm mixed on. I don't dislike it. That's kind of funny. The frame rate has dropped though a wee bit. And it's probably entirely because they're trying to get to this. Let's just forbid everything down here so the dwarves stop getting spooked. Now I just need to get them to an angle where they see this thing. Axe Lord has unwittingly killed your fortress by raising a hostile undead in the middle of a siege and bringing the FPS to single digits. Well, just wait. It will eventually solve itself. Please don't think that your FPS going to single digits is the death of a fort. This fort has gone to single digits FPS a dozen times, and every time it's recovered. It will recover eventually. Just might take a while. If you would like to speed that process up, there's some DF hack commands that you could do. Find the creature that it's resurrecting infinitely, so pause the game. Look for where it's what it's resurrecting infinitely. And once you find that route that it's traveling around infinitely, why are they not shooting this thing? Okay, fuck it. You know what? We're just going to do this. I'm just going to go whole stupid. Let's just tell them all to go stand right there. And tell a brave Durfus McDumdum to go dig through that. But yeah, trust me, you can absolutely recover that. Oh, probably, but there's also... We don't know what's above it, so I would probably hit more on the way to it. I'm just trying to mine out this sea level. And this thing happens to also be made of steam, so... as you can see, it wasn't that big of a threat. The other one was a much bigger threat. Also helps that my military is extremely talented. At this point. Maybe don't dig through that. Popped like a balloon? Yeah. I mean, that creature in and of itself wasn't that big of a threat. The threat that it was more of the fact that it had the possibility of going after my miners, which aren't as easily defended as my soldiers. My soldiers being quite a bit stronger. I'm pretty convinced that this will all be safe. Deep within this place, we've uncovered what must be a treasure of the gods and a bunch of lava. So I'm going to pause this real quick so that you walk away. Same with that. Okay. So this is what? A frilly singing metal headscarf that's large. And now we can just mine out all this. And also all this. And most likely this too. But up to there at the very least, and that. My favorite is I have a singing metal whip. The singing metal thong is also pretty good, but... like, the singing metal thong is pretty good, but I think that the singing metal whip is my actual favorite, though. Which is why I'm hoping one of these humans will join me so that I can put them in a uniform that is literally nothing but a thong and a whip, and I'll make them my champion. Just a thong and a whip, and you're my champion. Maybe a helmet. Or a hat. Give them a hat. And they'll just be able to train by themselves in my Duke's throne room. Terrifying. Damn right, son. What else would you expect? Aside from the greatest amounts of glamour. All right, so since all this is safe, we're just going to let them chip away at that for the moment. And while they're chipping away, I'm going to dig down into here. Maybe not dig, but... sure, let's just use Hornblende. Let's bring 2 of the squads back. So we can start working on the lower layer. Oh, actually, I do have a large mask. It's also a metal mask. Yeah, I have a multicolored metal mask. Dishmab the armor has been taken by a Fey mood. Why does it say that you don't have a weapon when you have a weapon? That's actually a little strange. Because you do have a weapon. Oh, actually, are you a miner or something? Nope. No idea then. Weird. Maybe they're going to go get a new one. Let's swap these guys to metal full. And wafers. 17. Let's do add a high boots. Safest feet in the fort. Got an ad break in 50 seconds here. You wonder if their parents really hated them? What do you think is the name the dwarves get if their parents hated them? You know? I mean, like the actual real answer would be like one of the elven names, but that isn't necessarily because they hate them. That's because like that's the culture that they were raised in. I think, you know, the number of people who commented on my following a dwarf for 10 years video and they were just like, Cog, that's not what I thought you said. Might make it Cog. I mean, no, the thing is, dwarves' first names are just one word, so it would have to be like tree. Like, what's the dwarven word for tree? Dak. Needs more daka, let me tell you. I will be right back, chat. Because an ad break's about to pop anyway, so I'll just pause the game. Might as well go clean my mug out because my coffee's empty. Return with another invisible bubbly. Oh, I need to. My green screen ain't that thick, so there's a sunspot causing a little bit of shimmer. Now is when I decide if it's going to bug me enough that I want to do something about it or not. It's going to bug me enough. All right. So I need to look something up real quick because it was kind of incredible. Can't find the DM after a search. Sag. The thing that I wanted to look for is a, how do I put this? An old friend of mine, an old viewer of this channel I admittedly haven't seen in a while, made a like spreadsheet basically using only Dwarf Fortress words to create insults that would seem lore friendly. So as an example, one of them was like cat herder. Stuff like that. And my God, they were goddamn funny. They were fucking hilarious. Some of the funniest like Dwarf Fortress fan fiction, if you want to call it that, I've ever seen. And I kind of greatly miss that. Got a strange mood starting. This very injured armorer who immediately goes and grabs metal. Adamantine specifically. Just going to preemptively butcher some animals. During a ton of hauling tasks. You know, I'm trying to remember what game I used to call it. It might actually just be Dwarf Fortress. Although I seem to recall a friend of mine using this term while referring to Golden Axe back in the day. And Sega Genesis games specifically. But an old friend of mine used to refer to Sega Genesis games and specifically like massive slowdowns in Sega Genesis games as a dramatic effect. Like, as if it was there because it was trying to slow down to make things exciting. I kind of feel that way about some combat in Dwarf Fort, and I'm pretty sure I've used that comment before. Pretty good, Shadow. How close to New Year's are you? You might even be past it soon. But yeah, I've definitely referred to it as like, for dramatic effect. And the first time I remember hearing that was in the context of Sega Genesis slowing down. Used to build suspense. Yeah, and frustration. I know it's like not necessarily I know it's not a good thing that Dwarf Fortress slows down in big combat events, but like it's not the sort of thing I lose sleep over at the moment. Like if the game goes to 0 frame rate for like no discernible reason, that's a problem. If the game goes to 0 frame rate because like something crazy is happening and then recovers within 20 minutes, Did blast processing know no bounds? Certainly had many bounds. Actually, I don't know if that's even correct English, but... Actually, let's just smooth this. We found another treasure of the gods. Large frilly clear blue metal right glove, large frilly clear blue metal left glove. Great. Just what I wanted. All of the large, clear, frilly gloves. All of my gloves. So we are at war with goblins and elves. So we'll be finding out who's going to attack us next. I mean, we're up to mid-spring. Although we did piss off the elves first, I will say that. How many wafers is we up to? Pretty good. Let's just refresh these dwarves. I'm actually kind of curious as to what you guys go get. Nothing? Oh, actually, I know why you're not getting anything, because you guys are using the wrong uniform. There you go. Now use the right uniform. Ha! Yeah, absolutely. Well, maybe not Led Zeppelin. Maybe more like lead. I'm trying to think of like a word that starts like a Led Zeppelin. There we go. I've been listening to way too much Led Zeppelin, real talk, recently. Although maybe there's no such thing. But I have been listening to a lot of Led Zeppelin as of late. And the main reason for me listening to a lot of Led Zeppelin as of late is I discovered a band called Crown Lands, who, because this is something I want to start doing every year, is I made my dad a mixtape for Christmas. It was one of the things I gave him, with like a custom little mixtape cover that I drew myself and all that. So it's kind of a unique little thing. But that was like my Christmas gift to my dad, and so I threw a bunch of music in there that I just knew he would like, from artists that he likes. I put a bunch of prints on there and stuff like that. But I also threw in some artists and music that I like that I think is similar. And one of the bands that I discovered this year that I just had to include on that list was Crown Lands, because if you punched me in the head and told me that it was a new Led Zeppelin album, I would believe you. Like, it is actually kind of freaky how much dude sounds like Jimmy Page. Like, it doesn't sound like he's just doing a bit. Sure, Greta Van Fleet as well, but I think I like Crown Lands a lot more than Greta Van Fleet. But why are we damning the time zones, by the way? Is Enemy in the Happy New Year era? Check, can I get a round of beers for Enemy in the new year? Also, by the way, whenever people do pop in and say Happy New Year, just post a round of beer. That's the thing to do. I mean, I'm just sitting here with my mystery invisible can of bubbly. Getting real crazy with the party, you know? Some migrants have arrived. You're a mace dwarf. Get in the stabby squads! I mean, military! What's job Zio? Bald. Got it. Tough, poor focus, and bad with words. Excellent. The tough part. And the rest is you can't complain because you're bad with words. Do y'all ever feel weird when you're just thinking to yourself, I'm gonna go slaughter this kid? I swear I'm talking about a goat. Not dutiful, poor focus. Dreams of attaining a rank in society. Good luck, dwarf. Happy New Year, Ghosty. And also Grant or AUM. YouTube chat says Happy New Year as well. More mules every time. You know, I'm starting to think that this whole faction just has mules as like lunch. Like that's their favorite, must just be some of their favorite food stuff because they just always bring mules with them. Dreams of mastering a skill. Wait, how good are you at mining, though? Okay, go grab a pickaxe. Also dreams of mastering a skill. It's gotta be kind of traumatic, me being like, all right, welcome to the fortress. Now take your clothes off. The Coven of Whipping? Excuse me? Are you telling me that Anoth Karleb, which is the god of war, has a Coven of Whipping? Huh. I guess they whip their beards back and forth. I'll just let the rest of them migrate in. Although anybody with any skill in mining can grab a pickaxe. Like novice, I'll take it. Got some children migrating to the fort. Well, I'm not going to make your mom into a miner, because then I'd basically be damning both of your parents to death. Love child of Robert Plant and Axl Rose? I didn't think of Axl Rose very much, although I guess when I think of Axl Rose now, I think of him at, like, recently trying to perform live horribly, so, like, it's not exactly a flattering thing, so my brain very rarely goes to Axl Rose. Some of their more recent stuff, to me, sounds a lot like Yes, too, because they throw a lot of the very proggy synths in there. Like, their most recent albums. They've also got a few tracks that sound very reminiscent of Rush. Which kind of makes sense. I don't know. They're a Toronto-based band, so... Well, duo, actually, because there's only two of them. Let's just throw dwarves into the burrow. Hondo 84. We're getting there. The numbers are recovering slowly, but they're recovering. Do you have any ghosts? Just many denizens of the underworld. No ghosts. Those I can mine through safely. That I can mine through safely. That I can mine through safely. Those I can mine through safely. I don't actually know how I found this obsidian or this lava. It's like, huh. How did I find that lava? Weird. Okay, then. It's a little bizarre. A city in hell is pretty metal. Oh, damn right, yeah. Well, it's more of a tavern in hell with the aspirations of being a city in hell. But, you know, you got to start with a tavern to build a city, right? You can't build a city without a tavern. Completely surrounded by various diamonds of in different shades and all of that glorious nonsense. Did I make obsidian? I must have, but I'm not sure where I could have. 'Cause, like, yeah, I don't know. It feels like it exposed it, but I'm not sure how. 'Cause, like, this is also exposed. But, like, I don't know how I exposed any of this. So yeah, I have no idea, actually. Somebody's just a fucking wizard, I suppose. I'm just gonna quick save. For no reason other than weird. That's a lot of hours, B-Lug. I do have to say thank you for continuing to watch after all these years, you know? I actually have to say thank you to just about anybody who's watching it at this point, you know? New Year's is like a day that I always really look forward to streaming, even though it's always a little bit weird. It's always a little bit weird because things are always a little bit lurky because I'm convinced that I'm just like muted on a computer in somebody's office, not something anybody's watching on New Year's. But at the same time, I like streaming on New Year's because it's like free license for me to be like obnoxiously reminiscent and get all sentimental. Just because, like, you know, how many days a year do I get to be like, well, the whole year is over? I guess technically one, right? You know, that used to be a running joke in this chat, Kippawa, because back in the day, I streamed a lot more city builders. Also, thanks for the 5-pack. Seriously, thank you. I'll say popped latte. What's up? I used to stream a lot more city builders for quite some time there. And during that era of the stream, we built this city just became like, I don't know, because it was like between me and like members of the old Kerbal community. Oh, I figured out where it came from. I figured it out. Or I figured out where the water came from. Still not sure how I discovered this, but unless it was that maybe. But anyway, we built this city on rock and roll. Became a running joke slash meme slash thing that. Oh, actually no, it must have been back here. No, okay, I don't know. But anyway, that song became like a bit of a joke slash recurring bit for anybody who streams too much City Skylines. And I was admittedly one of those people for a while there. So, some nostalgia for that song for that reason, I guess. I don't even know if I like that song much. It's just one that, like, I don't know. It's just a good earworm, I suppose. What's good? I mean, it's New Year's Eve. Playing Dwarfs. Trying to build a fort in hell. How's your New Year's Eve going, Lanix? You have any big plans for the day, or are you just kind of vibing? Trying to get Biden. Maybe not trying to get Biden, but trying to get by. That ended up sounding like me saying something that I wasn't really intending to say there, but oh well. Maybe the way to do this is to just channel down once everything's been hauled out and do it diagonally, like right there. Yeah, I think that's the way to do this. So let's just let them dig these out. Maybe actually just those two. And then I'm going to channel down into here once this, well, let's actually get rid of this. Just let somebody come get you. These dwarves down here are digging out this area. But often time to celebrate. One of my favorite New Year's actually was when I was working New Year's Eve. So I was working night shift on New Year's Eve, and it was a weekend. So most of the staff was just pissed off and angry because they were working on New Year's and also on a weekend. And so it wasn't the normal night shift crew working that night. And I remember my manager, who again wasn't the normal night shift manager because it was a weekend and it was late night and New Year's, right at midnight, this was a McDonald's, right? Store's empty. There isn't a soul in the building. He gets up, walks out to his car, comes back with a bottle of Fireball, walks into the freezer and says, "Anybody want to sit in the freezer and drink Fireball?" And then, I don't know, maybe 6 minutes after they got a little bit drunk, and I was like, I'm going to have a half a shot, like a very tiny amount. Like, I basically had a lid full. I was just like, I'm dealing with hot oil. Like, I'm draining oil vats. I don't want to, like, burn myself. So I played it safe, and everybody else got a little bit too drunk, and then a huge rush came in, and they got completely obliterated, and I found it way too amusing. Later that night, maybe 1 in the morning, some guy, this was as the rush was calming down, some guy comes running in, from what I could tell, completely naked, completely covered in tinfoil with a wizard hat on and a staff and a fake beard. And he shouts really loudly, "What year is it?" And I just remember my manager looking up and going, 2012? And then one of my staff, or one of the staff members working that night shouts, "No, it's 2013, you dumbass." He goes, "Oh, right." And then the guy in the lobby goes, "Damn it," and screamed "fuck" really loudly, and then ran out the other door and jumped into a minivan and drove away. And I want to know how many fast food restaurants he'd done that in at that point. Or if that was the first one. Anyway, the Dishmab, the armorer, has created Maffel Vush, an adamantine high boot, and claims it as a personal treasure. The Great Shoe. I will throw that into the Hell Tavern, because why not? Mission accomplished and completed. I mean, hey, that's the best kind of like real life trolling, you know? The stuff that isn't actually harmful to anybody and just confuses everybody. Amuse and confuse, don't hurt or annoy. It was both amusing and quite confusing. But yeah, I don't know. There's like a weird part of me that misses working the night shift on New Year's because it was always the most like nobody working actually wants to be there. So even like the people that I didn't like working with who pretended that they liked that job were honest for like 1 day a year. And I do kind of miss that about it. Solidarity in the suck. Oh yeah, no, totally. But maybe not solidarity in the suck. That would get you fired. That might actually get somebody to summon HR to your office. So you know how when you click on a pedestal and you're running in a really long fort, and you're just like, man, this is so slow. Why does it take so long to open that menu? Does anybody else like remember back when every single time you would open the stock menu, it would do that? That's maybe one of the changes to premium that I've forgotten. Like, I remember in Long Death, when I was running Long Death, that 400-year-old fort, I would literally, like, make a mental note of the 5 things I needed to check in the stockpile screen before opening it because it would take, like, a minute to open. Because it would have to, like, figure out where every item in the map is, and it would do it linearly. I don't know, there's elements of Night Shift that I liked quite a lot, actually. I think that I certainly preferred working Night Shift at McDonald's than Day Shift. Just for the simple fact that Night Shift at McDonald's, if you work the Night Shift at McDonald's, There are jobs that you can do where, one, you get paid better. So there's that. But on top of like slightly better pay, the hours were more consistent. So that kind of was a benefit. I don't know. There was a lot of positives to the night shift. I didn't just hate it. Was Mother's Day and Valentine's Day? I think it was actually Halloween for us. Actually, no. It was April... The end of April, not April 20th. Like, Stoner Day was funny, but, like, not that bad. There was a weekend in the latter half of April every year where, and I know exactly who these people are because my older sister, and at one point even me, was part of it. There was this musical theater youth group that was run by a family friend of my parents that would put on musical theater performances. They did like Seussical the Musical, they did Fiddler on the Roof, they did a live production of Alice in Wonderland, various different things of that sort. And the last one was always on a Saturday, and it was always at night. And I always knew that it was coming and would warn management, and they would never give us extra staff that day because they never believed me. And every year I was like, hey, can we please get extra staff on this day? They say, why? It's a random Saturday. Like, there's no, like, projected reason as to why we would need more people. And then I'd be like, because there's this musical theater group that's going to descend upon us with 200 people! Minimum! It was, like, 60 families of, like, 5+ kids in some cases. Because, like, this was a church group that, like... Anyways, some of those kids actually ended up getting real acting careers too, which is wild. But no, literally, like, I would warn people, I'd be like, they're gonna be here in like 30 minutes. And like, management on the shift would always believe me, but upper management would never believe us enough to give us more allowance for the day. And they would always show up on that one McDonald's at around 8 o'clock at night, right when the shift changeover was happening, when they go from dinner shift to night shift. So having like 20 people working down to having like 8. And it was like, always fucked. So that was always the worst day of the year for us when I did that. But I don't remember Valentine's Day being much of anything. Valentine's Day was usually just sad, same with like Christmas. But Happy New Year's Eve day for everyone. It's still 25. Don't know where all you're from. I mean, for me, it's 2 p.m. here. So I got 10 hours. Phineas, it's good to see you. The pay increase made it worth it. Yeah. I mean, I'm now in an ad break, apparently. I didn't get a warning for that one. I went from minimum wage, working nights. Also, JJ, your dwarf died yesterday. I'm sorry. Also, Happy New Year. Last year, or rather, I went from minimum wage, which was at the time, I think, $9 an hour, to $12.25 moving to night shift. And then I bumped up to 14 from $12.25 almost immediately because I moved to a different job on the night shift. Once they trained me to clean the vats and everything. So, I don't know. Did make it worth it. Rip, he was left in 2025. Oh no, I didn't get raptured. Is that what it is?
Bongo.
It's okay, I'll catch up eventually. I'm running as fast as I can. But I've got a bummed foot, so I'm taking a break. I'll be there soon. JJ, we'll catch up, don't worry. Kippawa, thank you very much for the 7 months. Welcome back, mate. Appreciate you greatly. Hey, chat, can I get a big round of beers for the New Year's, folks? Here's some fireworks, and by fireworks, I mean lava. Once the ad break ends in 20 seconds. He'll be sleeping soon. Sounds like it's highly earned. Doing anything fun? Just shouting at the high heavens? Running around in circles screaming? Holy shit. Happy New Year, Dr. Phineas. Appreciate you, mate. You're back with a burrito? I'm back with a bunch of lava flooding into here. It's going to be quite a bit of it. Phineas, bless your soul. Thank you very much for helping keep the channel funded. You're extremely kind, as always. And thanks for sticking around for all these years, as always. I'm gonna have to bring a pump down here and pump this out, aren't I? It's actually not all that deep. I can just channel down into here. Channel through that, channel through that. Should be fine. Then there's also this, which doesn't appear to be connected to the lava sea. So I could also pump that out. Like I could channel down into here and then pump that out. Yeah, why don't we do that? Silver Sheet, what would you like to name? It's good to see you, by the way. That was iron, wasn't it? I don't trust it. Iron. Yes, it should be good. Name the front door. Okay, so do you want a bridge? Because, like, this is the front door. Which part of it would you like? Or would you like... Actually, hold on. Is this bridge named? Or would you like this bridge, the upper front door? Or would you like the side door, which is over here? Or do you want something that, like, goes into hell itself? Also, chat, if you happen to have a resub, now would be a good time to pop it, because you get a pretty fucking mega hype train out of 50 gift subs. We only need 2 people. In fact, here, I'll gift one anonymously. I'll help. Just gotta spot somebody.
This is Sparta!
I was too slow, but Smoking Top Hat, you can sub.
Cheered. X300.
Crocosm, thank you very much for converting that Prime to a Tier 1. And Darius, thanks for the $3. Cheers, man. Thanks a ton. Let me just double check what Silver Sheep wanted. The first bridge I showed you sounds great. Okay, I'm trying to think of like a shut the front door pun. Shut the sill door? We'll go with that. Silver Sheet the door. There you go. Busy eating a burrito. Enjoy your burrito! That was me. Alright. I'm slightly suspicious that the YouTube chat has crashed. Let me refresh it and check. Yes, it had. Sorry about that, YouTubes. Although there'd only been one new thing written, so it was just some beers by a Frosty Noodle. But chat, thanks a ton for all the support this year. You know, it's been a crazy year full of like a lot of weird new stressors for me. Of course, you know, state of the world kind of aside. It's been a good year, 98% of the time, I would say, and a weird year the rest of the time for me. But like, not a bad year, personally. So, thanks for being a part of it. And helping make it happen. You have a non-Plum Helmet beer? So, Plum Helmets make Dwarven wine. Cave Wheat makes Dwarven beer, right? Or is that Dwarven rum? Plum Helmets don't actually make beer. They make a wine. which is, you know, fun in its own weird way. But thanks a ton, Phineas, for that huge pile of gift subs. You're very kind. Sweet pods make rum, right. So then what did pigtails make? Did they make... Hold on, I can actually look. Dwarven beer, dwarven rum, dwarven wine. So wine is plump helmets, beer I think is cave wheat, and I'm not brewing pigtails. So it must be like pigtail beer or pigtail something. Uh-oh, got a dwarf brawling under the influence. Off to prison, straight to jail. It was Lorbam who went brawling under the influence. Still fist fighting, but they're not supposed to kill dwarves when they fist fight now. However, they are gonna go, like, you know, report crimes. 20 witnesses, ooh. That's not ideal. Suited, thanks for checking out a gift. Appreciate you. I actually don't know how much you watch, because you definitely are a lurker, Phineas. But I'm glad you watch as much as you do, when you decide to. You've always been a little bit of a, maybe not an anomaly, but for the past few years, you've definitely lurked more than you've chatted, so. I do hope that you get enough time out of the stream that it's worth your time. And financial funding. Now that is like, I think, like, you know, we were talking about like ethics earlier, kind of casually. 20 seconds left on the hype train, chat. It needs 10 subscriptions or $49 in bits to level up. Appreciate you though. Regardless, wherever it goes. Something that like I've tried to make a pretty big goal is not to be a regrettable purchase. If that makes any sense. Like 54 subscriptions and $4 in bits. Thank you very much, chat. Appreciate you. Because like, I don't know, I think it's like pretty easy for people to get like FOMO and purchase things that they can't necessarily actually afford and then regret it later. That certainly seems to be a bad habit of the human psyche, I suppose. And that's pretty much been my biggest goal for a while when it comes to doing this, is just don't make people feel like they need to do something that they'll regret. Which is, you know, maybe not the norm for, like, influencers as an industry? I don't know.
Shianobi cheered. X100. I have not regretted any of the money I've sent you. Not about to start now, less than 3.
I read that quickly and read that as, but I'm about to start now! You know? It's like, I haven't regretted anything. But this one I will. This broke. This was the last bits. This one broke it. This is the one that ruined it for me. I will hate you forever. Appreciate it, Phineas. I don't know, like, I know for a fact it's happened here before, because, like, there's been people in the past who've thrown, like, kind of ridiculous amounts of gift subs and stuff at me and then deleted their accounts later. Which, to me, only means that somebody had a problem. And that always feels bad/weird. So. And it's tricky to avoid, right? Because I can't really control people. My reading is funnier. I mean, hey. I would have thought that was really funny if you had said that. Okay, so let's get some more of this adamantine. There's definitely water over there. Don't know about down there. Thunk. Let's fortify that and see what we get. Grantom in YouTube chat. People have made mushroom wine in real life because I've found recipes for it. And this isn't like, did they actually make mushroom wine or did somebody just like generate a shitty recipe using a mod? No, this is like pre that technology being prolific as it is now. So there's recipes for it online. There's people in chat that have reported trying it and saying that it's better than you'd think, maybe. So, I don't think anybody just turned into obsidian. I don't think. Deep within this place we've uncovered what must be a treasure of the gods. Jackpot? Motherfucking jackpot. Look at that. Oh, that's sexy. Looks like fucking the Master Sword. Hold on, just let me teleport down into hell real quick. Yeah, Eric, actually. Dwarves can't use those? No, but I can put it on a pedestal and it'll look really cool. And it'll make my tavern very valuable. I do have 2 humans in my fort. And I'm really hoping to make one of them the champion of the fortress who's naked, who wields nothing but the singing metal large thong, the singing metal whip, and the multicolored metal mask. And I'm gonna make them my champion, and they're just gonna stand around and train all day. So, fingers crossed. No, I mean the whip already goes with the thong, sorry. They're both singing metals. Literally can't separate them. You forgot about the thong? How do you forget? We found it on Christmas. How do you forget about the thong? By not playing this game and thinking about it every day. Or this particular fort and thinking about it every day is how we forget about it. Also, English Dragon 1015 says, Happy New Year. Happy New Year, mate. Appreciate you. Is it like UK time zones that just hit Happy New Year then? Based on the people that are saying Happy New Year. I actually don't know how many time zones cover the UK, but... Let's actually dig up into here. I'm not sure if there's going to be more adamantine up here, but there might be. .5 hours to go in the UK. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, I guess that would be like 4 o'clock, wouldn't that? Or 4 o'clock my time, I guess. There is most likely no water up there, but should check anyway. For maximum safety. Yeah, if you want any sense of efficiency, this is probably actually just the safest way to do this. Just fortify, smooth, fortify, smooth, fortify, smooth, fortify. Gotcha. Stone. 35 if you look at the clock. Well, come on. We're rounding up and down here. It's 23:24 in Austria. Gotcha. Dark and done. Well, I'll say this. It's almost lunchtime here in Canada. I'm gonna, I think, mine out this and then probably go grab me sandwich. Okay, so you right here. This right here is a pump. I'm just going to throw in some andesite. And I'm going to go down. This is going to take a while to dig. So I'll get that digging. But thankfully, you're a competent miner, and you do have an adamantine pick. Pretty high quality one. We're also going to dig into here. Oh, shit. I totally forgot about this thing. So, right when I first broke into hell, there was a hole in the floor that led into the underworld. And one of these winged brutes managed to get into the magma sea, and I just like put a couple floor tiles on top of it and kind of forgot about it. I totally forgot about this fucking thing. Holy crap. Oogie. Gotta be a little careful with that. He lives there now? Oh no, absolutely he lives there now, but like, also not the strongest thing. If I had 2 squads, I could probably kill it, but... Or like 1 well. I mean, it's not a future problem for me. It's a future surprise for me. I'm just leaving gift boxes for myself in the future, Bert. Any dwarves die this stream? I lost most of a squad. I lost a couple of civilians to various things. Yes, there have been deaths this stream. Not in the last, like, 5 minutes, but absolutely there's been deaths in this stream. Let's just do 11. Okay. So what's going to happen is this is just going to get pumped out. That's it, pretty much. That may have lava behind it or above it. The rest of these are probably safe. This will also probably be safe, but just on the off chance that it's not, I'm just going to tell the squaddies to go here. Okay. It's all safe. Good, good, good. So that's currently, like, inaccessible. But you, right here, I can make into stairs. And then we can mine out a bunch of this stuff as it becomes accessible. Which will take a little bit of time. Up here I can fortify a bunch of this. And you're still digging through that one wall, which is lovely. I don't think picks are that good. Picks are one of those things where it's like, the reason you get people going on and on and on and on and on about picks being extremely good, lava, is they do 2 types of damage. They do, like, piercing damage, but they also, alongside, actually, this may be quite useful, But alongside of doing piercing damage, they also so this is going to fall into here and actually fill this back up and let you pump that out. Huh. Could be worse. You're stuck, though. Anyway, they do piercing damage, but they also do blunt damage, or piercing damage and cutting damage, right? As an example, spears also do piercing damage and cutting damage. I think the reason a lot of people go on about them being so good is they're multi-use. So, like, as an example, a dwarf who's assigned to both mining and is also wielding a pickaxe and is also in an off-duty squad can also have a full suit of armor on. I don't think they're necessarily better than spears as a weapon, like, period. They're just more tedious to manage. I've absolutely run forts before that use them as weapons, and, like, there really isn't much difference. It's sort of like a swords and axes both do cutting damage, but because axes are heavier, a talented dwarf with an axe is going to do more damage than a skilled dwarf with a sword, like 100% of the time, because a axe is heavier and then can get a faster swing speed and then can go kathunk on the head faster and do more cutty cut, if that makes any sense. So, I don't know. Weapons are weird. I think they're all kind of a use case scenario and how good the dwarf actually is with the weapon. The one that still is ridiculously good, though, are whips. And the reason whips are so good is because they're the only weapon in the game that does both piercing and cutting damage. Whips are still ridiculously strong. I'm not super convinced that pickaxes are that good. They're just kind of annoying to manage as far as I'm concerned. Just gonna bring a bunch of bins over here and trade with these humans. Uh-oh. So I did kill a dwarf somehow. Not sure how or where. But somebody died. Is our body in the well, maybe? Nope. Unpleasant. Unpleasant. Okay, well, what was your name? Ton. I will tell you this, if you haven't played in a decade or so, it was a completely different game, and think of it as such. I would honestly say, right now, in the current game, Mark's dwarves are by far the most overpowered of the weapons. Like, the strongest weapon in the game, in my humble opinion, are Mark's dwarves, because ever since they gained the ability to aim at specific body parts while shooting, they went from being just extremely strong to literally just being guaranteed insta headshots if the dwarf has any skill. So as far as I'm concerned, the strongest weapon in the game... No, so here's the thing. Spears are pierce plus blunt, right? The reason a spear is pierce plus blunt, cookbook, is because you can stab, which is pierce, and you can whack, which is blunt. Picks are pierce and blunt, so they can hit them with the base of it, but they can also pierce with the head of it. If you play adventure mode or arena mode and you mess around with the different weapons, you'll see what the different attack options are. It's not simultaneous. Whips, it's simultaneous. But yeah, that's why whips are so strong, is because it's just the one hit. But whips are also, like, exceptionally shit if the dwarf is bad with whips. Like, maybe the worst weapon in the game if they're bad with whips. Yes. In the case of picks. Well, picks are pierce or blunt. Whips are cut and pierce. which is why they ignore armor, and which is why they're called lightsabers. Although maybe I have this backwards. I don't know. Correct me if I'm wrong. And then spears are pierce or blunt. Swords are cut or blunt. And warhammers are blunt or more blunt. Same with maces. Yeah. The only person you could hurt with a whip is probably you. Yeah. No, that's fair. Unless it's like a soft whip that you can't hurt anybody with. All right. Dwarf, you can cease pumping this. Chat rooms. I have an ad that's going to run in 1 minute. I'm going to go grab my lunch and eat it real quick. It's just a cheese sandwich, so it won't take me too long. Well, it's cheese with a little bit of kraut. I'm going to be gone for, I don't know, 2 minutes. So, don't go anywhere too fast. Don't do anything silly, and entertain each other. We got 25 minutes until the next Happy New Year call, and the sun is about to kill me like a deadly laser. So, you guys can't see this, but here, I'll show you this other camera. Look at this. That is my head shadow. That is where the sun is right now. See what I mean? It is like right behind my head. All right. I will be right back.
Cheese for everyone!
Man, it's a mighty good thing that there isn't anybody with a drone, a magnifying glass, and a mirror close by my apartment. Yeah, blunt is a density thing which can be like easily factored in like simple terms using the weight markers. Like, this is the weight of an item. So if an item is heavier, it's usually higher density. So like, as an example, if I go adamantine spear, this adamantine spear weighs less than 1 dwarf unit of weight. Where if I go to spear and say iron spear, this one is 3 dwarf units of weight. So like, this spear would be a better blunt weapon damage-wise than that adamantine spear by like 3x more or less. It's not quite exact, but I don't know. When material density in Dwarf Fortress gets really weird is when the game calculates fall damage, because it's not the speed that the dwarf falls, it's what they land on that calculates it, which maybe is one of my favorite strange mechanics in Dwarf Fort, is the fact that it's not the material that they land on, but the speed, or not the speed that they land on something, but the material that they land on. Platinum is the best material that you could, in theory, have a mace made out of. The issue is, maces can't be made out of platinum by default. I think I lost a dwarf. I think somebody melted. Because we went down a population and there's a smoldering gem there. Oh, I'm sure we'll find out in a minute. Don't see any pick, though. Days since a mining accident. 0. The ground is different variations of a trampoline. Yeah, well, I mean, like, there's like a maximum damage that they can take while falling, right? I'm actually going to get these dwarves out of here. Don't really want them standing in the mental health destruction of smoke. I'm not entirely sure, because there is like a number of tiles that a dwarf needs to fall to hit terminal velocity. But once a dwarf has hit terminal velocity, like, they can't take any more damage than they would. But like, if a dwarf falls 50 tiles and lands on grass, they'll take as much damage as they would if they fell like 10 tiles and landed on grass. But if they fall 10 tiles and land on lead floor, they'll take a lot more damage than they would if they fell, you know. It's the same reason that, like, I had a joke in my chat at one point, which was put flubber, or like, not flubber, but if you put, what's it called? Featherwood flooring down, it was the equivalent of putting flubber on your floor. I don't know if anybody here has seen the original black and white flubber, but there's a commercial in the original black and white flubber where they, like, use flubber to make floors, and, like, a guy falls down the stairs and bounces, or, like, they're walking around with, like a husband and wife are walking around with a baby, and they're just, like, dropping the baby, and the baby bounces back up into their hands. Maybe one of the greatest pieces of, like, black and white filmmaking I've ever seen. But it's just, like, dropping this baby and just, like, using it like a basketball for it's fucking wild. Fun movie. Very different from the Robin Williams one. But that's kind of like what making featherwood flooring is. Like, so light a material that it's, like, not negative density, but, like, you bounce. Oh boy! It's time for shit to get hog wild. A vile farce of darkness has arrived. The army is commanded by the goblin Sokan Tarnish Beauty, a competent commander, and my neighbors are very confused by my shouting. Beware, they're skilled goblin macemen. With them came monstrous siege engineers. So they have Fuglies, mining Fuglies, and bulldozers. And I am going to go to here and pull this lever. I'm going to go to here and pull this lever. I'm going to tell all of my squads to go stand right here. And I will leave that open for the moment, but we'll probably close it. And let's see what fucking happens. Let's just make sure everybody's in the burrow. We begin, chat. So we've got, sorry, what's that skilled? We've got Adept, Spearman, and Skilled something. Skilled Hammerman, Skilled Bowman. Okay, so the Adept ones are the scary ones. Chat, come on, we can get a bigger Vile Force of Darkness, I'm sure. If you're lurking in the chat, just Vile Force of Darkness. And if you're on the YouTube side of things, I don't know, hit the party button. Same thing. Also, don't forget to leave a like on the stream, YouTube folks. Well, that's not too bad, I don't think. I saw something walking. Oh. They're being stealthy.
Man the defenses. Also Happy New Year from Spain.
Happy New Year from Canada, DB Explorer. Oh, also, DB Explorer, I need to add you to sound command list. I meant to respond to that to an email that I got, but we'll do that right now. There, you should have access to the sound commands in the soundboard now. I'm back at you, mate. We've still got 11 hours on this side, but and also investments
Over here, he has a sword.
So what are we up against? I'm sorry, hold up. Okay, so I caught a goblin. Not a giant. It looked like I caught a giant albatross. No, there's also a goblin in that cage. I have a feeling they'll also release one another. Question is, where are the... Well, these guys are still moving. Did anybody see, like, the comment in the Future of the Fortress that Tarn could have just used, wheels for the battering rams, but just didn't even consider it? He's just like, oh yeah, I didn't even think of that. Looks like we've still got the bees. I'm very curious to see if they're going to release each other, because I haven't done much testing with that. Okay, so you're just straight up breaking this, I think? Yeah, so Buddy here's just breaking the hatch, because that's not what we meant by batting down the hatches, but... Oh, yeah, okay, so they are freeing some of their friends now. That's interesting. Just makes them take way longer to get through it. There goes the bolt throwers. Let the bolts fly. The bolts will be so dense they will blot out the bolts. Whew, okay. And I need to remember to do this sooner so I don't seriously regret stuff, and then send the military down to here, and then turn you and you off so I don't stab my own military to death. And in they come. And by in, I mean into the goblin hordes. Let's just move up the combat dwarves, although I've lost 2 dwarves so far. And immediately the dwarves fall. Okay, there we go. Now we've got a proper squad pushing through. Oh, would you look at that? They broke their way in on the side. So thankfully, I do have some Marks dwarves on that side, but we're going to need to move them over to here because, well, this isn't really a very effective defense at the moment. They're actually going to use my... Oh, that's cool, actually. They're using my, my own defenses against me. That's kind of wild. How much have they broken up here? Okay, you're just, like, chilling over there. Let's just give this one a tug. Because if the dwarves end up going up those stairs, they're in trouble. My Marks dwarves are still firing bolts at the end here, doing their best to fend off the goblin hordes and moving towards through the rest of the goblins. So far, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 deaths. None of them named, which is pretty good if you ask me. Where did the battering ram go? Nowhere that I've seen. There's Ram. Okay, so siege isn't quite over yet. Let's just get these dwarves back to stationed down here. Those are all still enabled. Let's re-enable you. Re-enable you. I'm actually just going to remove all of this from the burrow for the moment. Just for the sake of cleanliness. I will re-add the siege engines, though. Now let's see where they head next. Now that the gate is shut. Because actually, what's left? Okay, so it's the 4 invaders plus this siege engineer. So let's see what they do. Cheers, Spork of Death. Happy New Year. Let's just open the door back up. See if the dude's gonna come back in. So they're not supposed to build into trees anymore. But I guess this guy doesn't care about the rules. Oh, is he digging? I mean, he's digging just... Or building. Maybe he's building also into trees? He's making tree forts. I mean, gotta do something while you wait for the battering ram to arrive. Yeah, he must be building. Can invaders dig down? Oh yeah, if they have picks, but this guy just has bricks to build. He doesn't actually have picks. So he's just giving us free petrified wood. Although it looks like he's leaving. Which means these guys might come up here and break down this wall and then leave because the rest of the army's gone. Yeah, so siege is over. They're gonna retreat. No, okay. They are going for this then. Oh, that's intriguing. How about we give them a bit of a moist surprise, chat? So that's closed off down there. If they're going for what I think they're going for, we're gonna give them a bit of a wet surprise. A bit of a wet willy. If you will. Well, so after everybody else has left the map or died, after 30 days, they supposedly just, like, give up and run away. Hopefully they aren't swimmers. Oh, that would be psychotic. Holy crap. Actually, they are. They're novice swimmers. They're good enough that they could get out of 1-7 deep water with no roof. So they're not swimmers, but I guess they kind of are. Let's see if I can give them a big surprise. Did they just punt a tree? Yep. Yeah, no, Tarn did that because they would just get stuck and give up and not move. And it was confusing people. So he made it so that they knocked down trees. But yeah, no, they knock over trees while they're building through. Which maybe is one of my favorite changes, actually. Since the initial release. I'm just going to maybe not unforbid everything here, but oh yeah, fuck it, let's just unforbid everything. Let's go to places, siege engines, set all these to just load, and actually I'm gonna leave. Oof. Got a wounded dwarf we gotta rescue anyway. Okay, should be good. 2 injured dwarves, actually. Yep, no, they're going for it. I don't... Can rams bash floors? I've never seen them do that. I've only seen dudes with picks bash floors and break through. We needed to get down into the here level. And just when they get here, I will just open this and pull this. So they're gonna get a surpriser. I mean, a geyser. Although I will be real disappointed if they just fucking turn around and leave. Rude. They smelled sus, I guess. How skilled are they? Skilled enough. Happy New Year from Amsterdam. Happy New Year from... Well, happy not New Year yet. Oh. Actually, how wide is this? 1, 2. That should be wide enough. They can stand on a ramp. I don't really want to fight them directly. What if, actually... What if I just open it? Because they can definitely go down that. Kind of saddened by this. Let's let them think about it again. They might also just, like, be trying to retreat. and not be fully aware as to how. Yeah, that kind of looks like retreating. Actually, now I have an additional theory. I've seen them go down steeper ramps. I think they're trying to retreat and aren't sure how. That or they've decided to go for this store instead. Which is why I've opened it. Yeah, no, I don't think so. Well, maybe they are. Huh. Hold up. They have a RAM in this economy? No, it ain't DDR5. It's DDR3, man. Trust me. This is knockoff discount, like, scam shop on eBay RAM. I keep getting emails from eBay that RAM is on sale for 300 bucks, DDR5, and then I always click on it and it's always sold out. It's like, sale ended 37 days ago. It's like, what? But then, like, why is it still listed? And why are you still sending me notification emails? eBay! Okay, I don't even know. I think what I'm going to do is just send some Marks Dwarves up here. And relock this. Maybe move this bridge further back. And certainly build up this. And maybe, like, fortify some of these walls. I've always gone and killed them eventually. I just want to see what they're going to do. Actually, mostly I just want to drown them, but... bah. Thankfully, it's also a decent opportunity for me to train my Marks Dwarves that are currently throwing up and dizzy, so their aiming is much worse than normal. Like this one who's stressed, dizzy, and throwing up. Hey, hit one. These guys are better at dodging than my dwarves are at shooting, so maybe it's a good thing I'm training them. But they'll still break stuff. No, I would say these are threatening because these are all adept and skilled. That's like... These could probably beat most of my dwarves in a 1v1. In fact, they could probably beat most of my dwarves in like a 3v1. I mean, just look at how effectively they're dodging while also carrying that. So maybe this is like actually a blessing. Although that's probably mostly due to the dizziness. They are gaining a lot of Marks Dwarf skill though, so I guess that's good. Oh, there's one. Yay! Well, this guy's over here drowning. Sucks to be you, Mr. Gabu. How many bolts do they have each? 25 to 30, depending on the stack type. But they're missing so much because they're too busy puking to really do much of value. If it's bone or wooden bolts, they take 30. Because they take stacks of 5 then. I like that the ones that we're killing because they fall into the water jumping out of the way of my bolts. This is the ocean. So it is technically the sea, but which is technically also a moat. So both? Both. We'll go with both. My entrance is underwater. Well, the whole fort's underwater. You know what? I'm gonna let that goblin win. You can have this, bud. There's a hand in that wall. Okay. Let's just dig through all of this and rebuild this. Then down here, I'm just going to make a stockpile of weapons that are not artifacts, that are made from everything except for adamantine, steel, adamantine and steel. Let's fill that up. That can get hauled out of here. And I'm going to go along here. Let's just use andesite because that's what I got the most of. This is all going to become fortifications anyway. Pump operator has been taken by a Feymood. How are the hamsters? I'm confused. You almost messed up your streak? Well, not today. Not today, Clino. But well done all the same. On not messing up your streak. Since bins and other containers show stockpile number in the stock screen, is there a way to find out the stockpile number when there isn't a storage container in it? The stockpile number. What do you mean by the stockpile number? Do you mean like this screen? Is this what you're talking about? Speaking of, I need an actual ammo stockpile over here. Well, I mean, even the default ones, it'll still tell you the number. But like, if you mean like from the bin screen, let me see if I can figure out what you're talking about exactly. Oh, I see what you mean. I mean, if you want to figure out what item, where an item is, you just click that, and it just takes you to it. Since bins and other containers show the stockpile number in the stock screen, is there a way to find out the stockpile number when there isn't a storage container in it? I mean, if you click it, that's the stockpile number up here. Is that what you're asking about? Like, this is stockpile number 28. You click this, and it says number 28. So I could call this all clothing, which is correct. And then I could go to the stock screen and go bins. And instead of saying, oh, shit, doesn't, wow, actually, that's interesting. Huh. It just says a stockpile number. I wonder if it just takes a while to update. That's interesting. I didn't actually know that. Huh. Fascinating. Which the contents numbers will reappear. Yeah, that's something I've never really... I don't generally name stockpiles all that often. I usually just use the arrows to like jump from stockpile to stockpile. So that's admittedly something I don't really encounter. I'm going to give this squad a proper break. Just gonna leave them on no orders currently. And take them off of training entirely from here. In fact, let's take them off duty entirely. You name all your stockpiles? Yeah, I don't think I've ever really... I think like a lot of like niche problems. People are probably stuck in ads now, damn it. Glad you enjoyed it, Surf King. I hope to get some more big videos out in January as well. Somebody in YouTube chat liked the interview with Tarn. I do honestly think that was one of the best ones. Certainly one of the best edited ones, mostly because I didn't edit it. Because usually the way I edit those, I edit them at the end of the day after I'm done editing or after I'm done streaming. And like, so I'm tired, but I got my editor to edit it this time, so I didn't have to edit it myself, which made my life a lot easier that day. Yeah, I know. Nakwa. I'll just respond to that in text. Find it for trade. You name the bin. You can name bins? You can't name bins. What do you mean you name the bin? Enemy? Like, I can't call this soap bin. Cheers, Dogma. Happy New Year. But I created a stockpile for trade goods with the name, but once I did, you couldn't find the number, which I used to search for stocks for, the number in the pile, but may not be describing what it's... Yeah, no, I think I'm figuring out what you're asking. I have a question. I obviously don't have anybody trading right now. Is searching by everything that's closest an option? Because, like, I wish I could open the stock screen right now and show you, but I will be soon when the dwarves show up to trade. There is a button that you can click that's just like sort by nearest. It's like in the top right of the trading screen. I wonder if that would have the desired effect that you're looking for. Because like, yeah, you can, there's a sort by distance button. So if it's like, if that stockpile is meant for trading specifically, and it's also right next to the stockpile that you need your items to be in, then it is entirely likely that I don't really want to melt those, but well, that would be your desired outcome there, wouldn't it? I'm also going to take these 2 squads and give them full off-duty breaks for a wee bit. Let's also go to these teeth and throw them out, because I'm assuming they still belong to somebody who's alive. Otherwise, those would have gone into a coffin already. Set you guys to ready, so you guys can also go take a break if you need it. Because frankly, I think these dwarves have earned a break. It's right up, it's in the top right corner of the trading screen. I can show you the trade by distance button when the next siege, or not next siege, the next trading group arrives, which should be in about, I don't know, 15 days in game, because we're pretty close to the mountain home here. You're working furiously, and you've grabbed adamantine, amongst other things. Another adamantine artifact coming right up. I'm gonna go down to here real quick. Just make ourselves a jeweler. Just start encrusting some finished goods. Also something I kind of wanted to do for funsies. So I'm gonna go over here and make a coin stockpile. I can actually use that to see if I can get that system to work. Because I made a bunch of lead coins not too long ago just for funsies. And then you melt metal object. If there's 10 metal objects to melt, just melt them. Yeah, no, that makes sense, Cornelius. You know, I remember once somebody in the Future of the Fortress asking Tarn why it's such a pain in the ass to trade bins. And his literal response was, it's intentional so that you accidentally sell things you're not intending to and then have a desire to go get it back. Which I think might be one of the most favorable arguments for Dwarf Fortress. Having a moddable UI might actually be a better game for a lot of people. Not making lands at the moment. What did I do wrong here? Oh. Why is it is less than? It's at least 10. Talk about a toxic economy. That's way funnier than I thought it would be. If a dwarf loses some teeth and then later dies a few years later, then the dwarves go to the trash and sort between all the other teeth. Yep. Every single individual tooth is then put into the coffin, if still available. But if the dwarf is still alive, and as long as all of the still existing parts of the dwarf are thrown into the coffin, the dwarves don't care. Meanwhile, Dobar, the pump operator, has created Armakuth Ithkanganbreth, a adamantine chain legging, and offers it to the magical jaw of sharks. And I'm going to give that... I'm not going to give that to my... you know what? Fuck it, actually. I am going to give it to the Duke, if they can equip it. Because my Duke right now is rapidly becoming just like fully decked out in gear. Like, they've got an artifact gauntlet, 2 pairs of pants from what I can tell. Yeah, because they've got the trousers and the adamantine leggings. Or not leggings, greaves, as well as a shield and that short sword that was made ages ago. Like, my Duke is basically fully caked out in gear at this point. And also wants to train real bad. Make a squad. And this is just going to be a no uniform squad. And this is going to be for the Duke. The Duchess. And the Duke. Can I not? Oh, wait. Can I not put you in a squad at all? No, I can't. Okay, I just had to close the screen and reopen it for some reason. And then you two. I'm going to go down into here. And I'm going to subtract this. And this. And I'm going to make a barracks. And this barracks is going to be where the Clouds of Ink is going to train. Which is my Duke and Duchess. And those two are going to go train down in the tavern. Work done, have to adult. Yeah, I get you. Work done, thanks for answering the question. We'll try to watch the minecarts and Stranger Things. If you also want another video with just like random minecart tips, my video on Ghosts, which has the hunted in the thumbnail, also has a lot of minecart related activity. But more for the sake of shenanigans than like actually trying to be even remotely optimal. George, thank you very much for chucking out a 5-pack of gift subs. That's very kind of you. Well, this dwarf, I'm going to give you a specific weapon. We're going to give you that. A specific shield, that. We're going to give you a specific helm. Or a specific footwear, I guess. Specific handwear. Specific legwear. Give you those. And that one, I think. A specific helm. And that, I'm just going to call this Duke. And worn over clothing. Man, imagine being the Duke, running into the tavern, getting ready to go play with your new toys, and then immediately stripping off all of your clothing to then run upstairs. 2026 will be a good dwarf year. I don't disagree, George. Thank you very much for the 5-pack. It's very kind of you. Hope that you're having a solid New Year's Eve or New Year's Day, depending on where you are on Earth. Also, I'm just going to go up to here. That can get unsuspended. And I'm going to go back here, place a couple blocks. Let's actually see what we're doing for wafers at the moment. 16 wafers. Let's let them numbers go up a wee bit. Did I not actually save any of that? I must have not. Jesus Christ. Must have not saved any of it and just gave him a nudist armor. Here I am trying to be super fancy and just like fucking everything up. C'est la vie. Come on. You know what? Fuck it. Whatever. I'll just give you normal metal armor. Same with you. I don't really know what I'm doing wrong there. I'm doing something wrong. Except I'm gonna let you go grab that if I can. Okay, so that works. Weird. How's the Hellfort going? Pretty good. Currently training my Duke. So that he can get some needs filled. We've been besieged twice now today, which has been exciting. He's currently hauling a spear and holding a sword. He's just putting the spear away. There we go. Now you're working as I intended. All right, let's see the whole search by closest thing. So if you click this, I think. Sort by distance. Oh, maybe not. You can sort by value, but yeah, it just sorts the screen that you're currently looking at. So if you go by bins, and you say sort by closest or value. So closest would be all of these finished goods bins, which are all just clothing. You can also just subtract bins that have stuff that you can't sell in them. Let's go coins. Also crowns. That's a lot of coins. Let's just sell some random damage stuff too. Maybe not a ton of it, but some of it. At the very least, the large stuff. But Hand of Fate, Hellfort's going pretty good. It's, you know, it's New Year's, so it's ebbs and flows. It's either really busy or it's really quiet today. And honestly, I really like New Year's for that. It's never boring. It's always like 30 minutes away from it getting busy again around here and everybody saying Happy New Year and then half of chat falls asleep because it's been a long day, which is like the most understandable I think that it can be, personally. Dwarf Fortress does have pangolins. Also, where pangolins? Man, some twit knocked over a bunch of statues. What a jerkball. There's also a bunch of fighting happening over here. That's not good. Two dwarves down, in fact. Where's the other one? That's a pretty big fight. I may actually have to expel a few dwarves, I think. I think you're the one I need to expel. You're a bit too haggard here. I mean, because currently, look at this. Actually, that's not too bad. I will say that brawls, nowhere near as bad as they used to be. Like, dwarves will still sometimes die, but it's much less frequent, I'm finding. Let's just make sure that none of the dwarves resting are doctors. No. Okay, so we're actually okay. I kind of like that Alf's head is, like, showing his, like, showing on the sprite. That's kind of awesome, actually. Olin is your cousin. Let's send Olin into this squad, which can have just normal metal uniform. Olin here. Oh, can't stand and can't properly grasp. Well, it's a good thing that you're retiring. You're also related to Alf. Alf is your nephew. You can go help them train. There's giant, I don't know about pangolin people. I've never seen one if there is one. There probably is. Giant pangolins exist. I've had those. There's werepangolins, which are kind of pangolin people. I think it's just only the default domesticated animals that don't have a people or a giant variety. Like, there aren't giant cats, but there are giant cougars. Like, there's, like, giant elk or giant deer, but there isn't giant horses. That's just so that you don't have, like, the Goofy and his dog kind of situation. Or Goofy and Pluto, right? Where it's like, wait, hold on a second. Dog has a pet dog. Like, I think that's the reasoning behind it. Which, honestly, I think that's fair. You had a brawl a couple of weeks ago that ended with about 30% of the fort dead. Yeah, okay, so that was a couple weeks ago. Like, the patch that released right before the interview, like on the 18th. If this was before the 18th, in my, like, I'm kind of going out of my way to get, like, I haven't really talked about it much, but I've got multiple tavern keepers in all of my places where I can have them, and I'm getting a lot more brawls than I used to tolerate at all, and they've been a lot less concerning. Like, if I actually go look at the patch note, what exactly was the verbiage there? Yeah, it was for 53, which was on... here it is. This was on the 18th? Yeah, the 18th, which was... Nope, not stopped. I do really like the stopped children being born with negative ages. Stopped drunk/tantrum brawlers from attacking small and vulnerable body parts like the throat.
Here from the Netherlands with a bad stomach bug, but
Oh,
I'm
no.
awake because the city's banging like it's going out of style.
Banging? I don't think that's ever going out of style, my dude. But seriously, thank you very much for the 37th month. I hope that you feel better soon. That sucks. Yeah, I figured fireworks. I'm expecting a lot of fireworks tonight, actually, right at midnight. But, Jack, can I get a get well soon for napalm? Please and thank you. That has been the game as long as taverns have existed, so since 2016, I think, Fulgur? Because 2016 was when taverns were added properly and not just a zone. like the differentiation between libraries, taverns, and all that, and the assignments of zones and all that. So I'm just gonna expel the tantrum causers. I feel bad doing this, but actually first I would like you to drop your pickaxe. Well, I hope you get marginally less worse soon. I know the feeling. I'm always like tempted to say the same thing. Or just like chug a lot of beer and forget about it. Maybe don't do that. That's what basically what you need to do, if you want to completely negate that problem, is when you make a tavern, do this. Make your tavern, right? And then right next to it, oops. There. Then right next to it, make a dining hall. Put all your tables and food and chairs in the dining hall, and then when you go to assign the tavern, I already have one, so click on your tavern, assign it to the dining hall, and then click on the the meeting area, also assign it as the tavern. The same tavern. So instead of like clicking new tavern for the dining hall, click the button where the name of your old tavern is. And the reason you do that is then they will eat and drink in the dining hall and get happy dining hall thoughts, and then go dance in the tavern and socialize in both. So, pro tip, I guess. That's not a thing that you can do in this game, Surf, without modding your game, which is why I just throw them into the lava. Although I did put a dwarf's nose on a pedestal once. Once one of my doctors got in, so in YouTube chat is telling me to use the dwarven teeth instead of throwing them out to just encrust things, but I did once put a couple pedestals in my hospital because my chief medical dwarf got his nose punched off by an angry tantruming citizen that was in the hospital at the time. So I put his nose on a pedestal in the hospital. And then later that dwarf died, and then I realized that dwarves were getting upset seeing that dwarf's nose in the hospital. And I found that very funny. So that is all. I don't know what you need to do with that information, but do what you will with it, chat. I'm just gonna buy the cheese and the books. That's basically it. Noses can't be revived because in order for something to be revivable,
Happy New Year
it
to
needs
all
to
the
be...
dwarfs who didn't get evicted, murdered, or thrown in lava this year. Crypt beer.
That's intense. Stealth CT, thank you very much for the 28 months. Thanks for thinking of me. Appreciate you. Happy New Year, friend. Same with you, J Mega. A nose can't be revived because a nose doesn't have opposable thumbs. It needs to either have a thumb or something that Tarn and Zach consider to be something that can grab, like teeth, like a mouth. So if it has a mouth, it can be revived. If it has hands, it can be revived. If it's skin, that's like an amorphous blob, it could be revived. Back in the day, any body part could be revived, but that was changed quite. I think that was version 47. Whenever they added the necromancer experiments, like hair can't be revived anymore. Skin still can be, fat can't be, like tendons can't be, but like, and cartilage can't be, individual teeth can't be, but like a head could be. I mean, if it like is unexisted, then it's unexisted. Like that would be beyond mangled spork. I mean, a mining cart incident might mangle, it might not mangle. So I don't actually have an answer for you there. This is kind of like, you know, I'm just like, yeah, this thing could happen. And then you're like, what about Zoidberg? I'm like, I don't know, what the fuck about Zoidberg? What does that have to do with anything? Oh, you were responding to stealth? Okay, gotcha. I thought you were talking about, like, zombies. It's my bad. Also, chat room, can I get a big round of beers for Stealth CT? Keeping that sub alive for 28 months. And thanks for tuning in on New Year's so that I can misread and misinterpret what you're trying to say in my chat. For one final time this year. I'm certain it's a day that everybody looks forward to. Why is there rotten dog meat in the hallway? Which one of you did that? Friggin' numbskulls. Also, which one of you broke my drawbridge? I'm gonna have to have words. Is Olin still alive? So this dwarf lost their arm in their first ever fight and is a relative of my duke. You poor dwarf. Certainly didn't deserve that, I'd say. This I'm going to make part of the tavern. This training hall right here. Well, you're literally practicing a martial art right now, so you should quit being restless pretty soon. Well, I don't know about armless, but certainly an arm down. Also, they have been using the instruments. That's why there's random instruments on the floor. Let's grab this and say 50 goblets and also 50 instruments. Dwarf over here is telling a story. You want to acquire something. I'm going to make a gift shop from a tavern. A gift shop is a very simple product, for those of you who are unaware. A gift shop is a means for dwarves to be given items. Now, a gift shop might seem like it's kind of silly and overkill, but trust me, this isn't as silly or overkill as it looks. I'm going to make a stockpile for amulets, crowns, rings, earrings, and bracelets out of whatever friggin' materials exist. Stop number 1 is going to be right there, and stop number 2 is going to be right there. Stop number 1 is going to go south, and stop number 2 is going to go back. When empty of desired goods. So, stop number 1 is going to load from here. Stop number 2 is going to unload to here. So they're going to take the items from this stockpile, put them in a minecart, push it over there, unload it from here to there. When dwarves are hauling an item, they have a chance to claim it as theirs. So if I set this as a finished goods stockpiles for amulets, rings, earrings, crowns. What am I forgetting? Bracelets. Am I forgetting anything? Anyway, this will be my gift shop. And also, very important, No bins, ideally. And then the other thing I can do is I can put a workshop, a gift shop fanciifier, 5,000, which goes here, which connects to that, which is going to encrust finished goods with gems. Better than that. Stockpile. Using gems from... Actually, I could just put a little finished gem stockpile down there. That would probably actually be the easier way to do this. Is this all rough gems? Yeah, you're just rough gems. So up here, I have another stockpile. You are going to give items to this stockpile. You are going to take items from here and take items from there. And we wait. And you encrust finished goods with cut gems when there's 10 of each. When there's, we'll say, 3 of each connected to your stockpile. Let's do 3. I don't want to do big gems. And then the last thing I want to do here, actually, is I need a minecart for it. Is there any fun materials I could throw into a minecart? Like, do a Billin minecart. Fuck it, we'll just do some iron mine carts. Iron mine cart! Shouldn't take too long. Theropod Demon Bone Bracelet. Damn right, son. You know, actually, to this dwarf, you just go with no uniform. There you go. Is modded images of artifact sword. I don't have a single mod in this game. This is a an artifact sword. Artifact weapons have different images, and this specific one is a bright metal sword. So it's being a god item gets unique attributes and colorations attributed to it because of that. Same with this pike. This pike over here is a glowing metal pike, and more elaborately, we also have, of course, this multicolored metal mask, a singing metal thong, and a singing metal whip. Right here. Which the thong and the mask are large, so only a human can equip them. So I'm waiting until one of the 2 humans in my fort join the fort so that I can make them into my proper champion. It's not. I'm currently not playing with mods. I don't want to say doesn't, because that would imply that I never will, but currently I'm not using any mods. And we get some migrants. Actually, something I should do down in the Hellfort. So I'm actually going to go over here and just throw a bunch of beds in. Something I hadn't really thought of. just gonna make this into a dormitory. Because this used to be where the militia would train. Might not actually be a bad idea to have a little bit of a dormitory over here. It's all airy with that good sulfur hell smell. Well, so far so good. We are making very valuable bone earrings. Extremely valuable bone earrings. I mean, look at that. Holy shit. Hill Titan bone earrings. Nice, nice. And down here I should be able to... There we go. Uh-oh. Shall I see a ring go flying? Which one of you suckers did that? Lawler the Armorer. Where are you? Tisk. Get out of my foot, you troublemaker. Also, did you just... Okay, you got punched a whole bunch. But did you get hit by a flying ring? No, okay, you took damage from getting punched. The ring actually missed. Did dodge it, though. Gotta love it when one dwarf commits a bunch of crimes. Keep convicting. Reduce sea level fog? Okay. And see-through engraving and smoothing. See-through engraving's a neat one, actually. Although I've kind of learned to like the new engravings, but you can still turn off engravings entirely. I kind of want to be able to see them super clearly, even if they look a little silly. Oop. Maybe I should move my hospital down here. Remember how earlier I was like, yeah, no, way fewer dwarves tend to die from these tantrums now, and like, here we go again. This time a bunch of dwarves is dying. I am trying to recover the moods, but my gosh, it's not easy. Gotta love them using adamantine strands for stitches. Never changed, Dwarf Fortress. It's okay. When the dwarves die, we'll get the strands back. That's pretty brutal, actually. Tisk, tisk, tisk. Good to know we still have plenty of tombs left. It'll sort itself out sooner than later. We're just gonna start making nicer goods for the dwarves. They either were hauling it and threw it, or they took it off and threw it. Blue Ice was found dead. Rest in peace, dwarf. They specifically wanted a dwarf, too, that would live longer. Also just going to go down here and do something that's going to speed the whole well process up a bit because of how I've rebuilt it. This will actually be quite easy. Just do this. And this dwarf over here fishing. You'll love to see it. What'd you miss? A big fight. A couple dwarves just died. Ben Gorgon also died, which really sucks. That was one of my commanders. So we lost two pretty critical dwarves, but the good news is we'll be getting more of those adamantine strands back to use as stitches. One of my surgeons is currently in hospital. Do I have more than one? Yes, that's good. Okay. We should be fine. This is going to take a little bit to build, but I'm sure they'll get it done pretty quickly. Yeah, there we go. No, they're just better stitches. The thing is, when the dwarf dies, you get the stitches back. So, I don't know. It doesn't really irritate me. I feel like it should. It would be nice if you could specify... I mean, actually, if I could specify the types of materials they use, or store at the very least, or prioritize for the hospital, I would just use, like, yak hair. Because that would make a lot more sense. In just about every sense of the word, but... You know, just kind of is what it is. I didn't design that system. I would have made it differently if I did. Let's just get some more water into here. But no, they are just perfectly normal stitches. Although, fun fact, if a dwarf burns to death, and then another dwarf comes and picks up the thread that the dwarf burned to death in, and that thread happens to be made of adamantine. And then the dwarf that burned to death, as adamantine thread, is then immediately used to put stitches in another dwarf before that thread has cooled. Meaning if it's on the same layer and doesn't go near snow or something, the next dwarf that gets those stitches will burst into flames because the stitches are still hotter than, you know, hot enough to catch you on fire. So do with that information what you will. And Happy New Year. Viewing shades. Wood cauterizing stitches. I mean, dwarf combusting stitches. I would say, even. You know, I was kind of expecting yesterday to be the best day of the month after yesterday, but we've almost surpassed it today. That's kind of crazy, actually. Only $30 behind yesterday. I was not expecting today to go as hard as yesterday did. You always laugh when that happens, adamantine stitches, but you can't handle thread with fancy stockpiles setting up to keep yak hair. I mean, yeah, no, that is totally fair. I mean, just like setting up a stockpile, but it would be nice to just have like a little drop-down menu. I don't know. It feels like something that the game should prioritize or allow for, you know? Because you can already specify the amount of thread you want to keep there. It would just make sense to like also have a stockpile to like put other types of thread there. Like I, for example, leave my adamantine thread in this stockpile here. Like it's not even allowed to go upstairs yet somehow still ends up in dwarves. Like I don't even... Holy shit, Napalm. That wasn't trying to tempt you into doing anything. Thank you. That's not really what I meant. Should be a standing order setting. You know, actually, yeah. That would make a lot of sense, like under, like, I don't know, automated workshops or even sieges. Haven't done that in a while. I mean, hey. Last time for the year, that's for sure. Thanks, man. Seriously, thank you. Kind of want to get rid of this food stockpile. I kind of want to move my meals stockpiles and everything underground. So I'm going to get rid of this. I'm going to go down to here and build, I'm not trying to make a joke, I swear. Hell's Kitchen. No jokes. Entirely cereal here. Not enough effort for that to be a joke. I mean, it's true. I simply said the words Hell's Kitchen, which is a kitchen what I'm building in hell. I swear. It's like the most normal thing to say about what I'm building right now. YouTube chat says it's fucking raw. Just thought I would share chat. And I will just respond to the it's fucking raw with,
You fucking donkey!
you're welcome. Like the neighborhood in New York City? Yeah, like the neighborhood in New York City. How you doing, Eggman? It's been a hot minute. Hope you're doing well. I'll be in touch with the tickets thing, by the way. I will reach out to you after the race, and you're more than welcome to have mine, because I won't want it after that. I'm just not entirely certain from digging through all the documentation and wording as to whether or not you actually need the pass if you decide to go that route. Like, I'm not positive that, like, it probably is the case the phone pass still works. I just don't want to risk that. So, yeah. They have bad thoughts in hell? No. No, it's well, I mean, yeah, if there's, like, demons around, but I has no demons around, so it's fine.
Also lol
Holy
blew by
shit.
100 without noticing.
A couple people hit 100 recently, and it's freaked me out a bit. Like, few things really make me feel old with streaming. I just kind of know that I've been doing this a long time, but that one does. That one makes me feel kind of old. I'm not gonna lie. Honestly, kind of makes me feel old. But no, they don't get negative thoughts in hell. That is not the case. Actually, why don't we make the kitchen out of nicer materials? Like, let's do one out of real gar for the red. Let's do one out of microcline for the blue. Let's go to stills. Let's do these both out of kimberlite. Down one. I don't want to make adamantine stills, but I do kind of want to make adamantine stills. Do a gold one, though. Hey, chat, can I get a round of beers for 103 months? From that Eggman? In the Twitch chat. I can't even pretend to be young anymore. Lavish meals. Let's just do 25. So that's just to show you how many meals we have. Let's just do 25 whenever there's less than 1,000. Like, we'll just do it that way. This stockpile is for what? Not prepared meals, got it. Just drinks up there. I'm gonna go to... little room over here that I'm about to build. I don't really have much of any blocks. That'll be plenty. This, I will remove these. You I can get rid of. You I can get rid of. And then here, I'm just going to make a stockpile for plants, basically. Cookable plant, like brewable plants specifically. So we'll say plants, leaves. Yeah, I guess just that. And then all of these. Actually, you know what? Let's do it this way. I read that as passion fruit wine, and I was real confused. Plum helmets is... do I specify? Because I'm just going to do a generic one down there. Yeah, let's specify. Let's do plum helmets. Actually, let's just remove all these. Plum helmets. Cave wheat. Sweet pods. Let's also remove all the leaves from this. That's not how you spell leaf, you doof. And this down here is just gonna be up for all foodstuffs. His haircut, what, me saying that I'm old and it's because I've committed to the gray? Honestly, the only time I regret the gray is when someone guesses my age and they guess like 10 to 15 years older than I am. But I do also kind of believe a friend of mine's dad, who I haven't spoken with or seen in a very long time, admittedly, who used to always say that I would grow into it. He's like, oh, people call you old now, but you'll grow into it. And I think he's actually I think he's right. Like, I do think, like, there will be kind of a tipping point where people stop saying that I look old and just say that it works. Because I've met a few people like that who are maybe, like, I don't know, 10, 15 years older than me, who are just, like, fully gray, who, like, people make it pretty clear, like, yeah, it works, so. But, like, minus the, how do I put it? Minus, like, the self-imposed stigma of now you look old, I suppose. Because, like, if you never have gray hair and then suddenly over time you just start developing gray hair, or if you dye it and then one day you just decide to stop dyeing it, you'll just look old to everybody that you know all of a sudden. But if you've just kind of always had it, like, people just, ideally, I would think, would just be used to it. And also, Happy New Year, by the way, English Dragon. I missed that. You feel like you look old. Eh. I mean, I feel like I look old some days. Okay, so, like, why has this not been transported here? There you are. We're in an ad break. No applause. Holy fuck, your late teens were stressful? Yeah, that's fair. I mean, I think that some people are mature enough to, like, understand that, Spork, and I think that some people just use it as an excuse to call me old. Like, I'll be honest, to all the people who do actually try to, like, come after my channel and be mean to me and upset me, if you say that I look old, that's maybe the least effective way to upset me. Because trust me, I'm the most aware of how old I look. It's just like, oh, you look old. Okay. And come up with a more creative insult. I will say these glasses make me look old. I fucking hate these glasses. I'm wearing them because they're my backups. But they make me feel old too because, like, they're a prescription behind, so I kind of have to squint to read some shit. Which is very unpleasant. Like, that's the oldest that I feel, is when, like, I wear glasses where I have to squint sometimes. I mean, generally, the way to win those arguments is to be the better person and not insult the person back. 30 bum. You just kind of acknowledge, smile, and say thank you. Lamb, maybe? Yeah, there it is. Disagree. I've been doing this long enough to know that that's not the right call. 30 bum. I mean, you can do that a little bit, but especially if it's, like, in text format. Doesn't help anybody. You either just ignore it and move on, or acknowledge and wish well. Because if you razz them back, quote unquote, all that will end up happening is your own life will get less pleasant. I think something I'm gonna do is just stop putting metal furniture in there. Like, stone furniture can go up there, metal furniture doesn't help. Super thematic. I mean, it may not go specifically to hell to get slaughtered. It may go other places, but... I mean, I think in Twitch chat or, like, in a live stream, that's one thing. Like, if someone wants to try and be mean to me in a live stream, I think it can sometimes be kind of fun to just give them shit, depending on what they're saying, really. But if it's like in comments, like quote unquote razzing them back is like maybe the worst thing you could do. Because if you're doing it, if it's in comments, then like I think that if you assume that every rude thing that somebody says to you online is intended to offend, you will have a horrible life. If you assume that most things that are said online are not intended to offend and simply just somebody being absolutely horrendous at speaking to a person in public, life is a lot easier. Like, if I took every single, like, negative thing somebody said about me personally, I would, like, get offended, like, 24 times a day. But that's just, like factually inaccurate. Most of those comments are from people who actually like my stuff or maybe don't speak English super well or are literally a child or a bot or aren't thinking very hard or never saw my channel before and will literally never see it again. You know? Like, it's not always worth it. Hey, Xylem. Happy New Year. It's 4 o'clock here. Almost 4:20, actually. Nerd. S there. That's all I can say to that, which is age is the number of full orbits you've completed around the nearest G2 type white dwarf star. And that is awesome. And all I have to say to that is nerd, but you're right. Like, people game to get away from BS? I think it can be an element of entertainment. You know, like, as an example, I watch some comedians on YouTube, like stand-up sets, basically, or like chunks of stand-up sets, because you can't be asked to, like, pay for a stand-up set. But it's pretty common that, like, they'll upload chunks where somebody's, like, heckling them. And I think that there's something to be said for a heckler. Like, if somebody comes into my chat and says something that's, like, obviously intended to try to make me mad but is just funny, then it's fun to make fun of them. If someone comes into my chat and is just mean, that's just kind of sad and rather depressing, and not fun to make fun of them. At that point, it's just like, yeah, I should just shut up and ban them. But I don't know. Half the time when people try to upset me, I don't even ban them. It's just like, okay, good luck. I mean, I always say this, Dirty Bum. It's totally cool to troll, including in my chat. Troll away. I don't care. But be funny. You know? Like, just don't be a dick. Stirring the pot's fine. Being a troll is also fine. I mean, like, what's the fucking point of the internet if you're not allowed to troll a little bit? But be funny and be good at it. Like, if you want to give somebody shit, give them shit. But, like, if you're just there to be an asshole, there's literally no point. You're not benefiting anybody. You're not helping. You're not improving anybody's day or situation. And if your goal is to do the opposite of that, then I don't really want you in my chat, to be honest. So there goes the workshop. That is a lot of gems. So now all this stuff just gets hauled into here. And then they refill it again. It is going to take a while to fill up this stockpile and everything. And actually, gift shop, I'm going to Send you as soon as you hit 25% full, because that's actually going to take a while for it to fill up. You've been frustrated by months for it and finally clicked to see what videos I needed to remove from your watch list, and turns out it was all cooking, roasting, geese, and not people. Oh, you just like saw the title and you're just like, wait, those must have been some pretty fucking misleading titles if they're just like roasting video and it's like actually like somebody cooking. That's like wildly misleading. Like impressively wildly misleading. Whatever. I'll just actually smooth this floor down here. Slade should be valuable enough on its own. Hey, peasant. Why are you naked? Maybe that means that I need to have more clothing orders running. Maybe I just don't have enough clothing orders running. Yeah, it's certainly the case, but like... Huh. Wild. Nish, the ghost, is stealing stuff. What did you steal? A silver flail. Ah. That is a lot of metal stuff to melt. Just looking for any dwarves who've equipped it stuff. Yeah, see, there you go. Dwarves that are now equipping amulets more consistently. We got this dwarf with ring, bracelet. Ooh, look at this. It's a fancy-ass bracelet. It's a spirit quality skink fiend bone bracelet. On the item is an image of an adder in faint yellow diamond. What a good time. Although that's the only one that's like super blinged out. Excited while performing. That's definitely cleared their need for items. Definitely no banana phone, but possibly a ring. What do I has that I could upgrade? Let's just say 10 adamantine helms. Let's also go up to here and dig through all this, dig through that. Is there anything else up here worth mining? Up here, there's tons. You want to see roasting ducks videos? So you want to see like a farmer walking around in their like fowl farm, Shane O'Neill, just insulting ducks? I want to see an emu roasting video where instead of just roasting the emu, they roast the emu and then the emu pecks the camera. That's what I want to see. Well, that's kind of funny. We check the heat. What devilry? We check the ground for heat. What devilry is this? And then water comes out as well. Oh, wow. That actually is kind of not a small amount of water. Would you look at that? Now, there is a non-zero chance that there's lava on the other side of this. I'm gonna hope that there isn't. Yeah, this should all be mineable. Nice. Then I just need to put like a fortification right there, and then we'll see inside of all that. I really need to move the library underground. And then you right here. You encrust furniture. With cut gems. Just do it. Let's do it monthly, but just do 3. There we go. New gear coming in. That's what you want to see. This dwarf doesn't have a working hand. So I'm going to remove you from this squad, Kubok. I mean, most of the Minesweeper game is done at this point. We've got a lot of flags planted, so it's pretty easy from this point forward. Not so many 50-50s left. Mostly just hauling out more sapphires and diamonds, etc. And, you know, getting more of that raw adamantine scratched out. Can also go up into here. Dig through all this. Dig through that. That's gotta just have water behind it. There's no reason for it to really have anything else. Deep within this place, we've uncovered what must be a treasure of the gods. So we've got Unst, which is a pockmarked metal scepter. All craft ships of the highest quality. And a pockmarked metal ring. And we've put a ghost to rest. And this squad down here, I'm going to take off duty. Cancel your training. But take the rest of these dwarves. Just set you to that. And set you to off duty. Uh-oh. Dwarf's been missing for a week. Who did I adamant or turn into a rock or set on fire? I don't actually know. Well, that's not good. You in prison, maybe? Nope. Weird. Well, shit. In that case, I'll memorialize you. I don't know what happened, but I'll memorialize you. You have a good night, DB Explorer. It is getting close-ish to the end. So who's next for, of the year? Who's next up for the year-end celebration shout. I will say, by the way, that this gift shop is working fucking flawlessly. This might be like one of my favorite like weird little tricks. Just period. Just because of how many random ass dwarves you get claiming all kinds of rings and stuff whenever you do this. It almost feels too cheap. Like, this dwarf just hauled like 30 rings and stuff and just claimed a ring at the end. Like, putting on a finely crafted item. Like, just claims a ring. Like, it actually feels cheesy. But, I don't know, man. I don't know. Chat, what's your favorite, like, slightly cheesy strat? I'm gonna actually widen this a bunch and just say, in a video game. Because this might actually be, or maybe lesser known kind of cheesy strat. Because this is definitely my favorite, not super well-known kind of cheesy strat. Before dwarves can get items with a hauling. Also, genuine question. Am I going crazy? Or did they relatively recently make it so that dwarves can haul multiple blocks and multiple pieces of clothing simultaneously? Because I swear that they used to not be able to do that, and people used to get really annoyed at only individual socks getting hauled. But I've noticed dwarves hauling multiple crafts, multiple pieces of clothing, and multiple other small items like food stuff more and more and more recently. For a few months now? Okay, so it is recent then, because that's a few months. When was that added? Because I somehow completely missed that. Somehow, anyway. You don't think it's recent? Well, regardless, I only noticed it recently. Okay, you are a haggard bamboo. What squad are you in? Turquoise Oceans. Get out. Go have another career. It's like stressed is fine, haggard is not. Yeah, I do remember goblets. But, like, I've seen dwarves hauling multiple body parts and stuff to refuse stockpiles, which I'd swear is more recent than not. Like, it doesn't feel like something that they've always done. But, at the same time, maybe I'm just going nuts. Both are definitely possibilities. We got some more adamantine into the mix. And then down here, I'm going to do a food stockpile. And this is going to be for prepared meals. That's it. And then if I go back down to hell, you down here, gonna get a wall piece, wall piece, wall piece, and wall pieces. But this is gonna be where we store. None of that. None of that. None of that. Minimal of this. This is where basically everything else is going to go. Don't need those. Don't need thems. None of that. None of that. Your dwarves did 1 tooth at a time today. Was that putting it into a stockpile, or was that putting it into a, Also, cave wheat is dwarven beer, by the way. Was that putting it into a stockpile or putting it into a tomb? Oh, I don't actually want leaves, do I? No fruit, just leaves, so... I really wish I could just, like, make a generic dye. Like, just have dye available, make dye. Putting a dyer's shop in hell is kind of ironic and funny in a funny way. Your dwarves did 1 tooth at a time today? Yeah, no, so like into a tomb makes sense because I haven't seen that change. It's specifically like calling crafts to stockpiles that I've seen it. But chat must be correct that it's like just diamonds. Or not just diamonds. Just into bins. Because I've never really noticed it before. Oh, clear diamonds, not white. Chat must be correct. Now, should also make a fish stockpile. Because when you assign a dwarf to wear armor, they drop all their clothes and carry them one by one to their cabinet. Okay, I have a theory. Call me stupid if you think this theory is dumb, chat. Or just call me stupid if you feel like it, that's fine too. Here's an idea. Can they only carry multiple items to a bin because they know that there's space there, but they aren't checking if other dwarves are hauling an item to the same stockpile and you don't want to end up overfilling a stockpile and then items deteriorating because too many items were brought to a stockpile. But if there's a bin, they're capable of checking if there's space in the bin. That seems like it would make sense in a psychotic dwarf logic way. At least in my head. Do you think it's unhealthy to make a workshop that handles food out of brimstone? What's the over-under on that? But yeah, that's like maybe the best that I got right now. As far as why that would happen. Looks like we're making raw squid roasts. So now I wonder something. This is how many dwarves are currently transporting items to and from stockpiles. Most of these are just random barrels. So chat, do you have any obvious New Year's resolutions? Mine just is to keep better track of what I'm working on, and with a loose side goal of maybe working a little bit smarter than I did this past year. Basically make better use of my time. That's basically it. Not that I take New Year's resolutions particularly seriously, it's mostly just, well, we're here now. Might as well use this as an opportunity to try and, like, be a little bit smarter about things. It's like an excuse to put a reset on life a wee bit. Cherry bark, 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 bark. I know I'm being a dog at the moment. That's not the goal here. Watermelon dye, plum bark, bark. Are these all just barks? Don't have any dyes that I can make that aren't dye? Probably need to process plants to do that. Let's just throw a farmer shop down here real quick and just see. Whew! Game got laggy all of a sudden. Zaz throwing spirit tantrum. Ah. That makes sense, actually.
Oh, hey, this procced. Nice.
Because let's just say that that's all the crimes right now being reported. Necron Tier, thank you very much for the 8th month. Appreciate you, mate. Also in an ad break. Sorry, we'll pause. Hauling jobs that used to need a held container now allow the dwarf to carry items without a container. Thank you very much for searching for that. 40 point... Can I ask a serious question? What year did that come out? Clino? Since you're probably looking at it. Also, chat room, can I get a big round of beers? For Necron Tier, keeping that sub alive for 8 months. Assuming you're lurking. $2014. Right. Okay, so 12 years ago. Cool. Feels old, man. All right, Zas. What squad are you in? The Salty Water? Oh, wow. Militia captain of the Salty Water. Well, I don't know how to say this, aside from congrats on your new unemployment. And expulsion. No, I just asked for a round of beers. I don't know if I specifically asked the mods to do something. I mean, I asked for a round of beers because Prince Kawaii Kawaii Desu posted a bunch of post beers in chat, but also because of the resub. So I don't think I specifically asked the mods to do anything. If I did, then whoops, that was subconscious, my B. Get out of the fort. Trying to move farming underground anyway. Process plants to bag, no options. Process plants, what are my options? We got quarry bushes, that's it. Okay, so not many in the process plants. What else could I do? Process plants to barrel. Could do tons of sweet pods. Let's process some sweet pods. That's what I'm looking for. Bayberry leaf. Because I clearly have way too many bayberry leaves. So let's just start making some leaf dye. So where do these meals goes? You were distracted? That's fair. I've also just been babbling, so. You think it was broken, though, until recently it was driving you nuts? You can't find a recent comment? Sometimes I feel like Tarn breaks something without realizing it, and then either never notices the feedback or, like, it doesn't, like, occur to him that it's broken, and then he realizes it, like, months later and then feels bad. There is, like, an actual part of me that thinks that that's sometimes how Tarn operates. Because it really seems that way sometimes. Just seeing where they're currently putting these foodstuffs. This is literally a dwarf carrying a roast all the way here. Okay, well. Let's just go down to here and see. You only take from here. So that's just supposed to be prepared meals. I also need to, like, just find all the food stockpiles, period. Because I kind of just don't want them using
Great
them.
videos. Great stream,
So let's just get
Tai
rid of
Tai.
that. Hologram, thank you very much for the 2nd months. Chat, can I get a round of beers for Hologram? Appreciate you, mate. That can go away, that can go away, that can go away. This can all stay up here. That can stay here. Well, actually, no. I don't need those. This can go away, because it's kind of wasted right there anyway. Okay. Moving food into the underworld. No, recently, but all I could find when he asks mods to do something is mostly assumes that someone else. That's fair. There's a bug in KitFox's channel Discord that Putnam is fairly active, and I've noticed. Oh, I thought you were saying that there's a bug in the Discord. I was like, how's there a bug in the Discord? What, Shane? And Putnam is fairly active. Yes. Although I know Putnam reads a lot more than Putnam talks. So I have pretty in-depth like audience tracking in my chat too. Putnam lurks here kind of a lot. Maybe not a lot, but often enough that I notice. So I think Putnam just has all communication channels open and is keeping an eye on general happenings and affairs in the dwarf world. Which honestly seems smart, if you ask me. So now that I've done that, let's just jump up to here. Oopsies, not up to here. Over to here? Yes. Go, what do you mean I don't have a dyer shop up here? That's crazy. And then go over here and then just go put clothing. Let's say dyer. Oh, nope, never mind. Don't have an empty barrel. Can I just say, I really wish that dyer shops didn't require barrels. Side note, I haven't run out of wood yet, and that's kind of nuts to me. So many items to melt. What does it say, Fraga? I'd love to know. I once had somebody in my chat who was thanking me for using the auto captions, more or less, like basically saying that they're hearing impaired and like it makes following the stream a lot easier. And when I responded to say thank you, I quite literally just said a bunch of like it claimed that I was saying naughty things in the chat. And then I immediately apologized and they're like, it's okay, I'm good at reading through it. Which is kind of, I guess, like me reading through like typos in Twitch chat. You know? The auto captions either provide unintended comedy or intended clarity. Both of which have their uses. One is hysterical laughter, and the other one is hysterical laughter at its inaccuracies. And I think both of those could be useful, depending on the situation. Kit fucks, really? So if I say Kit Fox, I'm just looking at it. It says Kit Fox. Or maybe it's because I'm thinking about it and I'm like trying to enunciate clearly instead of just saying Kit Fox. Okay, that's even worse, actually. I didn't name the company, they did, okay? What actually confuses me is the like Dwarf Fortress / audience of people who maybe watch Dwarf Fortress or play Dwarf Fortress sometimes, but don't follow it super closely and like aren't aware of Bay 12 Games' name or Kit Fox's name and calling it Kitsune. I've seen that a number of times because isn't that a different publisher? Pretty sure there's another publisher called Kitsune. And I've seen a number of people refer to Kit Fox as Kitsune now, and it always that one cracks me up. Well, maybe one of these days it'll say Git Fucks instead, and then that'll just be funny, and everybody can laugh. Yeah, as in Kitsune. Like, it's kind of some of the right letters in sort of the right order. Like, there's an S and a K in both of those, and an I and a T. Has an edit feature? Hold up. Really? It's literally just Google text-to-speech. Like, all it does is it pings Google's server and displays it on the stream. So it's exactly the same tech that YouTube uses for its auto captions. I'm just hosting the end of it. Armor withdraws from society. Except I'm gonna go down to hell right quick. I'll grab you. Because you should just keep making one. Just normal bags. No, just bag. It's Japanese. Although, you know, honestly, I feel like Kitfucks is not that inaccurate of a name. Like, I know about their itch.io account and the names of the games that they released during their game jams. I'm well aware. Get out. It's like I'm gonna convict all these dwarves. And then just expel them. Because I'm getting rather tired having to deal with these. These tantrums are becoming a bit of a danger to society. As I'm sitting here trying to improve the life of my dwarves, they're trying to make it significantly worse. Not eyes. Die. That's what I want. And then let's go back down to... It's weird that food includes die, but oh well. Kid Fox does some weird ass games. It's like what they're like. It's either quarterly or annual game jams that they do. I've got nothing against horny in the video games. It's just not something I personally go out of my way to find in my video games. So if people want their games to be horny as all hell, I mean, more power to you. It's not gonna snag me as a consistent player, that's for sure. There's some places where I like the horny in games, but not most of them. This is starting to look like a pretty active little kitchen. Let's get some fancy silver tables down in here. Slowly increase the value of this area. Select a random dwarf. Look at these. My gift shop's working flawlessly, frankly, chat. Absolutely flawlessly. Obviously, plenty of dwarves still have to acquire rings and such, but like if I go to you, okay, you're just grabbing gems and stuff. But now you're going to go pick up equipment. Interesting. What are you going to go pick up? A wonder. Necron Tyr committed a crime. That's unfortunate. In Hell and Slate? Mr. Pooh? Or on Hammer and Toil? That actually rolls off the tongue pretty nicely-ish. Meanwhile, Id, the armorer, is grabbing stuff. stuff there, Dwarf. I'm also hoping that we can get some of that green clothing dye up in here, because I've just got a ton of dye. So I'm going to take from this stockpile and this stockpile. I'm sorry, raw food. It's supposed to be everything but leather, and that's considered raw food. Okay. All right then. You right here, you also take from there and take from there. I like that this is a food stockpile now. This is a dye stockpile, damn it. I like how bees are no longer food, but cloth is. Let's also just make leather hoods, because I must have so much fucking leather. Let's do 200 of them. Because leather, how much leather are we sitting on? 156? Oh, not as many as I thought. Okay, I'm just gonna make 100 leather hoods. That's a lot of fucking dye. Zas the Spear Dwarf is found dead. Good. Captain of the Guard beat him to death. Honestly, I think you deserved it, Zas. So what's the pathway for these dwarves to dye cloth? Hopefully it's less crazy after this one round. Because what I want them to do is just go there, there, and then back. How is hell? Still 2025. Bone Doll. Sorry, I've been a little bit slow at reading chat as of the last 30 minutes because I've been fiddling with dye. Which is, you know, a wee bit ironic for, you know, the current task at hand, but... Interesting. So that's bayberry dye cloth right there. The armor has created a jagged adamantine greaves. Got another jagged artifact. Speaking of, make dye. What non-bark dye do I have available? Cherry leaf dye. Ugh. Doesn't necessarily mean that they'll be available, but hey, we'll try. What other leaf dyes are available? It's all bark. Turns out it's all bark all the way down, actually. Bayberry leaf dye. Which you've already got. Merry New Ye. Greetings from I mean, hey, you're allowed to say Merry New Ye, Happy New Ye, Unhappy New Ye, Cranky New Ye. Hey, chat, can I get a round of beers for Ward? Happy New Year, mate. And thanks to those of you who've hung out this late. Hey, chat, I know that it's like me joking about rounds of beers and all that, but how many rounds in are you? What's the problem with bark dyes? I don't want to use my wood on dye, because I need that for other things. I'm trying to use byproducts that I'm not using for other things for dye, YouTube chat, instead of like things what I might actually, you know, need other things for. That's the reason for it. It's like I need it for ash for making lye. I need it for quite a few other things. You've yet to play around with the dyeing stuff yet? I mean, I'm sure you played around with the dyeing stuff, just not the dyeing stuff. Because you're certainly not dying to play around with the stuff. I will say that dye really forces you to mess around with stockpiles, linking other things, because it's pretty hard to specialize it. It's like I'm using cherry leaf and bayberry because, like, it's just convenient. And this will completely accidentally popped up a DFAC element and it kind of jump scared me. Because this will completely... Interesting. Just suddenly... Okay, so wait, hold on. Are they going to go... Interesting. Okay, well... Turns out you don't really want dye bags to be in barrels unless you're not mixing similar barrel types, I guess, or food types. Okay, good to know. Good to know, because I'm getting job cancellations on trying to dye cloth. I'm pretty sure it's because they're in barrels, because I saw two dwarves try to use the same barrel. It's like I haven't seen this issue with seeds in a very long time. But I'm certainly seeing this issue with barrels now. I think the barrel count resets every time you change the stockpile. Only if you change the contents of the stockpile, not if you change the size and shape of the stockpile. But not a bad catch, because you're not too far off there. I'm gonna do something silly. Old school strats. Right about here. I want to see them dump where I want them to dump. Okay, how many dump zones do I actually have? This I do need to know. Too many. What? Apparently there's a garbage dump right here. That's wild. Okay. Oh, I see. Never mind. I clicked the wrong one. Get rid of you. Get rid of you, because there's God knows how many bones and stuff in there. Get rid of you. This is what happens when you just have a fortress for a really long time. And then you start forgetting what the heck you've done. Alright, so in theory, the only place left for them to put it would be right there. You know, I don't know what I expected. They're literally dumping the dye there. Not just the bags. The dye. That's actually really amusing. Got me there, dwarves. Okay, so what I need to do then is do this, but not these barrels, and not the dye. Golly gee almighty. It's been a long time since I felt the need to do something silly like this, but, you know, here we are. Hey, it's working. No, it's not actually. Some of these are still getting screwed. Some of it's working, some of it's not. Oh well, whatever. I'll just free up bags again. Or maybe that was just dwarves spread. Nope, they're definitely dumping them. Not all of them, though. Which is a bit weird. Odd. I give up. Bruh, what? Okay, somehow, like, forbidding all those bags and unforbidding everything and then dumping everything and undumping it just, like, booted everything out of the barrels. Or booted a bunch of stuff out of the barrels. Wild. Okay, well, whatever. Sorry, that was an adventure. You blasted 2 minutes to midnight, your favorite song for the occasion? Only 2 minutes before midnight, though. If it's after midnight, then you're late. But I'm sure that is also appropriate. 2 minutes to midnight's a fucking banger of a song, though. There we go. Now this is working the way I want it to. So now I can embiggen you. And just double check. See, no barrels. Excellent. Even though there's still a ton right there. It seems like they're getting cleared out, which is what I want. I'm also just like, you know, a dead, rest in peace, Orange, the goose, who was named very early on in this fort. Also, chat, we're kind of fading a little bit. How we hanging? Should we keep the stream going? Or should we wind down for the year? I only ask because chat is kind of getting a little sleepy. Not that I blame you guys. You guys should be partying and spending time with family if you can. Seeing as it is the last holiday of the year. Aiton, the buck rabbit, Oozle the guinea hen, and the stray cat, unnamed, and Orange the stray gander were all found dead. Tis the first of spring in Dwarf Fortress. It's 8 in the morning here. Good morning. I don't know. It's been several times that I've had to like poke chat multiple times to wake it up. And that usually means it's time to head to bed soon. Or at least time to wind down soon. It has been 8 hours. We made it to 10 hours yesterday. Granted, I realized that me making a shitty tying system for my fortress may not actually be the most compelling thing that you could watch. Grab a cave spider silk. And some Akeda bark dye. So you're mostly lurking. Appreciate it though, Amber. You don't drink? I mean, there's other things to do on the holiday. It's not like you have to drink to do things. Much to my personal dismay, I gotta admit. Well, we finally got dye doing what I wanted it to do. Let's get both of these running. Which means the value of my clothing will go up slightly. Let's actually let the manufacturing of dyed cloth catch up a little bit. If I type in cloth, you can now see that there, there's some dyed cloth in these. So what I could actually do is move these over here. Actually shrink down this stockpile quite considerably. And make a new stockpile over here. For cloth, what is dyed? Color be damned. Don't let us hold your... I ain't got shit to do tonight. Well, I mean, there's a brewery that's open late tonight, which I'm probably going to go have a few beers at, but I don't really have anything to do for another couple hours at the very least. If I end now, I'll probably just, I don't know, schedule a post for the blog, draw a name for the next record draw, send out an email, eat dinner, watch some YouTube. So it's not that you're holding me here, it's just, if chat's quiet, it's time to wind down. I know. At this point, I'll say something that I haven't said in a minute, which is the longer you want the stream to go, the more active you need the chat to be. And the more active the chat be, the longer the stream go. I need a large gems stockpile. Exceptional cave spider silk cloth. Send you an email only if I draw your name. You're trying to get your entire month's time in before midnight for work? I have a question. Is that so that you can leave work early, or is that for the overtime? What's up, Murdoch Burke? And Happy New Year in the YouTubes. And happy to help with the hours of entertainment. I am looking at the YouTube chat, but it's just about as quiet as the Twitch chat. Sometimes more quiet, sometimes less quiet. No, it's because you faked it to work from home on Tuesdays. Right. I appreciate the honesty. Please don't get in trouble with work for that. That's a green diamond scepter. I fucking love gem crafts. They're super neat. Like, just, holy shit. Like, just fucking green diamond scepter. That's super neat. I just love that. It's one of my favorite little things what happens. Like, how far down is that even? Pretty far. Turns out I got some really valuable items. A lot of steel bolts. And you don't want to get in trouble. Well, best of luck not getting in trouble. Here I was just hoping that we're trying to, you know, sneak the... I thought you were just trying to sneak in overtime, but... Just trying to see now. If they're going to start moving items over there. Let's try this. I'm just going to follow this cloth. See where this cloth goes. Ah, okay. So this still allows dyed stuff. That's my issue. That's where I fucked up. Mang the Armorer has given birth to a girl. The newest of years. So what happens with crafting gems, YouTube chat, is there's a percentage chance that they'll make a large gem or gem craft while cutting gems. So the higher skill the gem cutter, the higher the likelihood that they'll make a large craft or a gem craft. Apparently for a hot minute there, just making gem crafts was busted, so they weren't making any of them, but like that's a yellow zircon ring that they just made as a craft while they were making, like, while they were cutting zircons, because they just had some left over, air quotes. And that is just a ongoing thing that they will just do. Some migrants arrived despite the danger. Oh fuck, I totally forgot about that. As the enemy is invading, the army is commanded by the goblin Subtle Lestils, a competent commander. Chat, can I get a big Vile Force of Darkness? Or, like, just scream at the sky or something? Whatever really works. Well, let's hope that, I'm not even remotely ready. That's the one thing I really know for certain right now, is I ain't ready. I wonder... Okay, so it's an ambushed. Ambushed. Ambush. Down in here, you're closed. Okay. So what I need to do is I need to go here. I need to go to places, siege engines, gate, 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 gate. Lock and load, Dwarfs. It's an ambush. Curse all friends of nature. The elves is attacking again. I have a feeling they're going to slaughter all the newcomers. There's more. We know that they're elf cultured because they have elf gear and elf clothing. They must have been following the recent arrivals because they are just going to chase them down and kill them. As they try their best to work their way into the fort. Although it seems like these dwarves are actually doing quite well. This is one of the elf culture human spearmen who's wielding a candle nut spear and is about to candle nut all over themselves as they fall to pieces as the dwarves beat the ever-living shit out of them until they suffocate. Yep. And also my dwarf, who appears to have lost their shirt in the fighting. Here's hoping that these dwarves will be able to do some damage, seeing as we've lost one already, and soon to be more than one. Come on, get inside, dwarf. You can go. No, you can't. Okay, fine. Meanwhile, right here is where the actual elf invasion is entering the fort. They should have finished that. Oh well. Thankfully, they gave us enough of a distraction time for my dwarves to set up the weapons, and they have seen these traps before, so that they know that they're here, and fire at will, say the dwarves. Found 3 dwarves dead up on the surface. I used to listen to 3 doors down, but now all I see is more than 3 dwarfs down. 4, actually, specifically. Ain't that smart. That much is for sure. Thanks for the Vile Force of Darkness, chat. I'm also just gonna shut this area out of the burrow. With the exception of the edges. I like how they just know that this one's already dead. It's kind of grim that they stop shooting once their lungs are destroyed and they're going to die of suffocation. Cheers, Shutterbug. Happy New Year. Got a little elven invasion at the moment. Unfortunately, they arrived at the exact same time. That's actually one that's been there for a while. Unfortunately, they arrived at the exact same time as a migrant wave, so these poor migrants are actually having a pretty tough week. Let's see if I can save some of these migrants. Like this human right here, who's chasing this poor dwarf who's getting real tired. Thankfully, my other dwarves are making it inside. Here come the soldiers. Immediately puking, but hopefully will be enough to spook away some of these vile forces of cowardice, attacking civilians, migrating to a dwarven fortress. As the siege ends, I will let the recent migrants go outside and put the bodies into tombs. Are they leaving? Okay, well, gotta kill you. Never mind. Don't actually, because Dwarf died. But how's your New Year's Eve going, Shutterbug? Hopefully you've had some fun celebrations. It certainly looks like the certainly seems like the dwarves are no longer with us. Okay, good. They're not actually forbidden. This one down here, you killed one of my dwarves. But we'll see. If you leave the map, or if we kill you first. Oh, siege is over. That's it. Well, round of Fs for those who died, chat. So they're not allied with the goblins, Grill on Blue. They have elvish names, which means they were raised in elven society. So think about it this way. This is a pretty extreme example. If you have a cat and a dog, and they're friends, because they grew up in the same house, is that cat now a dog? Or is that just a cat with dog culture? In the Dwarf Fortress sense, that's a cat with dog culture. Not a dog now. It's still a cat. And that's how Dwarf Fortress kind of works. So if a human is kidnapped, or if a human moves from a human civilization to a goblin civilization, and then that human has kids, then its kids will have goblin names in the goblin language and will be raised as goblins. And if a goblin leaves goblin society and joins human society, then they will have human names and human culture and human ethics. Same if a, like, elf leaves elvish society and joins dwarven society. The same still goes. It's one of my favorite features of Dwarf Fortress. Everybody just assumes that they're evil and allied. No, if they're using their gear, that is a human who chose to live in elvish society. And the populations are extremely intermingled. The only time that you don't see intermingled populations usually is in fortress mode. If you visit almost any dwarven fortress in adventure mode, the population will most likely only be like 30% dwarves. The rest is elves, humans, goblins. What's really funny is, like, when you see, like, a goblin that, like, grew up in elvish society and, like, all of their values perfectly align with elves, except the one thing they still have is the species trait, which is he's sometimes cruel. It's like, sometimes cruel, but also is just an elf in, like, every way, sense, and shape of the word. I find that stuff to be very amusing. I built that at the beginning and then never actually did anything with it. No, goblins are more extreme in a bunch of their, like, as an example, this, like, everybody in his culture, right? But under traits, they will have some species-specific ones. So, like, it doesn't matter what this dwarf's personality is and what their ethics are, this doesn't change. So, like, if this dwarf grew up in elven society, they would still feel this way about life because they're a dwarf. And that's unique to each faction. Like, somebody that grew up in elven culture is just going to value nature above all else. Anyways, I don't know. Keep the game interesting. Don't make it unpleasant. That's my only request. You have a baby Gorlak in your fort? Aw. Did you actually have like a Gorlak couple that made a baby? Because I don't think I've ever actually seen that. I've seen baby Gorlaks like in the caverns before, but never in my fort. Have I experimented with dyes? No, never. Never once. Never once touched dyes or messed with dyeing any cloth in any fort ever in my history of this entire video game. What am I doing right now? Challenge impossible. Yes, I've messed with dyes many times. I've built pretty elaborate dyeing like routes and setups in the old system using millstones and whatnot to grind dimple cups. I've messed with this system a couple times in the Fortress of Colorbeard. The only clothing I had in that entire fortress was dyed. So there's that. But yeah. Riddle. Absolutely. After the entire suite of nobles got ganked. I had a fortress that had a Gorlak, or a faction once that had a Gorlak outpost liaison and a Gorlak baroness, who we eventually managed to make into a Gorlak queen. And what was wild about that fort is afterwards we went and looked at legends to figure out how they came to be. And from what I can tell, they more or less just like failed upwards and lied their way into taking the position. Like they like just kind of were like working as brewers, and then like one of them got promoted because somebody died, and then somebody like became friends with somebody, and then they bribed them, and then that person died, and because of their association with that other person, they became an elected official, and like just kind of like slowly moved their ways up the ranks, and like I had nothing to do with it. I just started playing. I was like, holy shit, my queen's a Gorlak. It was wild. Failing upwards, I don't know if that's nepotism though, right? Like, if you were just, for all intents and purposes, a wilderness creature that wandered into the fortress, isn't that kind of like the inverse of nepotism? Like, it's not really nepotism, like, if... You know? Oh, the two things separately. Sure. But yeah, it just kind of seemed like right place, right time, if nothing else. I'm actually kind of curious what I can process too. Valley herb. Interesting. Today I learned, if you have valley herb, you can process those to vials. I must just be out of something. Metal armor full. Swap you guys out for the proper gear. And they're all asleep. What's up, Zambonis? Happy New Year. How's 2026 looking so far? Any better than the 2025s? It would actually be kind of crazy if you had like multi-generational Gorlak nobles in a dwarven faction. If anybody ever sees that, please send me a copy of that world because that would be super neat to look at. How are we doing on the wafers? Let's make 10 more adamantine spears. I really like the look of adamantine helmets with steel armor. Like, obviously, full ADA stuff is better for the most part, but I really like the look of it. There's something about it that's just kind of special. All right, let's lag my game a lot. I've decided I don't like frame rate anymore, and I want to make it go away. So let's do that. So let's real quick just jump down to here. Now what I'm gonna do, I'm just gonna make sure that's shut, which it is, and that is shut, which it is, and that is shut, which it is. All right, let's drain the ocean in 51 seconds when the ads are done. You know, honestly, I don't know if I want to wind back to an earlier year, because the beginning of 2025 for me, Swarm of Zambonis, was fucking atrocious. Like, that January 2025 was awful for me, but it kind of was uphill from there, so. Lower frames, true. Scarcity is value, right? We must have the highest value frames. I'm trying to catch a fish. Truthfully. So I've now flooded that. If you want to post some water now would be appropriate, I guess. So that's going to gushers down into there. And I think we'll also eject into hell. Yep. Frame rate gone. Somebody help out 409. Or just post some water. I've only got 4 frames right now, so, you know. 2, actually. One frame. Best I can do is 2 frames, chat. Actually, 7. 12. 22. Allegedly. Where's this water? Game. So they're not supposed... Oh, it's just all the way the hell back here, I see. It's taking its sweet time. Well, that's fine, I guess. So, that's the lack of ocean now. And I need to find this fish. There you are, agitated buddy. So I want to catch this fish. Because it's mad at me. And it don't like me. 7 is most water, yes. 7 would drown a dwarf. But, conveniently for me, it's only right here. And if I can get it into here, which they seem to swim through there, when the opportunity arises. As you can see, we've had an agitated manta ray in this fort before. Also, I feel like if I close the lever that drains the water into hell as well, the frame rate is better, so maybe Maybe that's the pro tip. Is to just stop the water draining into hell as well as like off the map. So let's just give this a yank. Because it is about to, you know, pour into hell a little bit, but whatever. Okay, Dwarf over here goes and pulls lever. So once this closes, right about there, and that collides, and I'm back up to 22 FPS. Well, that's okay. So, let's see where that fish goes. Speaking of Gorlax, found a Gorlak. Also, I don't know if you guys are noticing this, but we have a problem. Every time I open up this screen, there is more demons in the underworld. We're gonna have to go to fight these demons at some point. How goes the Great Flood? I'm trying to catch a fish. Okay? Just be very quiet. I'm hunting fishy. I need him to go over here, though. It's too far north. No, actually, this is all going into the caverns. I'm not actually draining this into hell. I want this agitated fish to go get caught in my agitated cage traps. The thing is, they don't always leave the map, and they've been having babies. I haven't mentioned that, but there's been a couple times it's like, they've given birth to babies. So yes, we're gonna need to open up the gates and release the hells. At some point-ish. See? I've got my fish-shaped sploosh. It's a fun slide. For fish. There is something else that I can do as well to maybe drain some of this water faster. Which is pull this lever. And pull this lever. However, I do have to be cautious and just double check once more so I don't panic that that is closed. Because that's about to flood. Also, Hell Cleanse sounds like something that you'd be told to do in kind of a sketchy, like, dieting book. After 75 days of green smoothies and 241 minutes of meditating, you begin the Hell Cleanse. If results are minimal, apply more laxatives. Oh man, yeah, no, I agree, Eric. What I'm kind of hoping is, like, I noticed that, like, if you catch or kill all of a certain type of animal in your fort that is agitated, other variations of agitated creatures arrive. So I'm just kind of really hoping that if I catch all of the, like, agitated fish, something else will arrive. That's what I'm hoping. Because there was a manta ray, and when the manta ray died, that fish arrived, and that fish has been here since. So that's my big hope. I'm also just going to grab this fish again. So you're closer, but still too far away. All right, let's watch this fish swim around. The most entertaining portion of the stream. I mean, wouldn't you be annoyed by rain if you were a saltwater fish? YouTube chat? You know, actually, I think the hell cleanse is what happens after you take part in hot ones. You can't say that I'm wrong, chat. Am I trying to start a pissed off zoo? Isn't that most zoos? Except normally it's just pissed off parents that annoyed children. It's more of an agitated zoo, I guess. Not an idea how to interact? You can't. They just kind of hang out for a bit and then they leave, usually, is how that goes. Okay, let's start draining into hell as well again. You have to get extraordinarily lucky with cage traps. Or very creative with bridges. No, it's when you put the plug-in upside down. Suited. Or when you use the wrong nozzle with the shop vac. So, Wheelmate in YouTube chat. I made a fortress one. They say that they need to build fortresses next to an ocean because they love the creatures and they haven't seen much of the fish. Look at the VODs for the fortress that I have called Water Lungs. Admittedly, the frame rate gets horrible by the end of it, but it was a glacier, and I thawed out the glacier by piping lava beneath it. And it was an untamed wilds ocean, the glacier. And although part of it was rocky, but most of it was a glacier. And I piped water up to lava underneath the glacier to thaw out the glacier. And the second I completed that, we started getting giant crabs, giant elephant seals, and giant emperor penguins. And then the fortress got taken over and almost destroyed by giant crabs. And that's why we have a crab emote on Twitch. Vote crab. Till the end of days. And that's also how I learned that giant crabs can equip weapons and pull levers and open locked doors. And can't be tamed. They can be trained, but they can't be tamed. Also, that was a resurrecting biome, so every time you'd butcher a giant crab, you'd get 6 zombie crabs. No, 7. 1 for the body, and the rest were all legs. So, this was also before a lot of the FPS improvements. Like, right now, the frame rate's at 22. With me draining an ocean. That fort averaged, like, 15 FPS by the end of it. Giant monarch butterflies are very fragile. Like, I've seen children in Dwarf Fort punch those things to death. Which, honestly, is pretty true to reality. Okay, this is a little weird. This used to actually be able to completely drain out this area. Like, way faster than before. I'm gonna grab a couple dwarves. And, you know, see if they maybe could act as bait and or put some things into tombs. You know, just in case. Fishy thinks they can do a silly. So you are swimming back and forth. I had it swim through my trap once. It's like, how are you spending your New Year's? Oh, you know, out partying. How are you spending your New Year's? Oh, you know, with family, watching a movie. Oh, how are you spending New Year's? Oh, you know, watching the ball drop on TV. It's like, meanwhile, me. How are you spending New Year's? Getting frustrated that a fish refuses to swim into my fish trap? in a video game. It's like actually rather. How are you spending your New Year's? Draining an ocean to catch a fish? One fish? IRL, like, fishermen be like. It's death cause. That. For FemJess. Or Eric in this case. I think that's just like memers on the internet, to be fair. Grill on Blue in YouTube chat. What, draining an ocean to try and catch a fish? I mean, this is the fish I'm trying to catch. This is the current state of the ocean. This is my trap that I'm trying to whirlpool it into. I just need it to go a bit south and then into that. And then it'll go whoop, and then get stuck in one of my cage traps down in there, hopefully. Watch me, like, squish it with a drawbridge. Like, that actually would be the most Dwarf Fortress thing. And if we catch it, we have to shout, "Oppa!" Because that's what this fish is called. I didn't name it. Some rando human who was unqualified probably named it. Remember, chat, Dwarf Fortress is the hardest game and most complicated simulation ever made. Swim south. No, it's not. I mean, it kind of went southeast, but it is further south than it was. It is further south than it was. Not by much, though. I like how it's experienced trauma recently, but doesn't remember what the trauma was. This fish is also 7 years old. Oh, that's good news. Getting closer. Come on. The thing is, it is agitated, which unironically means it does want to pass towards my dwarves. Like this child who's currently playing at the bottom of the ocean, by the way. And also wants to path into my fortress. So it wants to attack my dwarves and it wants to path into my fortress. Meaning, it's trying to kill this child, probably. Run, Zulban, you're in danger. Anyways. Wow, it actually is trying to get towards Zulban. That is really funny. Has the memory of a goldfish? Well, this isn't a goldfish. It's a large oceanic fish that is round and red. Let's see what these look like in reality. Oh, they're kind of pretty, actually. These are cool. I'm sorry, what? They're warm-blooded? Huh. It's pretty. You got a nice smile, too. That does not look real. I like how it's just like, rare fish, and then it's like all these photos of people, like, catching them. It's like, I want to see Blue Planet photo. I don't want to see grumpy fishermen. Oopsies. Kind of looks like a sunfish, yeah. Or like a big angelfish. Really big angelfish. You see, you say it looks like a sunfish, but I only moonfish. That's the best kind of humor you're gonna get to me after you're gonna get out of me after 9 hours of stream. What's the plan once I capture it? Well, I have aquariums. So I want to set it up in an aquarium in hell. I want to make an angry fish aquarium in hell. Maybe put it in my library or put a library around it or something. I mostly just want to catch it because I'm hoping that I'll get some agitated orcas, because this map had giant orcas when I first started here. And if I catch this one, I mean, I could kill it, but that'd be mean. If I catch this one, then the odds that those orcas come back are higher. Instead of boomer dad dating profiles, those guys did not look like boomers, but they did look like dads. Those were definitely like millennial dads. Pretty warm. Probably sulfury, actually. Do you think it knows that this is danger? I might need to, like, make a secondary drain for this. But, like, that would be horrible for the fort at this point, because moods are so tied to the cave adaptation at the moment. Huh. Wow, we are still actually dyeing cloth. That's kind of impressive, I'm not gonna lie. Yeah. My dye collection is growing. Let's actually just set these two to just take from this stockpile. So these will like exclusively make higher value clothing now. Okay, so you're over here making cloth trousers. Probably for the other workshop, if I were to bet. There you go. You're the one making a cloth toga. What color do you pick? Oh, you go to the other shop. Do I have like a labor task saying don't use dyed cloth or something? Yeah, fuck it. Why don't we be mean to them? Man, feels like it's the olden days again. With the frame rate so high and exquisite. I am actually at 35 FPS right now, which is kind of nutty. It's like hovering between 30 and 35, which is actually like really good. All things considered. So I'm telling them to only use dyed cloth. Yet here they are using not dyed cloth. I don't understand. Oh, actually, I think I know what's going on here. They're using like silk. They're not using silk and stuff, and they're mostly... So if I say like silk hood, I get it. I see what's happening here. I get it. I see what's going on. All right, fish, where are you at? As far away from my fish trap as possible. All right, fish. You win this round. I shall give you an ocean to flap around in again. And then I will wait until you swim this way, and then when you get over this way, I will open my trap up again and hope for good luck. Wait, really? What FPS did Halo Reach run at on the 360? I never played Reach. I remember watching a friend play it once. I think like I can maybe count on one hand or two hands the number of times I used an Xbox 360. I owned a 360 controller for a really long time, but I'll never use that on my computer. And I only ever played Halo on PC. Never actually played Halo on any consoles. I did play Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2, though. You assume 30 FPS? But, like, why? Brave of you to assume 30. Suited said that so confidently at 35 FPS that, like, I kind of... That makes me curious, I guess. And fishy. Where are we at? There's also 2 giant Olms in Dawada underground. This is my favorite. It's like relieved being near a waterfall because the ocean is refilling and then gets caught in a waterfall and goes and almost drowns. This is how I killed the manta ray. Oh no. Am I gonna kill it? Because it's like skirting on the tidal wave. It's drowning, chat. Oh no. Okay. It's okay. Got back underwater. It's no longer drowning. Sorry, fish drowning outside of water is one of the funniest fucking things to me in this game. Like, I shouldn't find that as funny as I do, but I do. Come on, fish. Some 2012 type waves? Yeah, I mean, fish in an untamed wilds biome can be agitated like any, like, other things. This is how you get, like, giant whales and stuff. This fish is just rather large. I mean, I was showing pictures of him on stream a second ago. Okay, this time I will type in Opa in the wilds. No, literally all of the photos I'm getting are, like, pictures of fish steaks and, like, guys in sailboats. Okay, here's an all right picture. We'll go with this. How's that? Like, they're pretty big, man. Do they have teeth? Probably not. Well, they don't have water covering their teeth, so no, they do not have teeth. At least in Dwarf Fortress, they don't have teeth. Because it would say that there was water covering their teeth. The water's just covering their mouth, not their teeth. Happy New Year back at you, Sorganth. I'm trying to catch a fish. Oh god, I know it's a drowning fish. Yo, dumb fish. Quit drowning in the tidal wave. Get back underwater. You're going to drown. Fishy, no. Why are you doing this to yourself? It's not fair. Just get underwater. It's safer. Okay, it fell. It's fine. It's like it's an adrenaline junkie fish, okay? It needs to get its kicks. Hold on, what was that combat log? Oh, it doesn't, okay, it didn't actually register any hits. It's like, the full force of the forehead takes the full force of the blow. The front of the forehead takes the full force of the blow. after, like, diving back under a wave. It's a surfer fish, okay? It's enjoying this. This is what it does. That's its hobby. It's actually very good at this. One of the best. All right, fish. No. Keep stressing me out. Yep. You know, we were joking about this earlier and, like, looking at the fish and being like, wait, do they have a swimming skill? But they're like any animal. They don't register a swimming skill. They're just aquatic, so they have to be underwater, otherwise they suffocate. Which is how Dwarf Fortress handles aquatic animals. It's just like, it's hanging out with all these bat rays. Batman's favorite weapon. It's evolving. Thanks, Suited. I think that might actually be the first clip today. Oh, now it's above ground and dry. No. That's so fucking funny. All right, you dumb fish. Go south. That's where my trap is. This is where dumb fish drown. Okay, now you're... Oof. Man, if fish land on land, that would actually be unhealthy for it. A fish with low swimming skill would be funny. Isn't that like just... what's the name of the really dumb fish that does nothing but flop around in Pokemon? Sorry, I don't know what a the fish Pokemon, what doesn't do anything. That just flaps around in Smash Brothers. I'm just gonna let the game run because we're just watching a fish float around, even though we're in an ad break. Magikarp, yeah, it's like Magikarp. Just goes, but and looks surprised about its existence. And then almost dies and then continues to look surprised about its continued existence. I think those big fish are notorious for being quite dumb. I think, like, fish are one of those creatures where for every single time someone's like, oh, they're notorious for being real dumb or, like, not the brightest creatures, I don't necessarily agree with that, because a lot of the time when those kind of things are said, I then find a study or something that says, actually, they have, like, extremely good, like, recognition abilities and are very good at remembering people, and, like, they might act dumb based on, like, our perception of intelligence, but that doesn't necessarily make them dumb. They're no emus. Like, emus are dumb. They have, like, a working memory of, like, 18 seconds. Where, like, if they're mad at you and chasing you and angry about it, they'll forget why they're chasing you and why they're angry. They'll just know they're angry and they're chasing you within 7 seconds. Like, that is a dumb animal. Whereas, like, they might act dumb, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they're dumb. Fuck off, Dragoness creature. Well, I mean, yeah, Magikarp is the weak one. The evolved Magikarp is strong, I think. At least it was in Pokken tournament. Okay, so I need it to come over here to my house. Yeah. Now go here. Right about there. That's where I want you. That's where I want you. You've been watching the finale of Stranger Things? So I haven't watched Stranger Things since Stranger Things season 3. Aren't they? How many seasons are they in? And aren't they kind of old now? Like, has the Harry Potter effect happened, where they've like become 26 alongside that show? Oh God. And I guess the other question is, have they acknowledged it? Or is it something that they're just kind of like, you know, trying to just make them up to look the age they want them to be in that Don't you drown, you stupid fish. There you go. Okay, now just keep going west. Yes. There's been time jumps? Okay, that's good. I really liked that first season, and I didn't really like anything after that, but the reason I liked the first season so much was because of the practical effects. Like, that was the entire reason I watched that first season, was like, oh, it's like a, you know, it's kind of a Spielberg-ish, like, monster, like, flick with, like, the stylings of a lot of things that I have a lot of nostalgia for. In the style of things that I have a lot of nostalgia for. Let's open this up and see if I can catch it. Except, like, then they kind of did away with the practical effects after that first season, and that made me real sad. Good timing on the save game. All right. I need you to cross your fingers and toes and tongues and whatever the fuck else you can cross. Your eyes, if that's possible, or helpful in this case, because I need to catch this. Come on, fish. Just go a little bit to the west. And don't miss the cage traps. I don't actually have that many. Watch it be trap avoid. West. By the way, the frame rate's going to disappear in a few seconds. I think it's gone too far south, actually. My god, actually, it's really close. Come on, Nusby. So wait, what is that dwarf pondering? Pondering Gears! I think that smoking top hat over here, big fan of Gears of War, and is pondering if the next one will be the last one in the franchise or not. The results of their study will be astounding. All right, fish, where the fuck did you go? Actually, detour real quick. All right, what the heck? Okay, they've already engraved the slab. They just haven't found it yet. Okay, where the heck did this fish go? Oh, man. It knows. It's too far south, chat. All right, it begins. Let's see if we lucked out-ish as the ocean begins to vanish and the fish begins to fall. Whee! Down one. Down. Oh man, it's actually real close. It's going north. Come on. It's directly above it, chat. It's directly above it. Down. Down. It is directly above it, but the question is, will it make its way in or not? Come on, fish. Happy New Year, catch a fish. Yes, I agree, Zareza. I'm sorry, what do you want about? I look up at chat and all I see is what Suited Giraffe just wrote. Larger cage trap net. All my dwarves are cave adapted. This is kind of all I really got. The thing is, it swam into this before. This exact fish has in fact swam into this before, down into here. However, I did not have any cage traps in it at the time. So, now I do. I mean, if this is like a teenager talking about their dad dying, that would make some sense in like a cartoon, or not cartoon, but like teen high school drama type thing. Or college drama, I guess. It does seem super quotable. Speaking of super quotable, meanwhile, YouTube chat's quoting Spaceballs with a suck, 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 suck. So. And I'm like, it's hard to breathe in here. Fish, what the frig are you doing? It's like, fuck this shit, I'm out, man. It's just doing tricks. Just needs to swim into there. If it goes into here, I win. It's so close. Come on. Come on, Finny McFlapper. You're literally like 3 tiles to the right. Come on. Just keep going. Just a little bit more east. It's going east. Still going east. How goes it? Yeah. It's like 2 tiles away. I wonder if I put a couple really valuable statues in there, if it'll want to go topple them. Me thinking in Dwarf Fortress logic. Like, that is the way in, right there. I think that, like, quotes and GIFs of Spaceballs are better than actually watching Spaceballs. That's my take on Spaceballs. Like, I don't actually think that movie's that funny when you're just sitting there and watching that movie. Like, it outstays its welcome for me, kind of massively. But outside of that kind of context, it is very funny. Just, like, as a quote mechanism. South, come on. There's nowhere else for you to go. You can't go up. Just go where that clownfish is playing. We're all clowns down here. It's not foreshadowing. Just when the time is right. Yeah. It also seems like a movie that, like, if you're watching it with a group of people that are also quoting it faster than the movie can quote itself, then that's probably an improvement on it. I think the one time I enjoyed watching that movie was when I was watching it with like 6 people. Which is also outside in a park. I didn't even stay for the whole thing, which is maybe also why I enjoyed it. Oh. Ah. Go down. Do I risk it? So there's something else I gotta do as well. I gotta go all the way down here. And I have to hope they pull this one first. Oh, one north. Ah, north, I said. North, I tell you, north. Come on. Okay, so that one's done. Is top one closed? Not yet. Perfect. My fishing for fishies is almost complete. All right. Ladies and buzzcocks, I think we made it. I just need this to close. Allegedly, someone's coming to pull it. Meanwhile, that dwarf over there is too busy pondering gears. Schrubbert. Well, you're almost there. That's good. So Shrubbert's about to go pull it. Who's also a little bit injured. This was one of the original 7 dwarves who's been gelded, which is crazy. I mean, I still need it to swim back up to the top now. But the good news is we got it. Why are we trying to catch this fish? Because it's agitated. So if I catch it, then it'll send more agitated animals. And the reason I want that is more agitated animals means higher chance of me getting agitated whales. But now I just need to wait for it to conveniently swim into one of my traps, which may take a while. Or I could kill it, which would also help the process of bringing in other types of animals. But I would rather that it go uppy, like it is right now, and get caught in my cage traps. Why do I want agitated whales? So I can catch one. So I can put it in a cage, and then put it in an aquarium, and then make a zoo. Or, I guess, an aquarium. Rather. Oh, okay, never mind. For a second there, I was like, that's concerning. No, it's fine. I guess I could find out if fish could open doors. Actually, we're going to find out if this fish is a building destroyer, maybe. Unironically, I spent so much time last night thinking about this while I was getting ready for bed. I was just like, I could drain the ocean and catch a fish. It's like, this is a fortress where I built a fort in hell and drained an entire ocean to catch a fish. Those two things weren't necessarily connected, but I have built a fortress in hell that also can drain the ocean to catch fish. This is my Moby Dick. Moby D's nuts. And now the question is, do I let it think that I'm letting it out so that it'll swim back up? I think I do. Who's coming to pull this? Although if I crush a fish with a drawbridge, that'll be funny enough in and of itself that I'll call it a victory. I realize I'm locking a door in there. I'm doing that intentionally. I'm sorry, agitated black bear? Oh, that's new. Alrighty, fish'ems. Going up or down? Down. Okay. You like the seahorse? We need giant seahorses. I mean, what I'd actually love to see is like a sea serpent or a sea monster, but I don't know or think that'll ever happen. No, because the king doesn't live here. We had the king and the queen, briefly, Ildari, but they died. So they no longer live here. Well, not here specifically. 14. 15. Oh, come on. Go up. 17. Come on. You're going down. 18. Goddamn. There's no food down there. See, we've told the dwarves for years, 409, that they shouldn't smoke the Kraken. It's not good for them. But doesn't stop chat from cracking all these jokes. want to catch a fish. What did they die to? Hell demons? What, the fish or my dwarves? What are we talking about here? An-L. I'm having trouble speaking. I've been streaming for 9.5 hours. Okay, up, uppity, 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 uppity. Now we talkity. Keep at it. All right, Dwarf, you got one task. Focus. Are you not focused, Dwarf? Fuck you, Dwarf. If it swims out, I will be upset. It's swimming out. All right, well, back to plan A. Back down to the bottom. Not you're dead. Quit with bringing out this nonsense. But it is time to redrain the ocean. It's different than bringing out your dead. Just everybody stop celebrating now. I'm gonna cry. Sort of, maybe. Not really. But I tried. Alf meets with the human chancellor Aril Partabo, and they say there's much to discuss. Nice place you've carved out for yourselves. What did I think the crystals I was mining were? Whale summoning rituals? There goes the ocean again. And the fish is like, oh boy, here we go again. There's some cool ass fish in here. Well, you know where you gotta go now, fishy. And the human caravan has arrived going, the fuck's happening? Holy shit, the elephant picture's funny. Elephants have new pictures. Oh no, it's the elephant man pictures is the one I'm thinking of. I mean, they were too busy attending a meeting and demanding to yell at somebody in charge. Although, to be totally fair, if I got locked in an office and informed I had to stay there for a couple days until I was told to pull a lever again, I too would demand a meeting with management and probably HR. So I don't really try to reach high numbers. Like, that's not something that I generally go for, because that's not a mechanic that I find to be particularly interesting in the game. So I generally don't really care about going above 200 Hitatsu. But the highest I ever got off the top of my head is 450. But it just, I don't know. The game isn't really designed for that. I don't particularly like playing super high population fortresses. I think like 250 is kind of like the peak where I enjoy it. Higher than that, the game just kind of starts to run weird. Like, it's pretty clear to me that like the game is really designed with like a 250-ish tops in mind. It's called being the mayor or any noble. Like, they just get yelled at by people that are in charge constantly. Fuck if I know. I don't play with high population. Go ask somebody with high population, YouTube chat. Or Twitch chat, rather. Just go do that. Like, I don't know. I play with like 200 dwarves because I would rather have 70 FPS flat. I mean, there's been dozens of massive frame rate increases that have been added to the game. My Fortress Seed Vault, which I had at 450 dwarves, which was about a year ago, I had at 100 FPS. So, like, I don't have frame rate problems. That's because you have to change your setting to increase the population on L. In theory, you could have up to 5,000 dwarves in a fort, because that's the maximum that the engine allows. But you have to manually adjust your settings to do that. and I don't like playing it like that, so I don't play it like that. I don't actually find like just having the most population to be a particularly compelling goal, having done it several times. Imagine a Kia swooping in. Why would it fight with, like, the fish? I mean, right now my frame rate's at 20, but that is because I'm making an ocean do this. Like, that is why the frame rate's at 20. It's because I'm draining an entire ocean to try and catch a fish. And it's not being cooperative. In fact, it's trying to drown itself. It's not very smart. Also, something that, like, makes my brain click in a weird way. And it's, like, hard to tell, right? It's always just, like, a suspicion thing. It's like, are you two in a Discord together, Gondor and Hetsu? Because, like, you asked basically the same subject and basically the same question, more or less simultaneously. It's like, do you have like a mind connection or something? Because that's kind of wild. Like, nobody's asked about population all day, and then it's like 2 questions back to back. That or you like were both thinking about it, and then you saw the other person say it and go, oh yeah! There was somebody on Reddit. So Ildarian in YouTube chat says, imagine a fort with 5,000 dwarves would most likely be a hive city. So there was somebody who made a thread on Reddit, and they had used DF hack to populate their fortress. And they had 5,000 dwarves, just to see what the frame rate would be. This was after STL2 launched. And because the biggest impact for like FPS when you have lots of dwarves is pathing and line of sight, those are the 2 biggest impacts on frame rate. The entire fortress was this, like grids like this. Bedrooms were like the only like little open spaces, but everything was grids like that, full of doors. And they had 5,000 dwarves with like 120 FPS. It was the most like, you won't like it, but this is what peak performance looks like. Quite literally, like this is like maximum population at highest possible frame rates. But I don't know. I don't think like, personally, one of the ways that I play this game is I try to play it in ways that I find fun. And I also try to not play it in ways that make it unfun. Because if I play a game in a certain way, I have a big enough pool of people watching me that other people will start to do that too. And I want to try and encourage things that I think are fun and show off the best sides of the game. And I don't actually think that cranking the population up extremely high is a good way to show off the game. Mostly because it does drive your frame rate down. And whenever I see people like complaining that the game's frame rate is bad, and then in the same sentence like stating that they have hundreds and hundreds of dwarves, like 400 plus dwarves, I just want to like smack my face against the wall, because like, no shit, Sherlock. Like, you're gonna have a harder time keeping your frame rate stable at a higher population. And if you push it above 220, you're gonna have a real hard time. I mean, back in the day, it used to be tough to have more than like 180 dwarves, like I have right now, and have more than 20 FPS. Now I can very easily, if I'm not draining an entire ocean, have 220, 250 dwarves and not leave 60 FPS. Or even higher if I turned it up higher. I just don't turn it up higher, so it's easy for chat to follow. But like, I don't see the point in just making the game look worse than it is, in my opinion. Snow White falls into an anthill. Gondor. Oh, clay is actually an interesting concept for building above ground, wheelmate. Oh, come on. It's going towards my trap again. Will we catch it this time? If I don't, I will just, I don't know, drown it and wait for more fish. And then make more traps in the trap. Cuds do, hello. about to get hit by ads, unfortunately, but I'm glad that you like the videos. I think I can count on 2 hands the number of times I've actually done porcelain in Dwarf. And one of those 2 times was the time that I modded porcelain thrones into the game. You just, you're a lurk and saw high numbers? Oh. Yeah, I don't really consider these to be high numbers. To me, it's like anything above the default cap is high numbers, but makes sense, I suppose. Enjoy the lurking, though. Stupid fish. Go North! Hi, Budgie. Budgie decided to unexist the chat. Happy New Year's, Budgie. That's what I took that to mean. I'm not going to count by 5, so thanks for the 5x, whatever that is. Bits. Appreciate you, man. Hope you're doing well, Budge. I'm trying to catch a fish by draining an ocean. You know, normal things. Yeah, that's always kind of irked me a little bit about porcelain YouTube chat, is the fact that, like, you only get 1 block at a time per, like, piece of clay. I find that, like, when I have clay on a map, instead of making porcelain, I usually just use the clay. Even though, like, I know it's lower value, it's just, like, it's 1 step less. You want me to name this fish? You know, don't tell anybody, but the name something redemption has been available for about 4 hours. This fish generally finds herself to be quite hopeful about the future, is quick to anger and rarely feels discouraged, does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity, and does not easily hate or develop negative feelings, has little interest in joking around and tends to be passive in discussions, deeply is into the abstract and can easily fall in love or develop positive feelings, and is often nervous and has a greedy streak, and likes working outdoors, grumbles only mildly at bad weather. That's all I got. Looks like 40 bits. Thanks for the actually, I can check easily. Budgie, thanks for the 40 bits. Yes, you are right. There you go. Now you got the big name. You are now a notable creature. Notable for not swimming north. That's a good question, 409. No. I want to say that you died to one of the demon incursions. You're whose side are you on here, Megalodon? Come on. I mean, like, seriously. Also, I like that they're just dyeing all the cave spider silk. And not the actual cloth, which I think is really funny. Speaking of funny, funny fish make funny fun. I'm real tempted to just teleport you in here. I wish you were dead, Necron Tier, because you kept tantruming for a while. Yeah, you're still alive. Although you did kill the monster of the Willful. I guess it's fair, your older brother did die. And your cousin. Sorry about that. You know, honestly, it might actually have a higher chance of ending up in the cage in that case. Gondor. Oh shit! Nusby wishes to join Wavepool. Good news, everyone. I have a new champion. Oh yeah, to those of you who haven't noticed that, I did name this fortress Wavepool. Wait, hold up. There you are. Excellent. Now, my champion is going to get their own squad. Which is going to be you. And your uniform is going to be very special. It's going to replace clothing. You're going to have high boots. Made of metal. Specific weapon, that whip, which currently they don't have access to, but we'll work on that. For leg wear, I'm gonna say, I'm actually not sure where these are. I need to go find them. Gonna wear thong. Specifically out of... You're telling me I'm gonna have to go find that one manually. You bastard. It's not available currently, is it? No, it's right there. Okay, so let's try this again. Details, leg wear. I mean, hold up. Maybe I need to put it on display first. Sorry, some Dwarf Fortress logic needs to logic itself here. No, it's all good. Dwarves becoming an antagonist doesn't mean that they're being a bad dwarf. It just means that they're an antagonist. All right, let's also go to... I've lost it. Right here. It was almost 4 hours ago for you? Man, busy night, Elf. I'll have you know that your Duke is still alive and generally happy-ish. And the only reason the frame rate is at like 22 right now is because I am draining an entire ocean trying to catch a fish. You know, the important things. Another year is a great... You know, honestly, that is like actually a very appropriate track. Currently, it's about 7 p.m. Been streaming for quite a long time, actually. We're getting close to 10 hours. I'm gonna watch the fish while they set that up. And it's real close again. Get curious, you silly little sapphic megalodon. Also, if I kill you, by the way, I'm very sorry. Actually, I'm not. I'm starting to hate this fish. I want some orcas. Go to the right. East. Swim due east. I would say starboard or north or whatever, but I don't actually know what those directions are. Swim due east. Damn it. Please. So tempted to teleport it. Here, fishy, 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 flat, fish, please, fish your way that way. Please. You gonna try and drown yourself again, fish? It's literally gone as far to the left as possible. Okay. I wish I could control this fish. I don't actually wish I were a fish. But it is irritated by the rain. Actually, I think it's actually irritated at the lack of motion. Okay, so it just needs to go right there. It's in the right direction. Come on. No. Don't make me pump a bunch of lava up here and get rid of your ocean for you. Don't tempt me. I have the power. Actually, I don't have the power. But I do have the knowledge and the free time. Maybe not today, but I do have the free time. Taking bets on what? Whether or not I pump lava onto the surface to remove like 2/3 of the ocean. I would like remove the back half over here. I'd remove all this. I'd pour lava on this side and I'd pour lava on this side. South. South! Thankfully, with this very, very distracting side quest, the moods are less terrible than they were before, so this is actually like a net positive for the fort. I mean, mate, you can bet whatever you want on whatever you want. But I try to not encourage Gamba. I surprise with only one kind of surprise mechanics, and that is surprising this fish by catching it in the cage trap that it's certainly not aware of its existence. See, they've even got aquariums in them. I mean, terrariums, but... It's going south. Oh! Here, fishy, 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 fishy. You know what you're supposed to do now, right? No, you don't. You swim up. You don't swim into the trap, not over the trap. Into the... Sag. Here comes the boy, not very effectively. Come on, buddy. Come on. Forget how to use your fins for a minute and just let the current take you. You'll go on an adventure. Into Toilet Land. Or Wonderland, whatever it looks like, really. Whirlpool Town? So who's next on the New Year's scale? It's almost 7 p.m. here. Curious who's getting the New Year's next. I'm terrible with time zones, so... 5 a.m. and your wisdom teeth are acting up? Oh, that sucks. My condolences, mate. I got my wisdom teeth out and then got really, 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 really high on extremely powerful Tylenol and then played a bunch of League of Legends and got really mad. That was like my week. When I got my wisdom teeth out. What are you doing, Dumbo? I can't drown you if you drown yourself. Actually, yeah, probably Greenland. Greenland, Iceland. Unless Iceland's already hit it. It's 10 p.m. Eastern? Gotcha. So yeah, probably Iceland, right? It's like Newfoundland, Labrador, Iceland, Greenland. Parts of Brazil, most likely. Random islands that I don't know the name of. It's 2 p.m. Good morning. Afternoon? I guess. Australia, I would guess. There's going to be somebody in the VODs who's going to be like, I can't believe I just watched Blind sit here for 2 hours watching a fish. This is just like Dwarf Fortress React content at this point. It's like, just a little bit to the left. See, if I'd thought about this when I set this up originally, I would have put a lot more cage traps in it. Although, I still could do that. I could still actually go back into this and fill it up with more cage traps. Nearly 11 hours ago? Well, look at you guys being, like, fast-tracking in on the new year, you silly time travelers. You also think it's summer right now, so, you know. Clearly you can't be trusted with your calendars. I know, I mean, jokes aside. I only get to do these once a year, okay? Meanwhile, like, BC is one of the last places to move into the new year, and I'm just sitting here going like, yeah, well, we legalized weed a while ago, so that's obviously why. Well, it's discovered an infinite loop. Is it actually taking damage? Nope. Uh-oh. Dwarf went stark raving mad. It's probably for the best, frankly. All right, dummy. Don't try and swim up. Quit trying to swim up. You'll just get sucked back. It'll happen again. It's happening again. Sploosh. It's gotta be exhausting. It's 35 degrees. That is too hot. I'm so sorry. I apologize for all of my poor takes and bad humor. Okay, maybe not all of it. I apologize for that joke. Yeah, I think the hottest we got here last summer was like 29, so like I can't complain. Although everybody here was complaining, which I found rather funny. They're like, it's the humidity. I'm like, it's 70%. What? It's not even that humid. Come on, fishy, you can do it. Go left, the other left. Oh well. I mean, if it was that hot in America right now, that would be kind of wild, but I'll bet you there's somewhere in the US where it was close to 35 recently. What's the temperature like in, like, I don't know, southern tip of Florida's cock these days? Probably pretty warm. Certainly wet. Drippy. It's 14C right now. I mean, it is also late at night. What about during the day? Okay, not that high. It's like a breezy 73 Fahrenheit, which is what in normal people numbers again? 22? Yeah, that's cozy. Wasn't there, like, a study done that said that, like, the record temperatures in Death Valley might have actually been, like, a typo or somebody bragging? Because it was registered, like, 100 years ago or something? And there's very little actual, like, confirmation records of that. I remember reading something about that recently where, like, they may actually be hitting all-time records now in Death Valley because the original one is, like, questionable legitimacy. 23.8. Actual. Okay, well, fair. I stand corrected. You're experiencing a cold front? Oh, you poor baby. Are you okay? I say that. Actually, I think that's around the temperature it is outside right now. Hold on. What actually is it outside right now? I think it's probably around 45 Fahrenheit. Actually. All right. So let me do a conversion here. Let me do some maths. Is currently, actually no, it's 39.2 Fahrenheit, so you gotta get a little cooler to catch up to where I'm at. All right. This fish is dumb. And I'm gonna teleport it. Buddy, go here, because you're stuck. I'm not teleporting him straight into the trap, that's cheating. I'm just putting him closer to the trap so that he can swim into it himself. One tile forward, right? Now, yes. Fish, go. Come on, please. Yeah, that's cheating. You're cheating. No, that's too deep. It's trying to leave. I caught it in here once before. Okay, now it's drowning. Fish, no! I'm sorry. Fish, no, I'm so sorry. The important question, though, is... Nope, they haven't. It's not my problem you have 17 brain cells. And all you know is flapping. Maybe I can save it, chat. If only a dwarf will pull this lever. And not a dwarf on the other end of the map will pull that lever. I think it's dead. I think I killed it. I'll make a statue of you if you die, fish. I abused my god powers. Rest in peace, you flabby wonder. Let's see if it's edible. You know, this would be a huge waste of adamantine. Are you telling me that fish is not considered a legendary creature? Okay, fine then. It still outsmarted me. No dwarf has seen it yet. No, it will show up as legendary because I named it. We're going to clear that out. Which actually means pretty shortly I'll be able to dig through this and let dwarves go up and see what we can find. This will be extremely dangerous, but what's life without a little danger? Screaming? No, I want to remember its happy times, not the bad times. Only a bad dwarf would want to remember the bad times. So now, what I need to do is see if I can butcher it. This is also part of the science. I mean, what else am I gonna do? Look at it forlornly? And, we now have another citizen that's joined Wavepool. You know, honestly, I have to give the fish the win here, because it definitely outsmarted me. And now we just get to hope that we get more agitated giant fish. There's just, you know, a child walking in here, just casual, like, as you do. You didn't appreciate the cheat? Oh no, shame me. Anyways, I also can't butcher it. Oh, no, it's because it's already been claimed. Dang it. Let's see if I can pause the hall when they get next to it. Fishery? Oh, true, actually. You know, actually, that may actually be what's happening. Let's just, test that out as well. I also don't want to carry it all the way to the lowest levels of the map, so... we need to get a new one that doesn't drop inputs. I wouldn't use them if they were. There is one, but I don't want to ruin the game that I enjoy playing Gondor for me, and I know that it would. because I've played games like that before with Twitch integration, and it doesn't really gel. Doesn't generally encourage the type of gameplay that I enjoy in games like this. So, doesn't really matter to me if it's possible or not. I know that there are 2 mods that I know of off the top of my head that allow for some level of Twitch integration, but like I said, I'm not going to use them. Okay, you're carrying cuttlefish. It's entirely plausible that this ain't working at all. So someone's gonna come get this. Let's see. Well, it seems like whatever is happening to your keyboard Killed With style is similar to what happened to my old one, where the spacebar just like ceased to function. It's just started dropping inputs for like spaces constantly. Yeah, they're just storing it in the stockpile. Well, that's a shame. That is a shame. All right, well then instead... We are making that adamantine statue. Is it worth it? I don't think so. But we're doing it. The question I have for chat is, where do I put this statue? I would copy-paste a space and then just do a quick copy-paste every time you needed to get another one. Where do we put it, chat? Help me out here. Where should we put this statue of this fish? Actually, I've got an idea. We're gonna use it as symbolic bait for the next fish. That's what I'm gonna do with it. I missed that. It was a fish. What did you think it was? It was a picture of a fish. You must be watching on a phone or something. Smaller screen and all that. But yeah, no, it's an exceptional adamantine statue of a fish. In the middle of the aquarium in the hell. I can make more of these. Also, population went up a bunch, so that's cool. We started today at 180 and almost immediately went down to like, almost immediately dropped like 10 or so, but nowhere near as bad as yesterday. And there it goes. There is our fish bait for any future fishes. And I'm going to add a lot more cage traps to this. So hopefully future fishes won't drown on the stairs like that one did. Hopefully whales certainly won't. Your EP, me too. I mean, sure. I'm assuming that's a reference to something, but we have now named the fish statue. Speaking of naming the fish statue, I did not think that would be how I would end the last stream that I'm doing. in 2025. But I think that is how I'm, in fact, going to end the last stream that I did in 2025. Because at this very moment, chat, I'm starting to yawn. It's late. I've been on for 10 hours. We made it. We rebuilt the military twice. We started wars with humans and elves. We've been with goblins and elves, sorry. We've been invaded by both goblins and elves. I'm trying to build an obsidian chunk to my wall, and it's not working very well. And my military seems distracted, so I should give them a break. But we will be doing our best over the next short little while to build the best fish trap I can. And while we may have killed the last fish, there isn't much hope, but there is hope that I'll be able to catch a next fish. But that will be a project for next year. Hey, Twitch chat and YouTube chat, if you haven't yet, go sign up for my blog, which is blindirl.com, because when I end this, I'm going to go eat some dinner, and then I'm going to download the CSV for my blog and pick a random email from my blog